Chapter 533. Many years ago he had also searched for someone and he had also received great rewards. The battle of heavenly secrets and the entanglement of gratitude and grievances seemed like it had happened yesterday, vivid in his mind. The person he was searching for was like a kite in the sea of clouds. All of the heavenly secrets had been obscured. He had finally grasped a trace after so much difficulty, and a fierce gust of wind blew over. The kite string snapped, and it soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Originally, he thought it had fallen somewhere a long time ago, becoming an unforgettable regret. Who would have thought that the faintly discernible thread would appear before his eyes again today? If it were not for the entanglement of such deep ties of fate, he basically would have overlooked it. It was exactly because of such deep ties of fate that he firmly believed he had not seen wrong. This was the will of the heavens. Fellow Feng, fellow Feng. The scholar in white called out, and Feng Buchuan returned to his senses. He wiped away the tears on his face, and under the surprised gazes of the four grandmasters, he discovered that his bent back had straightened out before he knew it. Fellow, you're so overjoyed. Have you found the existence of the wretched demon? Wen Jingming asked in confusion. Even if that was the case, he would not be so overjoyed as to burst into tears. The wretched demon? Right now. All of the heavenly secrets have been obscured. I can't divine where he is. Feng Buchuan secretly felt some regret. Just now he should not have lost his composure like this, even calling out the Dark Queen. If someone with ulterior motives heard about it, the consequences would be unthinkable. I've let down the Marquis's great trust, so I have nothing to say. Please apologize for me, grandmasters. He clasped his hands. Although he was still ugly, his tall figure vaguely possessed some of the ease of the past. Feng Buchuan drifted away. The four grandmasters looked at one another. For a moment they had no idea just what had happened to Feng Buchuan. However, they could not just return like this and ask the Marquis of Rui for assistance. That would make them seem far too useless. As a result, they discussed. The night roamers must have fled underground. Why don't we pursue them underground and force the wretched demon to show himself? Wretched demons are all heartless and heartless. Why would they risk their lives for a few night roamers? It probably won't be that simple. The white-robed scholar said, That's fine. There are still many fiendish demons underground. That spider demon Lolth had given the order to massacre the entire city. She was a great scourge of evil. Even if they couldn't kill the moon devil, they could wipe out all the evildoers and kill Lolth. It can be considered as an explanation to the county governor. Accompanied by Little N, Li Qingshan arrived at the magma lake again. The fire spirits here were the fiercest. It had a very powerful suppressive effect on the spirit turtle's demon core, making it the most suitable for breaking through to the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. The thick smell of sulfur and the surging golden lava were the eternal scenery of this place, and the violent magnetic turbulence was even more frightening. Li Qingshan wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't interacted with him a few times. The golden cicada could actually stay in such a place. The golden cicada spirit king really lived up to his reputation. Li Qingshan waited for a moment. There was no voice in his mind. He nodded at Little Anne. Then he stepped into the magma. He did not use his demon chi to protect himself. In a place like this, even mobilizing demon chi was difficult. The feeling of the magma burning his skin was slightly painful, but it was also extremely refreshing. It reminded him of the feeling of a hot bath in the past. And there was a power that resonated with his bloodline. This was something he had not felt the last time he came here. Li Qingshan just spread his arms and laid flat on the surface of the lake. His scarlet hair spread out. The flames were like snakes, coiling up and licking his body. Very soon they swallowed and wrapped around him. They formed a huge, fire-red cocoon of flames. The day he broke out of the cocoon would be the day he spread his wings. The stone lions lay facing each other, and the door was wide open. A few gusts of cold wind rustled past. A person arrived before the steps and picked up a plaque from below. He rubbed it gently and dust was kicked into the air. The words Proud Sword Manor appeared. Yu Shuquang glanced inside and hesitated. In the end he did not step in. That was because there were many caves that led underground in the surroundings of Salt Mountain City. Demons had wreaked havoc, so they had suffered extremely heavy losses. The once prosperous Proud Sword Manor had already been reduced to ruins. The entire Salt Mountain City had been reduced to a ghost city. No one lived here. Yu Shuquang had returned to visit the grave. He wanted to tell his wife that Zijian had already found a new home. She had gone to the Sword Collection Palace to cultivate. However, when he arrived outside Salt Mountain City, he was taken aback. He flew over to the grave. The gravestone still stood firmly, but a great hole had been dug into the grave behind it. The coffin inside had vanished too. The coffin had already been buried for over a decade, so it would not give off any presence of flesh or blood that would attract the attention of wild beasts and demons. And, from the traces of digging, it was clearly the work of a human. If it were grave robbers, they would not have taken the coffin away with them. Who would spend so much effort to dig out a set of bones? Yu Shuquang's face was utterly sunken. Suddenly he thought of someone. Ma Chaochuan. In the cave, a demon general shaped like a lynx lunged over violently. A foul smell filled the air as it moved with startling speed. With a flash of white light, the demon general was beheaded. When Jingming casually took out a demon core and stowed it away in his 100 treasures pouch. Although the 4 grandmasters could not find Li Qingshan, it was far too easy for them to find other demons. Under the detection of their soul sense, even the night roamers skilled in concealing their presences and carrying out assassinations were as conspicuous as fireflies in the darkness. Immediately, a storm of blood erupted underground. Wherever they passed by, only death awaited them, whether they were night roamers or demons. They could not even withstand a single strike. After all, demons like Li Qingshan who could fight those at higher cultivation realms were far too rare. Sister, our scouts have been killed. Yi Liubo reported to Yi Liusu in a hurry. Under Li Qingshan's orders, all the night roamers had retreated underground. They did not know who the 4 grandmasters were, but they did know their opponents were not something they could fend off. Continue moving underground. Yi Liusu passed down a decisive order and took the lead, leading the night roamers and continuing their migration. The scholar in white suddenly stopped and closed his eyes. When Jingming asked, "Senior Brother Tang, what's wrong?" The scholar in white opened his eyes. There's a large group of night roamers below us. Those who have not undergone the second heavenly tribulation 10 kilometers away are currently moving downwards. There's also a tremendous demon chi parallel to us 25 kilometers away. It should be the spider demon. Which one do we go after? The scholar in white said, "Let's go. We need to capture their leader first. We'll kill the wretched demon first and then we'll deal with the night roamers." Yi Liubo said, "They don't seem to be chasing us." Several tens of thousands of night roamers. They advanced through the caves in a hurry. The winding group meandered like a snake, making no sound at all. We can't be careless. Continue downwards. With the interference of the underground magnetic field, it won't be easy for them to find us. Afterwards we'll disperse. Disperse? Won't we be defeated one by one? The opponent this time can no longer be defeated through numbers. Otherwise, Master wouldn't have told us to retreat beforehand. Yi Liubo said in worry, "I wonder how Master is?" With what Master is capable of, protecting himself should be no problem. Let's go. Whenever they came across a fork in the road, they would split up. As a result, they split up and the group dispersed very quickly. In the end, only Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo remained. The surrounding temperature had already become scorching, and the rocks reddened slightly. A droplet of sweat landed on the ground, immediately kicking up a cloud of white mist. Yi Liubo was rather irritated. She cut through the stalagmite in front of her with a single slash. Damn it. If only I was a little stronger. Stop talking. Yi Liusu's mood was horrible too, but she was composed. She just did not show it. As soon as they established a territory above ground, they were forced back underground and even deeper. The night roamers had only been united not long ago, and now she had to personally disperse them. But Master will definitely deal with them. Yi Liubo said confidently. Yi Liusu was not optimistic about this. The Green Province was the world of humans. Even demon commanders could not do as they pleased. However, since she had chosen to rely on him, she could only trust him. A rumble rang out from above. The cavern shook violently, sending soil and rocks flying. What's going on? Those people probably encountered the Spider Queen. Let's continue. Li Qingshan curled up like a baby, lying in the huge cocoon of fire, waiting for a new life. The surging fire spirits condensed into a scarlet phoenix egg within his body. There were exquisite golden runes that flickered between light and dark, as if it was a living creature that was breathing. The rhythm of Li Qingshan's heartbeat and breathing gradually maintained the same rhythm. They were closely connected. A thought suddenly occurred to him: why does it feel like I'm pregnant with a child? However, Li Qingshan discovered very soon that hatching the egg was not a simple matter. Even 10 months of pregnancy was probably nowhere near enough. He frowned slightly. Although it was only the first layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva, The difficulty of cultivating it was far greater than he had imagined. The phoenix egg seemed to be insatiable, constantly absorbing the fire spiritual qi. Based on its current progress, spending a year or so would be considered short. This was not a long time for a demon, but what he lacked the most right now was time. Suddenly, an extremely familiar voice rang out in his head, "I'll lend you a hand." In the depths of the magma, Golden Cicada watched this happen. It waved its young hand gently, and a huge wave immediately surged on the lake of magma. Flames several meters tall turned into fire snakes, flying towards Li Qingshan. "All right, many thanks." Li Qingshan was overjoyed. After saying these 3 words, he no longer had the time to speak. He circulated the phoenix's scripture of Nerva with all his might, devouring and converting the fire snakes into the phoenix egg. The phoenix egg happily devoured the flames, turning from scarlet to golden. The runes on its surface also shone brighter and brighter. Li Qingshan didn't dare to be careless. Any one of these fire snakes was enough to incinerate an entire city. If he lost control of any one of them, it would explode inside his body and he would be gravely injured. The number of fire snakes grew denser and denser. They were violent and violent, but they didn't break through Li Qingshan's limits. He had truly witnessed the methods of this generation's demon king. After an unknown period of time, the lake of magma regained its calm. No more fire snakes flew out. The phoenix egg shone with a dazzling light, like a miniature sun that had reached its pinnacle. Under the scorching flames, Li Qingshan felt as if he were about to melt. Suddenly he felt an itch on his back. He raised his shoulders and 2 bones grew out of his back. They quickly came into contact with a barrier and couldn't stretch out. He couldn't help but twist his body and swing his arm, punching the giant cocoon of fire around him. With a crack appeared on the phoenix egg. "Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 534. With a great boom, the cocoon of fire exploded. The ring-shaped shockwave pushed the magma in all directions, stirring up raging flames. Li Qingshan stood in the sea of fire. His perfect body glowed with red light, like a statue forged from scarlet copper. His eyes were closed and his head hung down. His scarlet hair was like fire, dancing in the wind. Li Qingshan breathed gently. At that moment he felt like he was alive. This was the first layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. "Congratulations, your cultivation has advanced." Golden Cicada's voice rang out in his head. "Thank you. What else do you need me to do? Feel free to tell me." "Save lol." "All right." Li Qingshan opened his eyes, which shone with magnificent red light. A pair of glorious, magnificent wings suddenly unfurled on his back. These were not wings constructed from energy like the wings of wind. Instead, they were true wings, the wings of the phoenix. The flames swept towards him. He bent his body slightly and the wings folded up as well. Streams of wind wrapped around him. At the same time he unleashed the wings of wind. The 2 powers of wind and fire merged together perfectly. He stomped down hard and with a thump, the wings suddenly unfurled. He had already taken off into the air, leaving behind a long trail of fire. Little and swung the Bloodsea banner and followed closely behind. Li Qingshan pursued Helicoverpa Rosa's aura, passing through the layers of rock and soil. When he was about to approach her, he concealed all of his aura and approached silently. Suddenly he frowned. When he concealed his aura with the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, the power from the phoenix transformation put up an intense resistance. He was unable to hide his aura completely. In his body, the spirit turtle's demon core had already changed. A smear of red had been added to it, adhering to the azure demon core. It constantly flowed around, but it floated to the surface, unable to penetrate any further. In human terms, the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. The demonic transformation focused on tempering the body, while the divine transformation focused on tempering qi. As a result, even though the tiger demon transformation and ox demon transformation had already reached the 4th layer, it was relatively easy for the spirit turtle to suppress it. However, it was rather powerless against the phoenix transformation of the 1st layer. It developed an intense rejection. Even though he had barely managed to cultivate the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, he was still far too weak. However, it had not reached the level of true fusion of water and fire, let alone the realm of complementing water and fire. If he continued to cultivate the Phoenix transformation, this rejection would only become stronger and stronger. However, he had to think of a way to get over this hurdle. He remembered that there were some cultivation methods in the cultivation world that cultivated both fire and water. When he returned to the 100 schools of thought, he would study them carefully. With the advantage and strength of the fourth layer of the spirit turtle, he forcefully suppressed the phoenix's aura. If he were to fight in this state, not only would he not become stronger but he would also become stronger. Instead, it became weaker due to internal friction. The rumbling and tremors grew closer and closer. Li Qingshan broke out of the earth and saw that this place was somewhat familiar. It was the great canyon where he had fought Blood Shadow and Strong Stone. 4 great grandmasters. They each held a long sword and stood in 4 directions, forming a formation to trap Helicoverpa Rosa within. Helicoverpa Rosa's hair was disheveled. She seemed rather miserable, but her gaze became even colder and more vicious. She leapt over and lunged towards the weaker Wen Jingming. She completely ignored Wen Jingming's sword and grabbed his shoulder with her sharp claws. Frigid winter bitterly, frozen 5,000 kilometers. The white-clothed scholar in the lead chanted. The 3-foot green sword in his hand danced elegantly, and an icy cold sword energy wrapped in snowflakes swept over. Ice immediately formed on the back of Helicoverpa Rosa's body. She felt a bone-chilling coldness, immobilizing her. With a shudder, the ice shattered. The scholar in white thought, this wretched demon really is a carapace demon commander after all. His body sure is tough. If he were a regular demon general, he would have been frozen into a pile of ice from a single strike. If I fight him alone, he really won't be easy to deal with. Bleak autumn wind, white dew as frost. While Helicoverpa Rosa was frozen, Wen Jingming withdrew his sword and retreated. With a wave of sword chi, just as Helicoverpa Rosa shattered the ice behind her, her body was covered in a layer of white frost. Her movements became sluggish again. At this moment, the other 2 grandmasters also struck with their swords. Spring returns to the earth, rain during the Qingming festival. Scorching summer, blazing sun like fire. Wisps of rain that were as thin as cow's hair were soft and soft, penetrating through every pore. However, they contained extremely sharp sword chi. They could even penetrate through the fine layer of poison on the back of Helicoverpa Rosa's body, penetrating through her pores and seeping into her body. The skin on the back of Helicoverpa Rosa's body instantly turned silver gray. She used her innate ability to block this soft and bone-chilling attack. However, a ball of scorching sun-like flames blasted towards her back. Under the pressure of the sword formation, she couldn't avoid it. There was a loud boom and the flames illuminated the valley. Helicoverpa Rosa was swallowed by the flames. The 4 grandmasters faced the flames and swung their swords. 4 swords intertwined to form a sword net that sank into the flames. The flames dispersed. A large hole had been burned in the poison dress on the back of Helicoverpa Rosa, and her body was covered in sword wounds. However, she had managed to block it with her perfect defensive innate ability. However, she had expended a lot of her demon chi, and there was obvious exhaustion on her face. She had already tried to break out of the encirclement countless times, but she had failed every time. Hidden in the shadows, Li Qingshan discovered that there were not many traces of destruction on the left and right sides of the valley. Logically speaking, a battle between 4 golden core cultivators and a demon commander would definitely be earth-shattering. It would even be normal for the valley to be completely destroyed. The current situation proved that they had controlled every bit of their strength in the sword formation, without any wastage. Moreover, it was 4 against 1. If this continued, Helicoverpa Rosa would be exhausted to death. It seemed that Golden Cicada had lent him a hand for a reason. He had originally intended to kill with a borrowed knife. If the 4 grandmasters could not find him, they might chase him underground. With the power of the Golden Cicada Spirit King, killing the 4 of them would be a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, Golden Cicada refused to help, and instead helped him. He had achieved his goal. Mother of my child, father of my child is here to save you. Li Qingshan sneaked into the rock wall near Wen Jingming. With a sudden roar, he burst out of the ground. Before his voice had even reached Wen Jingming, he had already arrived behind him. The speed he erupted with in that instant shocked even himself. I never thought that the combination of the phoenix wings and the divine wings of wind would have such a great effect. In the future, whoever wants to kill me can only follow behind me and suffer from the wind. The illusion of the ox demon loomed on Li Qingshan's body, and its 2 horns fiercely pointed at Wen Jingming's back. Helicoverpa Rosa raised her eyebrows, a little surprised, but she would not let go of such a good opportunity. She once again pounced at Wen Jingming and Li Qingshan, attacking from the front and back. With Wen Jingming's early-stage gold core cultivation, it was extremely dangerous to be forced by a carapace demon general and Li Qingshan, whose strength was not inferior to the former. Even if he could escape with his life, the four-season sword formation would undoubtedly be broken. Wen Jingming was not surprised but happy and shouted, "Evildoer good! Fix for me!" He flew forward without looking back, waved his big sleeve, and a paper talisman flew out, turning into the word fix. Helicoverpa Rosa's body suddenly stiffened. The three long swords arrived like lightning, and the sword chi turned into threads, entangling Li Qingshan's body. In that instant he first felt the weakness of the spring wind melting his bones, the bone-chilling cold of being frozen by ice, and the scorching heat of being burned by raging fire. The tip of the ox horn was only a foot away from Wen Jingming, but suddenly became very far away. Changes of the four seasons. Wen Jingming turned around, and the moment the other three long swords converged. All Li Qingshan felt was sword chi in front of him, behind him, left and right, constantly revolving and changing. The four grandmasters seemed to have agreed on it. After abandoning Helicoverpa Rosa at the same time, they targeted Li Qingshan. This was not something that could be achieved by relying on spontaneous reactions, but through countless careful considerations, considering all the flaws. The weak Wen Jingming was like a bait, leading Li Qingshan into a killing trap. The scholar in white said, "Moon Devil, do you really think we didn't think you would launch a sneak attack?" Afterwards he waved his hand. "Junior brothers, use the sword chi of the four seasons to kill this wretched demon first." The fixing talisman could only last for a while at most. The spider demon would break free very soon. By then it would really be rather troublesome if the two demons worked together. However, he had absolute confidence that he could kill the Moon Devil in a single strike if he used the strongest move of the sword formation of the four seasons. It would not be too late to use the sword formation then and kill the spider demon. Spring Thunder Sword. Summer Rain Sword. Autumn Wind Sword. Winter Snow Sword. Green, yellow, scarlet, and white. 4 strands of sword chi tore through the air, filling his eyes. Trapped in the sword formation, Li Qingshan felt an intense sense of danger. The spirit turtle's profound shell only managed to block it for a split second before shattering loudly. The sword chi of the four seasons constantly cycled and changed, connecting from end to end. It was meticulous and pervasive. Li Qingshan felt like he had been thrown into a millstone, about to be ground to dust. Li Qingshan immediately used the ability of the water mirror disc. The mirror clone hidden in the water was reduced to dust in a single moment, dispersing like dust. Even every single strand of demon chi had been depleted. His flesh and blood sprayed everywhere, forcefully ground down to a skeleton. It was covered in tiny slashes. The scholar in white eased up inside. He clasped his hands. "Congratulations on getting your revenge, junior brother Wen." Wen Jingming smiled in relief as well. All of this had happened in a split second. By the time Helicoverpa Rosa had broken free from the fixing talisman, the four grandmasters had already fallen into the sword formation again. Helicoverpa Rosa saw this and was secretly surprised. If they had used this move right from the beginning, she definitely would not have lasted until now. They had left this move behind to bait the Moon Devil, as well as to exhaust her before launching a sudden attack. They would not give her the opportunity to blow up her demon core. Although demons were cunning, it was difficult to compare with the strategies of humans. The main reason was that humans had too many tricks up their sleeves. Talisman sword formation, array formation. It could be said that if they only relied on their own strength to fight, even if the four grandmasters joined forces, they would not be a match for Helicoverpa Rosa. Once they got close to her, it would be a nightmare. But with these tricks they could turn the tables and put her to death. "Do you think that you can kill him like this?" Hearing the scholar in white's words, Helicoverpa Rosa said disdainfully. Only she knew how difficult it was to kill this guy. Wen Jingming's heart skipped a beat. The Moon Devil, who should have been dead, pounced on him. Using the sword chi of the four seasons was extremely taxing on him, and Wen Jingming's cultivation was the weakest among the four of them. Because he had avenged his great hatred, his mind was slightly relaxed and he couldn't dodge in time and was tightly hugged. "I've caught you. Mother of my child, hurry up and do it. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 535. A whip tore through the air. It was completely white and was formed from thousands of strands of spider silk. It was Helicoverpa Rosa's poisonous whip. Although the poison had been diluted, its toughness did not change. It was still a weapon she could use well. Helicoverpa Rosa raised her hand and caught it. It was as straight as a spear. The tip of the spear was pointed at Wen Jingming, who could not move. He felt a stabbing pain between his eyebrows and a murderous intent. Be careful, junior brother. The scholar in white and the other two paled in fright. After swinging their swords at Helicoverpa Rosa, they did not expect that Li Qingshan, whose body was completely destroyed, could still move. But Helicoverpa Rosa did not care about anything else. She did not even look at them. At this moment, there was only Wen Jingming in her eyes. Wen Jingming was trapped, and the four-season sword formation was broken. Although the three long swords were rare arcane artifacts, they were not enough to break through her protective divine art. Step. Like a white lightning, it flew down from the clouds. No matter what obstructed it, it could not be shaken. The three swords almost fell at the same time, causing sparks to fly. The spear in her hand spun rapidly. With a low and ear-piercing hum, it knocked away the swords and did not move at all. No matter how many changes you had, you could not block the sharpness of this spear. At the moment of life and death, when Jingming's body exploded with a dazzling righteous aura, and he forcefully pushed Li Qingshan's arm away. Although he did not die, he could not unleash the great power of the ox demon with only his bones. But at this moment, Li Qingshan's body that had already turned into bones was suddenly surrounded by rings of flames. Wherever the flames passed, flesh and blood would regenerate, just like the legendary rebirth from the fire. The muscles on his arms bulged. They fiercely suppressed the white light on Wen Jingming's body. An ancient jade hanging at Wen Jingming's waist suddenly shattered. The spear passed through Wen Jingming's head, but there was no feeling of stabbing into something solid. Wen Jingming became a phantom like a soul. Li Qingshan hugged empty air. Wen Jingming flew to the side, his face as gloomy as water. If not for his life-saving means, he would have almost failed miserably this time. He lost his life here. Now he was no longer afraid of any physical attacks. There was no weakness on his body, but he could still control the long sword and cast spells. The two demons in front of him were in a weakened state. As long as he and his three senior brothers formed the four-season sword formation, they would definitely be able to kill them here. Just as he was thinking about this, a blood-red light flashed and a blood-red banner fluttered in the wind. It swept towards him. When Jingming flew on his sword, the blood sea banner also continuously expanded, enveloping the entire gorge. When Xiaoqun looked back, he saw a boundless sea of blood churning. By the time he recovered his wits, he was already in a sea of blood. Junior brother Wen. 3 grandmasters rushed over to help. Blocked by the combined efforts of Li Qingshan and Helicoverpa Rosa, he could only watch as Wen Jingming was drawn into the blood sea banner. Helicoverpa Rosa's spirits were greatly boosted. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, he felt something tighten around his waist. Li Qingshan wrapped his arm around her waist. He flung her backwards forcefully, tossing her into the blood sea banner as well, which produced a ring of light. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings, picked up little Anne and turned around to leave. The three of them chased after him on their swords, but they immediately discovered that Li Qingshan's speed was far more startling than what was recorded in the Hawkwolf Guard's records. They actually pulled away immediately. Unbeknownst to them, Li Qingshan was not bold enough to fly at full speed. Flying through the crisscrossing underground caverns basically drained all of his energy. It was even more tiring than clashing with someone. After pulling away a certain distance, he suddenly stopped and turned around. He smashed the space with his fists and cracks spread out. The ground rumbled and shook like a magnitude 12 earthquake. The earth rose and fell violently. Afterwards, he concealed his aura and dove into Little Anne's blood sea banner as well. Little Anne picked up the blood sea banner and left. The earthquake did not cause any harm to the remaining 3 grandmasters, but it did bring them a lot of trouble, which made their hearts sink. All traces had been destroyed, but they still could not sense any auras. They pulled away and searched around, but they found nothing. All they could do was hope that Wen Jingming would launch a counterattack. As long as he gave off a sliver of his aura, they would be able to rush over to his aid. On the boundless sea of blood, Wen Jingming stood with his sword with a sunken face, while Helicoverpa Rosa stood nearby. Li Qingshan eyed them from behind. In that moment he made a decision based on his instincts. Rather than injuring 10 fingers, I might as well sever one. With their strength, it was basically impossible for the 3 of them to kill 4 grandmasters together. If they were careless, it was even possible for them to be killed instead. With just the sword chi of the 4 seasons, he would probably be done for if he took another hit. Meanwhile, it would be very difficult for Little Anne to suppress a golden core cultivator by relying on the blood sea banner alone. Right now he was fighting with numbers to secure victory. Helicoverpa Rosa looked at Wen Jingming, who was already like a turtle in a jar, and then looked at the familiar sea of blood beside her. She could not help but think, being enemies with them is indeed a great headache, but working together with them, the battle is unexpectedly easy. With 4 golden core cultivators working together to form a sword formation, she could not do anything about it. Now that he made a move, not only did he save her, he even pulled out a golden core cultivator. Come, come, come. If you have a grudge, take revenge. If you have a grudge, complain. Li Qingshan said to Helicoverpa Rosa as he moved his hand. Helicoverpa Rosa humphed, but was not in a hurry to make a move. She smiled coquettishly and said, "What last words do you have? Let's hear them." When Jingming said calmly, "All of you make your move. If I'm supposed to die here, then it's also fate. However, you can kill me when Jingming, but you cannot kill the righteous path of the world, nor can you kill the millions of disciples of the Confucian school. You evildoers have committed all sorts of evil, and the only path left for you is death." This kind of bearing that disregarded life and death caused even Li Qingshan to feel admiration. Hearing his words, he smiled and said, "The righteous path of the world? Whose righteous path is it?" "The human path is the righteous path. Humans are the wisest of all creatures. Otherwise, why would you all transform into the appearance of humans?" Li Qingshan said, "If I were human, then I would also be on the righteous path, right? Forget it. Who cares about the human path or the ghost path? It's just a waste of time to divide and divide. You deserve to fall into my hands today. If I die in your hands in the future, I won't blame you." As soon as he said this, his viciousness rose to the heavens. The sea of blood stirred up thousands of huge waves. When Jingming slashed apart the huge waves with his sword, and Li Qingshan leapt out, slapping his claw on the sword. Clang! The sword flew up. The poisonous whip twisted like a snake, coiling over. There was an inky black dot at the tip, like the trembling tongue of a snake, stabbing into Wen Jingming's body. Though his body was already incorporeal, the poison still spread very easily. Wen Jingming still had many hidden techniques, but in a one-on-one battle he could not even defeat Helicoverpa Rosa, let alone with Li Qingshan's help and the suppression of the Blood Sea banner. The sea of blood churned. There was no suspense in this battle. Wen Jingming did not say another word. Even when he was about to die, there was not the slightest hint of fear on his face. He wanted to detonate his golden core, but he was engulfed by little and samadhi flames of white bone. In the instant that Wen Jingming died in battle, 2 figures flashed over. In an instant, Li Qingshan and Helicoverpa Rosa exchanged over 100 blows, brushing past each other. 100 treasures pouch appeared in Li Qingshan's hand, while Helicoverpa Rosa obtained a golden core. With such an enemy and such a companion, it would always make one doubt whether the path they had taken was correct. Even though he had become neither human nor demon, he actually understood the righteous path that Wen Jingming spoke of. However, all of this was futile. When he was suffering, he did not see the righteous path. The one who came to help him was not a righteous lord of the Confucian school, but a demon among demons, a demon among demons. The first thing he had taught him was to rely on himself, the blade in his hand. So what if there were thousands of disciples of the Confucian school? None of them cared about him. Li Qingshan. "Take it out." Li Qingshan extended his hand towards Helicoverpa Rosa. "In this battle without power, do you think you can kill him?" Helicoverpa Rosa held the golden core in her hand. The power contained within it moved her greatly. "I saved your life. No, you can say whatever you want. I'm not negotiating with you. Take it out." Li Qingshan's face darkened. The vicious aura on his body grew thicker and thicker. The sea of blood surged once more, like the roar of a giant beast that wanted to devour someone. Helicoverpa Rosa's expression fluctuated for a moment. Then she gritted her teeth and threw the golden core. It flew through the air in a dazzling arc and landed in Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan put away the golden core and his expression relaxed slightly. He smiled. "That's a good girl. Now let's go find those 3. We'll each get a share of the spoils. It's now 3 against 3. Moreover, the other party's sword array had already been broken. Most importantly, their hearts were definitely filled with rage and hatred. Wounded beasts were terrifying because of their madness, but once humans lost their rationality, they would become extremely weak. Junior apprentice brother Wen is dead. The white-robed scholar suddenly stopped, his expression shocked. "What? That's impossible." The expressions of the 2 changed drastically. They could not believe it. Once one reached the golden core realm, they would have many life-saving methods and would not be easily killed. However, that mysterious blood banner had cast a bloody shadow over their hearts. This kind of self-created space arcane artifact was really too rare. As if to verify the white-robed scholar's words, the Moon Devil's demon chi rose once more. It was like a bright light in the darkness, attracting them over. However, when Jingming's aura did not appear, clearly he was dead. We must avenge him. The three's eyes were somewhat red and overflowing with murderous intent. The white-robed scholar stopped his two junior apprentice brothers and gritted his teeth. Let's retreat. What? I understand your feelings, but now is not the time. Junior apprentice brothers' revenge will not be forgotten just like this. The white-robed scholar's eyes flickered with a cold light. I didn't think they'd actually retreat. They sure are decisive. Li Qingshan sensed the three auras break through the earth and vanish underground in the end. Although he could catch up to them forcefully, he was alone, so he could be killed with the slightest carelessness. It was even possible for him to turn victory into defeat. And he had something else important to do. Right now, there was no longer anyone who could stop him from refining the clear river. This opportunity was fleeting. He had to do it before the Rui commandery responded. With little An in tow, Li Qingshan found an underground river and swam upstream, arriving in Moon Court Lake very soon. He burst out of the water and unfurled his wings, scattering the droplets of water in the sky. Under the illumination of the sunlight, they sparkled like pearls. He pushed his speed to the limit. Mountains appeared on the horizon, but they were also thrown far behind. In just a while he had arrived in the boundless mountains where the source of the clear river was. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 536. Among the mountains a spring spat out a trickling stream. No one would have thought that it was the source of the vast clear river. The melted snow and the clear spring water between the mountains gathered into it bit by bit. The water twisted and turned between the mountains, growing larger and larger. It surged against the currents and constantly advanced. In the beginning, Li Qingshan could only fly on the water, but afterwards he directly leapt into the water. Demon chi permeated his body, enveloping the entire river. He knew time was tight, so he steeled his mind and powered the water god seal with all his might, mobilizing every shred of demon chi he had to refine the river water. This process should have been extremely long enough for the Rui commandery to respond in time and easily destroy his ambitions. However, he refined water with his original body at a startling rate. If regular demons were to refine water, they would be like a peasant rising up in rebellion, requiring tremendous effort to manage before they could gradually take over the world. Wherever the spirit turtle passed by, it was like the arrival of the Holy Son of Heaven. All of the water would automatically return to him. He advanced along the way and left the boundless mountains very soon. If he continued forward, he would arrive at densely populated places. It would probably be very difficult for him to hide his actions from the cultivators of the Clear River Prefecture. If they really came to stop him, it would be quite troublesome. Once he was delayed, the Marquis of Rui would respond, and probably even more powerful Golden Core cultivators would swarm over immediately. I'd like to see who's bold enough to stop me. Oh no, sir, the Moon Devil is refining the Clear River water. The news reached Lu Changqing's ears very quickly in the 100 schools of thought near the Lake of Dragons and Snakes. Where are the 4 grandmasters? Lu Changqing asked in surprise. The 4 grandmasters should have forced the Moon Devil into a state where he had nowhere to hide right now. Why was he bold enough to refine water so openly? I don't know, but it's said that someone saw the grandmasters return to the Rui commandery and what? Stop stuttering, Lu Changqing said impatiently. I think they only saw 3 people. Don't tell me? That's impossible. Lu Changqing was frightened. He swung his sleeves and made his way out. He arrived at the door and stopped. Pass down orders. Keep an eye on the Moon Devil's movements at all times. But don't come close. He was not too anxious. A large river like the Clear River was not something that could be refined in a short period of time. There was enough time to adapt. But he soon found out that he was wrong and very wrong. As soon as he arrived in a place similar to the secret reporting room of the Hawkwolf Guard and waited patiently for the Marquis of Rui to receive him, a disciple came to report that the Moon Devil had already refined 1/3 of the Clear River. What? Lu Changqing's expression changed drastically. Although there was less water in the upper reaches of the Clear River, making it easier to refine, there was no reason for him to be this fast. However, the Marquis of Rui just happened to be doing something. He had yet to appear. I wonder who's over there. Please report to the Marquis that Lu Changqing has something important to report. By now the 4 great, now 3 grandmasters, had already rushed back to the commandery city of Rui. He arrived in the commandery governor's estate to see the Marquis of Rui. The Marquis of Rui paced around with his hands behind his back. His face was as sunken as it could be. Originally, he thought sending the 4 Grandmasters was already overkill. Not only did they fail to kill that monster, but they also lost one of their own. That was a golden core cultivator. He could not be compared to Foundation establishment cultivators. Wen Jingming and his Pine Suff Academy could be described as one of the foundations of his rule. Now it had been forcefully severed. Did you fall into the ambush of the demons? The Marquis of Rui calmed himself down and asked. This was the most reasonable explanation. The scholar in white shook his head. It's just the spider demon, the moon devil, and a skeletal monster. Just them, just dash. The Marquis of Rui widened his eyes. He raised his hand and pointed it at the scholar in white's nose before letting out another grunt and lowering it heavily. The scholar in white was extremely displeased. We only got involved in this mess because of your orders. Now that junior brother Wen has met with misfortune, not only do you not comfort him, you even blame him. As the leader of the 4 Grandmasters, he was different from Wen Jingming's straightforwardness. He had always been known for his arrogance. Now he clasped his hands and said, "We will avenge junior brother Wen for him. I've only come to tell you to be careful of the moon devil, Marquis. I'll be taking my leave first." You, fellow Tang, why do you say that? If fellow Wen is a grudge, then he's a grudge with me. Marquis Sir Lu of the Clear River Prefecture says he has something urgent to report. At this moment, another attendant reported. Let him wait. He can't accomplish anything at all. The Marquis of Rui became more and more resentful over Lu Changqing handing the water mirror disc to the moon devil, but he forgot that if it were not for his orders, Lu Changqing would never have been bold enough to do that. The Marquis of Rui managed to placate the 3 Grandmasters after great difficulty. The scholar in white said, "Marquis, you should still go see Prefect Lu. Perhaps it might be related to the moon devil." Then let's go and listen. The 4 of them arrived in a secret room at the back of the governor's estate. After listening to Lu Changqing's description, the Marquis of Rui said sternly, "What? You said the moon devil is refining the Clear River? There's no hurry. I'll send people over right now. We'll definitely kill this wretched demon this time." Not only was he not in a hurry, but he even felt that the moon devil's arrival above ground was a rare opportunity. This wretched demon sure was greedy and arrogant. How could the Clear River be refined so easily? Marquis, but the moon devil has almost refined half of the Clear River already. The Marquis of Rui's temper immediately erupted. What the hell are you doing? I order you to stop the moon devil no matter the cost, or you can forget about your position as prefect. I'm on my way. The Marquis of Rui's figure vanished before him, and Lu Changqing backed out of the room. He was slightly furious. Stop him? How am I supposed to stop him? Even the 4 Grandmasters you've sent can't do anything to him, so what can I, a measly Foundation establishment cultivator, do? The Marquis of Rui's orders were absolute, so all he could do was gather the school leaders for a discussion. However, he had made up his mind to never wander around on the Clear River. In the cultivation world, stopping someone from cultivating was even worse than killing their father or stealing their wife. The moon devil definitely would not be soft-hearted this time. Once he targeted him, only death awaited him. The position of prefect was important, but it was not as important as his own life. Even Prefect Lu, who had been directly conferred the title by the Marquis of Rui, thought like that. It was only natural that the patriarchs and elders of the other families would think of this. There were plenty of courageous people among them, but none of them were willing to do something that was clearly throwing an egg at a rock. The fate of the Clear Court Sect's Yang Pingu in the past was a bloody lesson. Actually, there's no need for us to face off against the moon devil directly. All we need to do is interfere with his refining of the water. The Clear River's drainage basin is so long, so we can take advantage of the fact that he's in the middle reaches right now and wreak havoc upstream. We can buy ourselves some time and wait for reinforcements from the Rui Commandery. The Marquis of Rui's orders could not be disobeyed. As a result, someone came up with this idea. There was still some degree of safety to this idea, so they agreed to it reluctantly and dispersed. Han Che stood up suddenly, but he saw Hua Sengzan still sitting there without moving at all. Just now during the intense discussion, this greatest think tank of the Clear River Prefecture had said nothing at all, casting a strange gaze at him. If only it were that simple. Hua Sengzan smiled helplessly. This idea was far too simple. It was so simple that anyone could think of it. There was no need for him to waste his breath at all. However, how could he not think of it? The figure with flying red hair appeared in his mind. He dared to stand in the eye of the storm. He was bold enough to stand in the eye of the storm and continue with this heinous act. Clearly he had some confidence. If a group of Foundation establishment cultivators wanted to stop him, they would probably have to pay with their lives. The cultivators rushed to various parts of the Clear River Prefecture, ready to wreak havoc. Huge, vicious skeletons appeared one after another. They burst out of the water and kicked up a huge wave, blocking their path. Little Anne's 21 skeleton demons were scattered across the river, protecting Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan also passed down an order. Apart from the father and son of the Han family and Hua Sengzan, kill everyone else. We might be friends, but you're bent on opposing me, so don't blame me for being vicious. In the beginning, the cultivators did not take these skeletons that were clearly under someone's control seriously, but as soon as they clashed, they discovered they were completely wrong. When their spiritual artifacts landed on the skeletons, they could only kick up specks of sparks. Only arcane artifacts could leave behind some marks. Once these monsters approached them, they could rip through their protective spiritual chi with a single swipe. After being refined time and time again by Little Anne, the skeleton demons now all possessed tremendous strength. They moved like the wind, and they did not have any weaknesses or openings. Even when clashing with late Foundation establishment cultivators, they would not have any issues. Compared to the Marquis of Rui's mission, their own lives were more important. These cultivators had originally planned on changing locations after every battle. They would never remain where they were, just in case they angered the Moon Devil and directly flew over to kill them. Now that they had encountered such a powerful monster, it was even more impossible for them to remain. They fled as soon as they touched it. The skeleton demons did not pursue them either. They just stood guard in the Clear River and wanted to see who was bold enough to approach them. The leader of the School of Miscellany, Go Dai, approached silently where the Clear River flowed out of the boundless mountains. He held a glazed mirror of invisibility in his hand, concealing his figure and aura without leaving behind any openings. Even if he stood face to face, he would struggle to discover his existence. Li Qingshan had once obtained a glazed mirror of invisibility, but it was only a mid-grade spiritual artifact. The one in Go Dai's hand was basically the same, but it was a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. They were 2 grades apart. After several millennia of development, many standard artifacts had been created to satisfy the various requirements of invisibility, defense, and so on. They were similar to the 5 great methods of practicing Qi in the Qi practitioner realm, combining various advantages and disadvantages to maximize efficiency. Later artifact smiths only needed to forge artifacts according to this standard. However, different levels of artifact forging would result in differences in the power of the artifacts. Go Dai's confidence did not originate from the glazed mirror of invisibility alone. In his other hand he held a small bottle. Liquid sloshed about in the bottle. As the leader of the School of Miscellany, his cultivation and strength were not particularly great, but he had gathered quite a lot of strange and wondrous items. At crucial times they could unleash wondrous effects. The bottle of spiritual condensation liquid was originally a precious material for forging artifacts. As long as he tossed it into the river, not only would it destroy the Moon Devil's demon chi, but it would also condense the water spiritual chi in the region. If the Moon Devil wanted to refine this region of water again, it would be extremely troublesome, but he would not be in any danger at all. He would be doing a great service to the Marquis of Rui. He would be able to reap great benefits with a small investment. Just as he was deep in thought, a skeleton suddenly appeared in front of him without making a sound. Go Dai shivered inside and immediately stopped moving. It's impossible for it to see me. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 537. Little Anne gazed at Go Dai calmly with eyes filled with flames. She turned her head slightly. She found it extremely strange that this fellow did not move even though he had clearly been discovered. Go Dai heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the other party really could not see him. Otherwise she would have attacked immediately. Looking closely at the skeleton before him, he saw that it was holding a small blood-colored banner in its left hand. Go Dai found the item in its right hand rather familiar. Isn't that the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase? Could Little Anne have been killed as well? No, isn't she still in seclusion and has yet to appear? He stared at the little skeleton in disbelief. Then he heard a pft and felt an intense pain in his chest. He slowly lowered his head. A bony hand had already pierced deep into his heart. Go Dai's expression immediately became extremely vicious. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, his life force was powerful. He was actually not dead yet and wanted to counterattack before he died. A deep chill had already spread throughout his body, freezing his soul. The samadhi flames of white bone devoured him mercilessly. Little Anne received the glazed mirror of invisibility and looked at it before stowing it away. Then she picked up the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase and began divining. She checked and filled in the gaps, searching for the possible dangers that might appear and eliminating them one by one. The clear river's waters were vast, and it had already become a surging river. The surface of the river was vast and vast. Li Qingshan leapt out of the water and gazed at Moon Court Lake in the distance. He was filled with lofty sentiments. He had refined half of the clear river's water here, and he could even borrow the water of Moon Court Lake. He raised his arm high, the water god seal in his palm. Waves surged on Moon Court Lake. The lake water surged, surging into the clear river wave after wave. The flow of the river suddenly sped up, and the speed of refinement became even faster. A red scale vaguely appeared in the surging waves. Little Red shook its head and wagged its tail as it darted over. It raised its head and lifted Li Qingshan up. Li Qingshan seemed to be riding a galloping horse, flowing with the flow. He chanted loudly, "The cries of the apes on both shores never cease. The boat has already passed 10,000 mountains." In the sky, Lu Changqing, Wasungzan, and the rest of the Bai clan's people were gathered. Standing on the soaring dragon warship, everyone was speechless as they looked at the handsome fiendish demon flying in the air. No one dared to stop him. At the end of the river was a large lake. In the west, the sky was filled with red clouds. On the horizon that was dyed red, a wave suddenly rose. The wave was carrying a big fish, and on top of it stood a man. It was as if it had descended from the sky. As the destination approached, Li Qingshan smiled too. His eyes swiveled, and he saw a few streaks of light shoot through the sky, flying over. The person in the lead was the Marquis of Rui in luxurious robes and a jade belt. The Marquis of Rui was enveloped in scarlet light, making him seem like a meteor. This was the great power that had gathered the power of belief for millions of lives in the Rui Commandery for several millennia over the Rui Commandery. The moment he saw the Moon Devil, 2 beams of cold light shot out from his eyes, and his speed increased. He leapt out of the crowd. Li Qingshan completely ignored his mental exhaustion. He pursed his lips firmly, brought his hands together, and spread them outwards. The figure of the spirit turtle appeared, constantly accelerating and accelerating in the waves, charging towards the final destination. Wretched demon. The Marquis of Rui raised his hand, and a scarlet jade seal flew out. The famous mountains and rivers of the Rui Commandery were engraved on the seal, giving it an unending charm. At the very top was a crouching serpent. The seal was called the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. It had been forged by the founding emperor when he established the 9 provinces. Not only was it a competition of status, but it also possessed great power. The Seal of Mountains and Rivers flew into the air and swelled in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had become as lofty as a mountain. A great shadow loomed over him. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head, and the Seal of Mountains and Rivers descended from above, crushing down viciously. Just the sight of it made him feel suffocated. Although he possessed startling speed, he could not help but feel like he could not dodge it. He was like a monarch. A medallion and a single edict could take the life of a general from an army of thousands. If a monarch wanted his subject to die, then the subject had to die. The Seal of Mountains and Rivers was not a simple spiritual artifact or arcane artifact. Instead, it was similar to the Peachwood Sword of Prayer of the Gods that Li Qingshan had seen in the Soaring Dragon sect in the past. It possessed the powerful power of belief. The Peachwood Sword of Prayer of the Gods had only been worshipped by the disciples of the Soaring Dragon sect for several centuries, while the Seal of Mountains and Rivers had gathered the power of belief for millions of lives across the entire Rui Commandery. After several millennia, its power had increased by more than 10,000-fold. Even golden core cultivators would be scared witless if they were crushed beneath it. Only death would await them. When the Marquis of Rui fought, he did not need to use any other techniques at all. As long as he unleashed the Seal of Mountains and Rivers, he could basically sweep through the golden core realm. He was invincible. Boom. With a violent rumble, the Seal of Mountains and Rivers crushed down on Li Qingshan viciously, imprinting itself on the ground. The ground shook and the rivers stopped flowing. The Marquis of Rui smiled indifferently. He was just a demon general. Even if he was capable, how could he be his opponent? He had been taking him too seriously the entire time. The Marquis of Rui was mildly surprised. He saw the seal of mountains and rivers that stood over 300 meters tall like a mountain actually rise up bit by bit. Li Qingshan's figure changed, going from a handsome man to a vicious demon. He stood over 60 meters tall with a black face and sharp fangs. He had a head of bronze and a forehead of steel, standing tall. He propped up the seal of mountains and rivers with both hands, and his iron hooves dug deep into the ground. The pressure coming from the top of his head was astonishing, but it aroused his stubbornness. He let out a roar that sounded like a cow's mooing. It was like a tremor that came from the depths of the earth. It was long and deep, but it contained a power even stronger than thunder. His muscles bulged and his arms in particular swelled up like two huge pillars that could hold up the sky. That's impossible. That was the first thought that crossed the Marquis of Rui's mind. There was actually someone who could block the suppression of the seal of mountains and rivers with brute force. I'd like to see just how long you can last. The Marquis of Rui sneered. He leapt up and landed on the seal of mountains and rivers, which had also become extremely huge. The pressure from the seal of mountains and rivers suddenly increased drastically. Li Qingshan knelt on one knee, using his entire body to carry the seal of mountains and rivers on his back. His blood vessels burst open, and his tough tiger bones produced an ear-piercing sound of twisting metal. The strength of the earth surged into his body endlessly. He gritted his teeth and held on firmly against the seal of mountains and rivers. Victory was right in front of him, but he was unable to take another step forward. Moon Devil, today is the day you die. The Marquis of Rui laughed heartily. At this moment the three grandmasters rushed over as well. They gazed at the figure beneath the seal of mountains and rivers, and they no longer possessed any elegance at all. There was only naked hatred and killing intent. Once they struck, they would definitely unleash a startling killing move without holding back at all. The immobilized Li Qingshan was the best target, and as long as he relaxed even slightly, the seal of mountains and rivers would crush him to a pulp. That's not necessarily true. Li Qingshan swallowed Wen Jingming's golden core in a single gulp. He had never tried ingesting a golden core cultivator's golden core. He had no idea what the effects would be, but at a time like this he could no longer care about that. Golden core explode. The golden core exploded loudly, turning into extremely pure spiritual qi. It completely surpassed any pill Li Qingshan had ingested in the past. Who knew how many pills Wen Jingming had ingested and who knew how many years in order to achieve this? He unleashed the ox demon transformation madly, converting all of the spiritual qi into the most primitive power in a single stroke. Under the Marquis of Rui's stunned gaze, he stood up inch by inch and let out a deafening roar. He pushed his arms upwards violently, pushing the seal of mountains and rivers and the Marquis of Rui into the air. Using this opportunity, Li Qingshan flapped his wings and lunged forward without any regard. He made all of the demon qi scattered through the surging water of the clear river and lunged towards the end of the river, the destination of his journey. Stop him. The Marquis of Rui bellowed out in surprise and fury. 3 streaks of light crisscrossed like 3 streaks of light, slashing over like 3 streaks of light. Li Qingshan did not even look at them. He did not even dare to waste a single strand of demon qi to unleash the spirit turtle's profound shell. Blood splattered everywhere. The streaks of light tore through his skin and ripped apart his flesh. Clang, clang, clang. There were 3 metallic screeches. That was the sound of the streaks of light striking his bones. However, none of this could stop Li Qingshan's lunge. He was like a vicious tiger descending the mountains or a serpent diving into the sea, advancing forward with indomitable will. With a great boom, Li Qingshan's colossal body collapsed in the swamp, kicking up a huge splash. He did not stop charging forward, moving several hundred meters away without moving at all. It was as if he had already used up all of his vigor. The shadow enveloped Li Qingshan once again. The Marquis of Rui pressed his body against the seal of mountains and rivers, using the ground as paper and pressing it down heavily. Li Qingshan turned around and gazed at the whistling seal of mountains and rivers that filled his vision. He widened his mouth, revealing his ghastly white teeth as he laughed aloud. Ha 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 ha. The surging waters of the clear river flowed from its source several thousand kilometers away to its destination. Demon qi merged together, surging over the surface of the clear river. The water god seal flickered with unprecedented resplendent light. It swelled up, doubling in size. A long, slender streak of water coiled around it like a dragon or snake. It was the water of the clear river. I'll make you laugh. The Marquis of Rui ground his teeth. He shone with dazzling, scarlet light, merging with the seal of mountains and rivers. Bang! Water flowed in all directions and droplets of water flew everywhere. The Marquis of Rui did not feel like he was pressing down on something solid. He felt like he was pressing down on a ball of cotton, where a soft yet tough power came from below. Li Qingshan was not fighting alone. Behind him were the surging waters of the clear river, the surging Moon Court Lake, and countless other water bodies of various sizes. It transformed into waves of water, and rays of spiritual light surged, supporting the seal of mountains and rivers. With the assistance of this power, Li Qingshan raised the seal of mountains and rivers with ease. You're the Marquis of a commandery, but I'm also the god of a river. The three grandmasters had arrived together. Looking at them again, they all held a violet talisman in their hands. Clearly they had taken out all their trump cards. They were determined to kill the Moon Devil no matter what. The river surged over, turning into a huge fountain that rushed into the sky and deflected the seal of mountains and rivers. Before the three grandmasters could even form an encirclement, there was a flash before their eyes, and the Moon Devil vanished. All they saw was a scarlet streak of light shooting off into the distance. Li Qingshan no longer had any misgivings. He flapped his wings of wind and fire and shook off the four Marquis of Rui and the others in the blink of an eye. He let out a great laugh. What bullshit Marquis of Rui are you? That's all you amount to. Suddenly he remembered that Yang Pingu had once been known as the Lord of the Clear Court, so he smiled. From today onwards, I am the Lord of the Clear River. Chapter 538. Feng Buchuan was utterly frantic. He flew along the way, passing through countless mountains, cities and villages. An armored giant that stood several hundred meters tall appeared on the horizon. The mountainous giant stood with his hand on his sword. At a closer glance, it was not a true giant but a statue. Not only was it unbelievably tall, but it was even more impressive in that it possessed both form and spirit. Even every single grain on its skin was clearly visible. Its eyes even flickered with light. This was the statue of the first lord of the Green Province, the mighty king of Chu. He raised his head and gazed at the boundless sea of ink, as if he was threatening the Dragon King in the depths of the sea. Beside the statue, on the shore of the sea, stood a magnificent city. Tall and short, the rising and falling palaces formed a lofty, magnificent whole. Through the weathering of time, it was enveloped in a faint, green luster. Great waves surged below the city, like a colossal reef that had endured the slapping and erosion of the ink sea for thousands of years. However, within the rising mist of the sea, it seemed rather ethereal. Feng Buchuan's heart surged. What a familiar scene. What appeared before him was the greatest city of the Green Province, South Hub City. When Feng Buchuan set foot in South Hub City, he could not help but feel like everything was the same, but the people had changed. He had no time to lament over it. He directly made his way to the central region of South Hub City. Guards that resembled Vajras and temples stood there, wielding weapons and clad in armor. They guarded this place, eyeing the newcomers covetously. None of them were below foundation establishment, and they all practiced both chi and body. They were powerful. Any single one of them would be a figure that could reign supreme anywhere they went. Feng Buchuan had been a valued guest of the provincial lord's estate in the past, so he was familiar with the place. Passing through various channels, he received an audience with the Dark Queen very soon. In a tranquil pavilion that could view the sea from afar, a woman sat quietly by the window. A crescent moon hung above the sea of clouds. Her expression was cold as she gently stroked the cat in her arms and gazed out the window. However, she did not look at the sea, nor did she look at the moon. Her gaze drifted towards who knew where. Instead, the cat used a pair of green eyes that resembled fireflies. It studied Feng Buchuan before letting out a meow and revealing an extremely human-like expression of boredom. It lowered its head and licked its paws, revealing a delicate silver moon on its forehead. Feng Buchuan said, "Your Highness, please dismiss everyone." The Dark Queen finally turned around and looked at Feng Buchuan. The cat let out a meow and the female attendants all backed away. Afterwards she said indifferently, "Speak." Feng Buchuan glanced at Kitty, who immediately said, "I'm not leaving." Feng Buchuan thought of the cat's name and sighed in his heart. He bowed deeply. "I found her." "What did you say?" The Dark Queen suddenly stood up. Her voice was cold and dignified, but it trembled slightly uncontrollably. The cat landed lightly on the ground and looked at its master with a strange look. It meowed in dissatisfaction. Feng Buchuan said, "I found her. I sensed a trace of heaven's will, and it belongs to her." "Where is she?" "I don't know, but she must still be alive in this world." The Dark Queen clenched her fists so firmly that her knuckles turned white. Her nails dug into her palm. He felt a stab of pain and he forced himself to calm down. Feng Buchuan. I remember you telling me in the past that she had already lost all signs of life and was definitely going to die. So many years have passed, and now you've suddenly come to tell me that she's still alive? And you still don't know where she is? Her voice and expression were both indifferent, without the slightest hint of sternness. However, under the illumination of the moonlight, the shadow behind her rapidly expanded, climbing up the walls and the ceiling. It was sinister and vicious, dancing about wildly and violently. It demonstrated her inner turmoil. Feng Buchuan raised his head. Yes. Explain it clearly. The Dark Queen closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. Feng Buchuan told her the entire story. A powerful demon called North Moon appeared in the Clear River Prefecture. He obtained the Water God seal from somewhere and refined the water realm on a large scale. Even when the 4 grandmasters worked together, they were unable to find him, so the Marquis of Rui asked him to divine it. In the end, he sensed a trace of heaven's will that had been severed all these years again. That was her existence. The Dark Queen said, "Afterwards, did you divine it again?" "I did, but I couldn't. Perhaps it's just your imagination. My blindness, my limp, my hunchback, and my heart are all telling me that it's definitely not my imagination." Feng Buchuan became excited too. The Dark Queen also noticed that Feng Buchuan's blind eye had become slightly clearer, and his hunchback had straightened out. When he walked in, his limp was not as severe as when he left either. These injuries and disabilities were all the result of the backlash from the heavenly secrets when he fought against others in the past. Battles between practitioners of divination were sometimes even more dangerous than battles between regular cultivators. In light cases, their lifespans would be shortened, while in heavy cases they would die on the spot. The injuries they suffered were often not as direct as being cleaved by blades or axes, but they were much more bone-deep, deeply rooted in the principles of fate. Logically speaking, as long as a golden core cultivator like Feng Buchuan did not die, even if his hand was chopped off or his eye was poked out, he could still regrow his severed arm and recover his eyes. However, his injuries and disabilities could not be healed through any means, as this had already become his fate. It was like a dead knot. In order to repay Feng Buchuan for his sacrifices in the past, the Dark Queen had once mobilized the power of the provincial lord's estate and even the Umbraline sect, but she was unable to heal him. Yet now he had clearly taken a turn for the better. The dead knot seemed to show signs of loosening up. Feng Buchuan said, "In the past I could divine that she was already dead, but now I can't even divine whether she's dead or alive." The Dark Queen's expression finally changed. She was not completely clueless about the heavenly secrets. Clearly, something had happened to the heavenly secrets in a situation like this. She murmured to herself, "North Moon. This is an extremely important clue. According to my understanding, that North Moon is deeply connected to the Soaring Dragon Elder's death." The Sword Collection Palace sent Fu Qingjin to the Clear River Prefecture mainly to investigate this matter. Reaching there, Feng Buchuan glanced at the cat on the table. Right now, she was the person most connected to the Soaring Dragon Elder's death. If she had not fled to the Dragon Province, why would the Soaring Dragon Elder have died there for no reason? "You said he's called North Moon. You said he's called North Moon." The cat suddenly called out. Just now, when she heard Feng Buchuan mention North Moon, she found it to be extremely familiar, but she also found it rather difficult to believe. When she left the Ice Sword Cliff, he was still nowhere close to Demon General, yet now, a group of Golden Core cultivators were helpless against him. The difference was just far too great. "Yes, he has a pair of horns on his head, and the 2 words North Moon are engraved on them," said Feng Buchuan. Feng Buchuan said. He had not come to report the good news to the Dark Queen recklessly. Instead, he had specially carried out a series of investigations, especially regarding the only lead they had right now, which was the Demon General North Moon. "It can't be wrong. It must be Big Blacko. It must be Big Blacko. I want to go to the Clear River Prefecture. I want to go to the Clear River Prefecture." The cat leapt up and turned into a young lady in green. She grabbed the Dark Queen's hand and shook it hard. The tail on her back had yet to completely vanish, waving about excitedly. The Dark Queen was mildly surprised. "North Moon is the Big Blacko you mentioned? What's going on with Big Blacko?" Feng Buchuan had a rough understanding that both North Moon and Xianyue were connected to the Soaring Dragon Elder's death, but he did not have a particularly clear understanding of the details. The Dark Queen rubbed Xuanyue's head. Once encountered a demon in the boundless mountains. Let me say it. Let me say it. Xuanyue excitedly told her everything she went through in the boundless mountains when she became acquainted with Big Blacko. Afterwards, she smiled complacently. He's quite willing to recognize me as his master. Miawa. Do you know if there's anyone by North Moon's side? Feng Buchuan had never thought the origins of the name, North Moon, would actually come from the young lady's claws before him. The appearance of the sliver of heavenly secrets in the past was clearly to cover up the whereabouts of North Moon, so it definitely had a close connection with it. It's Whitey. And who's Whitey? It's just a little skeleton that doesn't like to talk. Big Blacko treats it very well. Xuanyue wrinkled her nose as if she was rather displeased by this. Skeleton. Feng Buchuan suddenly turned around and looked at the Dark Queen. There was nothing that was born as a skeleton. Turning into a skeleton obviously meant that it had died once before coming back to life for some reason. The severing and existence of the sliver of heavenly secrets seemed to have been explained all of a sudden. The Dark Queen was speechless. Her mind wavered, unable to control herself. She had already heard Xuanyue tell this story countless times. In the beginning she had also wondered over how the soaring dragon elder had died, but towards the end she even stopped looking into it. She just listened quietly. She did not find it tiring, but she did lose her initial interest. However, she never thought there would actually be such a mystery hidden within. An insignificant supporting character in the story could be an existence that played a crucial role in her life. The pieces of the jigsaw puzzle flew over piece by piece, vaguely forming a picture. However, there were many points of doubt. If that really was her, if she really had come back to life, why didn't she return? Why didn't she state her identity to Gu Yenying on the Ice Sword Cliff? Even if all of this was true, was a senseless skeleton still her child? The Dark Queen let out a long sigh. She dared not hold too much hope. She said calmly, I want to see them. Xuanyue called out, let me go. Let me go. Feng Buchuan said, you mustn't. The 9 commanderies of the Green Province were also divided up by the 3 great sections. The north of the Rui Commandery had always been the territory of the Sword Collection Palace, while the south just now was the headquarters of the Umbraline sect. As a result, when Xuanyue left last time, the Dark Queen had only entrusted her to Gu Yenying. She was unable to go in person. The Demon Slayer developed like wildfire in the north, but there were no signs of activity in the south at all. The central region where the Chan Monastery of Devanaga resided was a buffer zone. Basically, as long as the disciples of the 2 sects set foot in the other's territory, they would be risking their lives. And in the Clear River Prefecture, the war between the humans and demons showed signs of rapidly escalating. Sending a cat demon like Xuanyue over was no different from sending a lamb into a tiger's den. Even if she had 9 lives, it would not be enough. Ugly freak. Xuanyue made a face at Feng Buchuan before turning to the Dark Queen. She immediately became pitiful. Please, master. The Dark Queen considered it for a while before actually nodding. All right. Just as Feng Buchuan was stunned, he saw the dim light in the Dark Queen's eyes. She said, let's go together. Chapter 539. If the clear river that flowed through the Clear River Prefecture was like a long vine, then the lakes were the plump fruits that the vine had borne. Since the vine was in his hands, what difficulty would it be to obtain these fruits? Refining water had always been more difficult with a smaller river merging with a larger one, while swallowing a smaller one with a larger one was much easier. Li Qingshan did not leave the Clear River at all. He only passed by the various mouths and powered the water god seal, constantly swallowing up the rivers and lakes of the Clear River Prefecture. Under these circumstances, no one could stop him anymore. Even if they purposefully destroyed it, it would not be of much use. Unless they stood guard there and constantly clashed with the water spirits of the Clear River, they would not be able to cause too much trouble. As for Li Qingshan, he could temporarily give up on that region of water and infiltrate other bodies of water. Surely the Marquis of Rui could not send several dozen golden core cultivators to guard the various bodies of water in the Clear River Prefecture. Once he was left alone, he would be at the risk of being killed. Perhaps the Marquis of Rui had realized this too, so he refined the water with great ease along the way. He basically did not encounter any obstructions at all. The water god seal constantly extended and changed. Li Qingshan spread his arms. His heart surged with the river water. In the same gloomy room in the Rui Commandery, the Marquis of Rui stared at the map on the wall with an extremely ugly expression. A long, winding trail had appeared on it, bright red in color. The bright red continued to spread, dyeing the surrounding bodies of water extremely quickly. It was like the rapid spread of poison. In a daze, it turned into a smiling face. The Marquis of Rui recalled the humiliation the wretched demon had shown him and clenched his fist. He was tempted to smash him to pieces. He turned around and looked at Gu Yenying. If you had taken action back then, the wretched demon definitely would not have succeeded with your speed. If she had taken action, it would have been impossible for Li Qingshan to reach the end of his path. He would have failed at the last step. He would probably have even run the risk of being killed. Gu Yenying laid out her hands. I never thought a demon general would actually be so difficult to deal with. The Marquis of Rui felt like his face was burning. As a Marquis of the Rui Commandery, a golden core cultivator, he possessed the seal of mountains and rivers. He could not even take down a demon general. Probably no one would believe him if he told them. We can't let this continue. Killing intent flashed in Hanangwa's eyes. In an instant, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. The busying cultivators all felt a chill in their hearts. Those with weaker cultivation bases felt their bodies stiffen. His hair stood on end. Then let's kill them. Gu Yenying said casually, but she was thinking about something else. The Dark Queen is patrolling the north? You want to visit me in the Rui Commandery? Not only was the conflict between the humans and demons gradually intensifying and the Green Province in turmoil, but the conflict between the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbraline sect could erupt at any time. At a time like this, why are you risking your life to come to the Sword Collection Palace's territory? Logically speaking, if you travel with great fanfare, you'll definitely be surrounded by guards and followers. Even the Sword Collection Palace won't dare to act recklessly. But we still have to be on guard. Most importantly, even she had not told her the Dark Queen's true objective this time, which explained many problems. Combined with Feng Buchuan's departure from the Rui Commandery and his journey to South Hub City, the implications were profound. After helping the Marquis of Rui calculate the fate of the North Moon, Feng Buchuan called out to see the Dark Queen. Was this also related to him? Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan, I really can't see through you anymore. Originally, she only treated him as a regular half-demon. He had some potential at most, but it would be a century at the very least before he could truly unleash his potential. She never expected him to rise up so quickly, like he was soaring into the sky in a single bound. However, the tallest tree in the forest will always be blown down by the wind. Do you understand that? The waters of the clear river surged without stopping for a millennium. The cities and villages on the two banks were bustling and dense, like a silver ribbon connecting the brightest pearl of the Clear River Prefecture. All production and life were connected to the word water. Several thousand years ago, the two banks of the river were once littered with temples. Mortals offered up incense to prevent floods and pray for rain. Only when the Great Xia Empire was established and there were no gods in the world did it gradually wither away. But now there were signs of it flourishing again. Many places were undergoing construction. The name of the North Moon shook up the cultivation world of the Clear River Prefecture before reaching the world of mortals through various channels. The two words Moon Devil became Moon God. On the shore of Moon Court Lake, a temple with red walls and green tiles rose up from the ground. Incense curled around it, filling the entire room with fragrance before seeping out through the doors and windows. There was a hubbub of voices outside the temple. Gongs and drums filled the air as firecrackers crackled. The person who seemed like a temple attendant called out, and all the mortals bowed down together, worshipping the statue made of earth and wood in the depths of the temple. The statue had scarlet hair and red eyes, thick eyebrows and large eyes. It had a full forehead and a circular floor. It stared ahead with shining eyes, and a few dignified, long whiskers hung from its chin. It stood there majestically, dressed in a suit of flowery armor and a garish, large, red cloak. In the moment everyone bowed down, Li Qingshan, who was in the depths of the clear river, suddenly sensed something. He took out the water god seal and took a look. There were specks of light in there, extremely tiny. If he did not look carefully he would not have noticed them at all. This is the power of belief? Li Qingshan then took out the divine talisman of great creation and observed it closely. He discovered that there were many similarities. Even the twisting and turning shapes were rather similar. However, while the power of belief it contained was similar in nature, it was also slightly different. When Li Qingshan used his soul sense to investigate the specks of power of belief, he vaguely heard countless thoughts, words, calls and pleas. He took out the water mirror disc and immediately found the temple by the lake. When he saw the statue in the temple, he could not help but be stunned. Don't tell me this thing is mine. Since when did I have such a rustic air? I even grew a beard. However, the plaque above the temple did indeed have 3 large gilded words, Moon God Temple, on it. He could not help but feel rather at a loss as to how to react. Clearly, this was the primitive imagination common people had towards a powerful god. Li Qingshan had dispersed the colossal wave casually, but it left behind a deep, unforgettable impression on many mortals. It was a great fear towards great power, but it was also a great joy from escaping death, which was why the temple was built. Li Qingshan sensed that there were many voices praying for rain in the power of belief, so with a wave of his hand, the dark clouds in the sky churned and poured down with rain. The cheers in front of the moon god temple thundered. A few more specks of light appeared in the water god seal. Li Qingshan broke into laughter. No wonder the Marquis of Rui behaved like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Clearly, the position of a water god was not as simple as just occupying a river. If the seal of mountains and rivers symbolized political power, then the water god seal was probably the embodiment of divine authority. As divine authority flourished, political power naturally declined. Although this bit of power of belief did not seem to be of much use to him, it was still good enough to disgust the Marquis of Rui. If he continued his great cause as a water god, he would definitely be able to weaken the Marquis of Rui's power. He had a deep impression of the seal of mountains and rivers. He could not help but admit that he really was not that bastard's opponent in a one-on-one battle. After ingesting Wen Jingming's golden core and converting it all into the strength of the ox demon, he could only use his explosive strength to push away the seal of mountains and rivers, avoiding being crushed to death. However, he could not completely overwhelm the seal of mountains and rivers with his strength. Unfortunately, he still had not broken through to the 5th layer of the ox demon, or he would have absolute confidence in playing around with the seal of mountains and rivers. However, if he really did reach the 5th layer of the ox demon, he would have to worry about whether the spirit turtle could suppress it or not. Li Qingshan shook his head gently. His senses constantly extended, reaching every single branch of the system of water. He felt endless power surge through his body. Although the power did not belong to him and originated from the water god seal, he obviously had a way to convert it into a part of his own power. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath, and the water god seal flashed with dazzling blue light. The surging water spiritual energy surged towards him like rivers flowing into the ocean. He continued with his original plan and practiced the arts of the boundless ocean. The 1st layer, 2nd layer, 3rd layer, 4th layer, 5th layer, the sea of qi in his dantian rapidly filled up, reaching its limit. At the same time, he sensed the will within the boundless water. He easily reached the peak of mid-foundation establishment. He only needed to take another step, and he would reach late foundation establishment. That way the golden core realm did not seem particularly distant anymore. In the world of cultivation, foundation establishment cultivators could already be regarded as attaining a higher level, stepping through the gates of the cultivation community. However, in large sects like the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbraline sect, they were only disciples. No one knew how many foundation establishment cultivators there were in the Green Province. Their reputations could only spread across a single prefecture at most. Golden core cultivators were already beginning to make a name for themselves. There were not many of them in the entire Green Province, and they were all renowned figures. Even in large sects they could hold the position of an elder. The 9 provinces were so vast that no matter where they went, they would receive quite a lot of respect. The governor of the Green Province had a group of foundation establishment cultivators as guards, but he treated Feng Buchuan as an esteemed guest. It was even possible to tell that the difference in their statuses was like night and day. It was possible to say that if Li Qingshan could break through to Golden Core before the age of 30, he would be a peerless prodigy. The entire Green Province would be shaken up, and he would immediately become a target for the various large organizations to rope in. It was even possible for him to be directly summoned to the Dragon Province and hold a post in the Imperial Court of Great Xia. His future would be limitless. Apart from the increase in his personal strength, these external benefits were innumerable as well. In his sea of qi, the spiritual qi surged, but he was unable to break through to the 6th layer of the arts of the boundless ocean. He knew that continuing would be pointless, so he stopped absorbing the water spiritual qi. Li Qingshan exhaled gently. Sure enough, breaking through to each realm was not easy even if it was a minor realm. Breaking through to Golden Core would probably be even more difficult. Apart from water spiritual qi, he also needed to consolidate and comprehend. However, he did not feel disappointed. All he needed to do now was to constantly accumulate and try. He believed that there would be a day when he succeeded. After becoming the Lord of the Clear River, he had already gained the greatest capital with the surging waters and endless water spiritual chi as his foundation. It's time for me to return to the 100 schools of thought and research how to merge water and fire. Chapter 540. In the northeastern direction of the Clear River Prefecture, there were also mountain ranges, but they were not as steep and tall as the boundless mountains. Instead, they were small, short mounds. There were no clear veins connecting them. They were called mountains, but they were actually hilly landforms. Rarely would spiritual veins run through a landscape like this, so the spiritual chi was relatively sparse. Probably no cultivators would establish their sects here. However, there were exceptions, which happened to be one of the 3 mountains of the past, Burial Mound Mountain. As a sect that focused on refining corpses, what they cared about the most was not spiritual veins, but a suitable place for nurturing corpses. The mounds were like huge burial mounds, forming a natural, wondrous land for accumulating yin chi and corpse chi. After being modified by generations of cultivators of the Burial Mound Mountain, it was enveloped in a layer of gloominess all year round. Even sunlight seemed feeble. If mortals accidentally entered there, they would stiffen up and collapse to death in just a short while. Afterwards, they would probably climb back up again. Yushukwang stood on the top of the mountain and frowned, gazing at Burial Mound Mountain from afar. Using the information network of the Hawkwolf Guard, he finally found out that Ma Chaochuan was currently in Burial Mound Mountain. He had switched sects, becoming a disciple of the Burial Mound Mountain. After the death of their sect masters, the Green Vine Mountain and the Pheasant's Grace Mountain of the past Holy Land of the 3 mountains, had both shattered and separated. However, a grand elder who cultivated in seclusion emerged from Burial Mound Mountain to take charge. Rumor had it that the grand elder had crawled out of a coffin, but no one knew the exact details. However, after several years of war, the other sects had all suffered. Instead, Burial Mound Mountain prospered. The layer of gloominess that enveloped Burial Mound Mountain was far denser than when the lone grave elder was still alive. It was much denser. If the corpses of mortals who died in the chaos of war were left unattended, they would lead to plagues. Whether it was burning or burying them, it would be extremely troublesome. Most of them were collected and transported to Burial Mound Mountain. Then they were refined into zombies through the secret technique of Burial Mound Mountain. Once they were refined into corpse control talismans, they could be converted into power that could contend against demons. Yushukwang understood all of this. He secretly panicked inside. Surely Ma Chaochuan isn't that crazy. Although he loved his wife deeply, he did not want her to stand up again in the form of a corpse. He arrived before the entrance of Burial Mound Mountain and could not help but feel an intense urge to turn back. That strong aura of death. To be able to make any living being feel disgusted, it was no wonder that even the demons had never attacked this place. If he could, he really did not want to step into this place. With his identity as a Hawkwolf Guard, he entered Burial Mound Mountain very easily. The light immediately dimmed. Figures moved about in the gloom, either in groups or alone. There were many of them and all sorts of strange noises could be heard, but it didn't feel lively at all. Yushukwang was unable to tell which were corpses and which were people. The Burial Mound Mountain disciple guarding the mountain gate came to welcome him, and learned that he was here to search for Ma Chaochuan. His pale face became a little more enthusiastic and he immediately said, "I'll go and invite eldest senior brother." Eldest senior brother? Yushukwang was rather surprised, but the disciple had already traveled off into the distance. He left behind a zombie to lead him down another path. She was waiting in a stone chamber that looked like a tomb. She politely declined the tea on the table and stood not far behind him. The zombie that held the teapot and served as an attendant stared at the teacup blankly, as if she was waiting for Yushukwang to drink the tea. It was quite displeasing. After a while, Yushukwang became bored from waiting. He stood up and paced around. He was rather worried. Will this guy run away now that he knows I've come? However, he's still a disciple of the Burial Mound Mountain after all. Apart from formally paying respects to the mountain, there was nothing else he could do. He turned around and his heart suddenly tightened. He almost reached for the sword on his waist. Before he knew it, a figure had appeared at the entrance. "Who is it?" The person did not answer. The corner of his lips twitched stiffly as if he was mocking him. Yushukwang frowned and said in surprise, "Ma Chaochuan." He could not be blamed for being so surprised. The current Ma Chaochuan was basically worlds apart from the Ma Chaochuan in his memories. Ma Chaochuan's nickname was the Crippled Madman. He gave off a rather crazy aura, while the person before him was extremely sunken. Whether it was his face or his figure, they were both extremely skinny. His ugly complexion could even make people overlook his pockmarks. What left Yu Shuquang even more surprised was Ma Chaochuan's cultivation. He was actually at the 10th layer. Yu Shuquang was only at the 6th layer right now, and that was only because of his daughter's status, as Yu Zijian had received quite a lot of support from the Hua family. She was not slow at all, while Ma Chaochuan was not a very talented person either, or he would not have remained on the Pheasant's Grace Mountain for so many years. No wonder the disciple just now referred to him as first senior brother. However, Yu Shuquang was not afraid of his cultivation. He yelled, "Ma Chaochuan, where did you take Zier's corpse?" Originally, he thought Ma Chaochuan would feign ignorance before mocking him viciously for revenge. However, he never thought Ma Chaochuan would say in an extremely straightforward manner, "Come with me." Afterwards he turned around and left. All Yu Shuquang could do was follow behind him. Ma Chaochuan's footsteps were rather stiff, but he moved like the wind. Before long he arrived before a stone door. Looking at the size of the stone door, it could be regarded as one of the more luxurious ones on Burial Mound Mountain. Entering it was a long tunnel. Yu Shuquang smelled the smell of blood. It became heavier and heavier, enough to make him nauseated. It was no longer just the smell of blood. There was also a certain foul smell of decay. When he inhaled the smell, he felt like he had stuffed a ball of dirty cotton into his chest. The stone doors opened and closed. At the end of the tunnel was a large underground palace. A circular pool of blood occupied most of the space in the underground palace. Severed limbs floated in there, constantly bubbling and gurgling as if the pool of blood was alive. It was clearly extremely sticky, but when he looked into it he felt like he could not see the bottom. The moment he stepped into the underground palace, Yu Shuquang's gaze was drawn away by the crystal coffin in the center of the pool of blood. Compared to the foul pool of blood, the crystal coffin seemed so pure. A beautiful woman in violet clothes lay in the crystal coffin. Her cheeks were rosy, and her expression was peaceful. She seemed like she was asleep. Yu Shuquang would never forget that face. He cried out involuntarily, "Zi-er." He turned around and asked with an expression that he had no idea whether he should be furious or happy, "What did you do?" He could not help but admit that he was not looking at a walking zombie, which brought some comfort to him. At a closer glance, he discovered that the bottom of the crystal coffin that Zi lay in seemed to be crisscrossed with veins. They were densely connected to the pool of blood. Ma Chaochuan said, "I did something you can't do." "What is it?" "I want to revive her." Ma Chaochuan's face regained a human's expression. It was a mixture of complacency, excitement, and fervor. "That's impossible," Yu Shuquang said. "Let alone Qi practitioners, even Foundation establishment cultivators, no Golden Core cultivators could not revive someone from the dead. That's because you haven't loved her enough." Ma Chaochuan pointed at Yu Shuquang as his cries rang through the underground palace. Afterwards, he lunged over to the crystal coffin and touched it passionately through the icy-cold crystal coffin. "Do you see it? This is the man who sweet-talks you, who says he's sincere towards you, yet he made you lie in the pitch-black underground, unable to see the light of day. I saved you. I've let you down. If I hadn't left back then it would have been fine, it would have been fine. We could still be together." His rambling made Yu Shuquang's hair stand on end. He had really lost his mind. After Zier's death, he had never gotten close to women. He constantly mourned. He could be regarded as a rare man who was infatuated with love. However, compared to Ma Chaochuan's madness, he felt like he could only sigh in admiration. Yu Shuquang backed away slowly. He felt extremely uneasy. He had to go back and find reinforcements. He had to find the two commanders. They would definitely help him out. He had to bring Zier's corpse back. Ma Chaochuan suddenly turned around. "She's your wife. Are you just going to abandon her like this? You should stay behind with her." He leapt over the pool of blood and lunged towards Yu Shuquang. "He wanted to kill me right from the beginning. Doesn't he care about my identity as a Hawkwolf guard at all? Alright, he doesn't care about anything anymore." Yu Shuquang exclaimed inside. His sword shot over with a flash. The moment it stabbed Ma Chaochuan's throat, he was confused. Why didn't he dodge? However, the sword was merciless. He channeled his true chi into it, but it was like he had struck leather. He was unable to penetrate it. Ma Chaochuan sneered. He took a step forward and bent his sword. His right hand gripped Yu Shuquang's throat like it was made of metal, lifting him up like a chicken. He arrived beside the pool of blood and pushed him down. "For her sake you should go down too." The pool of blood surged and a vicious human face appeared. It opened its mouth and stared right at Yu Shuquang. Am I going to die here today? Qingzhan, has anything happened recently? As usual, Li Qingshan visited the Hawk Wolf Guard first and took a look. He patted Hua Sengzhan's shoulder in an unconcerned manner. Hua Sengzhan could only smile bitterly. A golden core cultivator had died, the moon devil had unified the water realm, and the Marquis of Rui had retreated helplessly. Were these major matters? But this time he still did not appear. It seemed like he would never appear as long as the moon devil appeared. However, how did he sense these changes again and again? It was probably because of Little Anne's divination of the 7 lots. Having a practitioner of divination by his side really did allow him to avoid disaster. They were major matters, but if they had nothing to do with him, then they were minor matters. He was still carefree and unaffected, using an almost exaggerated speed to increase his own cultivation. Although he was still at mid-foundation establishment, his aura right now was far more powerful than the last time they met. If this continued, an unprecedented young golden core cultivator would probably appear in the Clear River Prefecture. However, he also felt rather doubtful. How could his cultivation speed be so fast? His extraordinary talent and exceptional ability to comprehend could all be explained, but where did he get so many resources? Hua Sengzhan did not intentionally suspect this friend of his, but with his sharp and thoughtful nature, he could not help but feel that there were many doubtful points. Of course, every single doubtful point could be explained, but when they were gathered together, it would be rather strange. After meeting the Moon Devil several times, he had a strange feeling that there seemed to be some sort of similarity between them. Chapter 541. Chaochuan, what are you doing? A cold bellow boomed through the underground palace. Sect Master. Ma Chaochuan turned his head stiffly and gazed into the passageway. A skinny, childlike old man in black walked into the underground palace. His face was withered like a skeleton, and he radiated with yin qi and corpse qi. He was a Foundation Establishment cultivator, and late Foundation Establishment at that. He was the elder who had revived the Burial Mound Mountain, the current sect master. Release him. The old man ordered. Originally, he did not take a measly qi practitioner seriously. If he died, then so be it. However, he could not afford to be careless with his identity as a Hawkwolf Guard. The 100 schools of thought were powerful right now. If a Hawkwolf Guard died in his Burial Mound Mountain, it would be no small matter. Not only did Ma Chaochuan not release Yu Shuquang, but he even pushed Yu Shuquang towards the pool of blood. Yu Shuquang widened his eyes. The pool of blood rushed towards him, and the smell of blood grew heavier and heavier. From the depths of his heart, an indescribable sense of fear rose up as if he had been stunned, immobilized. The moment his nose approached the pool of blood, it stopped. You've lost your mind. A hand that resembled a chicken's claw grabbed Ma Chaochuan's arm firmly. The old man never thought this first disciple who had always been obedient would actually disobey his orders. He grabbed Yu Shuquang with his other hand and casually tossed him. Yu Shuquang flew out like he was riding a cloud, colliding heavily against the walls of the underground palace. As if he had just been pardoned, he stared at the pool of blood just now as if he was about to be sucked into another world. Just when the old man wanted to properly teach this disciple a lesson, he suddenly felt that something was off with the pool of blood. The smell of blood was nothing to him. He could not smell it at all. He had seen plenty of corpses and seas of blood. The Burial Mound Mountain was used to refine blood corpses. It was horrifying in the eyes of mortals, but it was nothing special to him. However, the pool of blood was slightly different, as if something was hidden below. He tried sending his soul sense into it, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. This is... How dare you? No wonder your cultivation has progressed so quickly. Before Ma Chaochuan could reply, he sent a palm strike towards Ma Chaochuan's head. In his surprise and anger, he actually showed no mercy. He wanted to kill the first disciple of the Burial Mound Mountain on the spot. There was a world of difference between a mere 10th layer Qi practitioner and a late Foundation Establishment cultivator. Ma Chaochuan had no time to react at all. They could only accept their fate and wait for death. But his expression was one of mockery without a hint of fear. Wah! The thick and stagnant blood pool suddenly surged with huge waves. A withered giant hand reached out and grabbed the old man as if it was grabbing a bug. His bones shattered like firecrackers before shrinking back into the blood pool. The blood pool surged a few times before it quickly calmed down. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. A late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. Just like that, he disappeared without a trace. Not to mention struggling to counterattack, he didn't even have the chance to let out a scream. "Thank you for saving me, sir." Ma Chaochuan knelt on one knee and stood up, about to chase after Yu Shuquang. "There's no need to chase. Tell him to lure more people over. We need more corpses." A dry and hoarse voice came from the blood pool. "I'll gather all the disciples now." A fierce look flashed across Ma Chaochuan's eyes. "These 3 years? Thank you. You didn't let me down and I won't let you down either." "Yes." Ma Chaochuan was overjoyed. Ever since he heard the voice, he had never stopped working hard. He had finally seen the light. When the old man tossed Yu Shuquang out, he immediately fled for his life. Only when he left the underground palace did he look back and discover that Ma Chaochuan had not caught up to him. Had he been killed by the old man? However, he was afraid to go back and check. "No, I have to report this to the Hawkwolf Guard." Without much effort, Li Qingshan found a few cultivation methods for both water and fire in the library of the 100 Schools of Thought. As expected, they explained in detail how to fuse water and fire, or even how to complement each other. This was the most difficult part. After reading for a while, Li Qingshan opened his palm, and a thin azure stream of water rose up, coiling around a spirit turtle. At the same time, a tiny ball of fire lit up, dancing around like a phoenix. Under his control, water and fire collided, clashing intensely like two mortal enemies. The water wanted to extinguish the fire, while the fire wanted to burn away the water. How could water and fire fuse together? In the end, the water prevailed, suppressing the fire. However, the fire was only temporarily subdued. Once it had the opportunity, it would rise up and fight back. There were no signs of fusion at all. Li Qingshan shook his head and dismissed the water and fire before returning the book. The effects of what was recorded in these books were very limited. Balancing regular water and fire was easy, but whether it be the spirit turtle or the phoenix, they were both the embodiment of the purest water and fire spirits. Because of their purity and power, water and fire became more and more incompatible with one another. "Commander, you're here." Hua Sengzan strode over and appeared between two bookshelves. "What's happened?" Li Qingshan turned around and asked. Normally, Hua Sengzan would never refer to him as commander. "One of our Hawkwolf guards, Yu Zijian's father, has run into trouble." "What trouble?" "I'll tell you as we go." With Li Qingshan leading the way, Hua Sengzan glanced at him from the corner of his eye. He discovered that the cultivation method Li Qingshan was reading was called the Drills of Water and Fire. Afterwards he looked away. Doesn't he already have the arts of the boundless ocean? What's he reading? A third-rate cultivation method that can only be practiced to foundation establishment at most. "What are you thinking about?" Li Qingshan patted Hua Sengzan's shoulder. Hua Sengzan raised his head and looked at the clear pupils. His heart shivered and he shook his head. "Nothing." The two of them arrived at the Hawkwolf Guard together and saw Yu Shuquang. After listening to his explanation, Li Qingshan nodded. "It really is a little strange. Let's go take a look." He paused as he suddenly sensed a sense of danger. He could not help but feel confused. With his current cultivation, he could even leave easily if he faced a golden core demon commander. Just what would he run into on this trip that would actually be dangerous? However, he was an old acquaintance of Yu Shuquang's, and it was related to Zijian's mother. As a Scarlet Hawk commander, Li Qingshan could not just turn a blind eye to someone attempting to murder a Hawkwolf guard, whether it was out of love or reason. Of course, this was a sense of danger and it was not particularly strong. He just had to be careful. If it were a sense of danger where he had a slim chance of survival, he would not rush to his death. It was a pity that little and was currently refining Old Man Wen's remains and soul, or it would be even safer. Li Qingshan, Hua Sengzan, and Yu Shuquang arrived at the outskirts of Burial Mound Mountain together, gazing at the gloomy mountain from afar. Yu Shuquang pointed out the rough location and Li Qingshan said, "Old Yu, you stay here." "Yes, Commander." Hua Sengzan said, "What, do you feel there's danger?" "There's no harm in being prepared. Just be careful." Li Qingshan smiled. He drew the heavy water sword and slung it over his shoulder. "Let's hope we see the sect master of Burial Mound Mountain bringing his traitorous disciple Ma Chaochuan to apologize to us as soon as we enter." The sense of danger from the spirit turtle had already completely eliminated this possibility. The two of them arrived at the entrance and Hua Sengzan suddenly asked, "Qingshan, are you very familiar with Yu Shuquang?" The sense of familiarity was difficult to disguise. In particular, when he mentioned Zijian's mother, Li Qingshan was not curious about the grievances between them, and Yu Shuquang did not go into detail either. He felt like he knew the inside story. However, they should not have had much contact with each other. We've met a few times, so let's knock on the door. Li Qingshan changed the topic, but he thought of a saying, you can fool everyone for a moment or you can fool everyone forever, but you can't fool everyone forever. In particular, it was extremely difficult to fool a person with sharp senses and diligent thinking. Hua Sengzan called out a few times and stated his intentions. The mist on Burial Mound Mountain was heavy. There was no reply at all. The two of them glanced at one another and took a step forward. They passed through the formation with ease and entered Burial Mound Mountain. There were no sneak attacks or ambushes like they had imagined. The surroundings were silent. Chilly winds whistled and the stars and moon dimmed. There was not a single person on the mountain. Even the zombies that roamed about everywhere had vanished. They could not sense any auras at all. This situation was even stranger than 100,000 corpse soldiers encircling them. Where had all the disciples of Burial Mound Mountain gone? Hua Sengzan joked, Commander, I want to go home. Li Qingshan patted Hua Sengzan's shoulder with a smile. Don't be afraid. We'll leave after a glance. Following the direction that Yu Shuquang had indicated, the two of them arrived at the entrance to the underground palace. The wind whistled through the passageway like the wails of ghosts. Even without the sense of danger from the spirit turtle, Li Qingshan knew this was not a good place. He said to Hua Sengzan, wait here. I'll go in and take a look. Hua Sengzan smiled. If I'm alone, I'll be afraid. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled. Then follow behind me. The two of them passed through the passageway one after another and arrived in the underground palace. Oi Ma Chaochuan, get your ass over here and die. Li Qingshan frowned. The smell of the pool of blood was far too pungent, and it made the sense of danger much stronger. He saw the crystal coffin above the pool of blood with a single glance, as well as the woman who resembled Yu Zijin slightly. Ma Chaochuan, whose appearance had changed drastically, stood behind the crystal coffin. He stared at the person in the coffin with an extremely deep gaze. He raised his head and stared at them coldly. Another two have come. Hum. A series of mechanisms were activated, and there was the sound of rubbing rocks. Stone doors fell down, sealing off the passageway. Inscriptions appeared on them. Clearly they could not be destroyed so easily. There's something wrong with the pool of blood. Hua Sengzan studied the inscriptions carved around the pool of blood. He found them to be extremely familiar, as if he had seen them in a book before. He tried to send his soul sense into them and his expression changed drastically. Oh no, Qingshan, destroy the pool of blood. As Hua Sengzan said that, he threw out 3 scarlet talismans with a wave of his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The scarlet talismans exploded into 3 scarlet fireballs, rapidly expanding in the air. Li Qingshan could sense the great power hidden within them. Let alone a tiny pool of blood, even a city would be flattened. Talismans with such power were extremely rare. They were usually reserved for life-saving purposes. Hua Sengzan had used 3 of them in a single go. If they exploded in the underground palace, they might even threaten him. However, at this moment he had nothing to worry about. Although Li Qingshan had no idea what Hua Sengzan was worried about, he believed in his judgment. He swung out, and the heavy water sword that had already been a huge sword suddenly expanded to 10 times its original size. It swung down viciously like it could destroy everything. It enveloped Ma Chaochuan, the crystal coffin, and even the pool of blood. City Breaker Sword. Chapter 542. Whoosh. The pool of blood churned and blood splattered everywhere. A withered, grayish-white hand reached out. Its fingernails were sharp and long, and its 5 fingers curled, enveloping the 3 crimson fireballs. They no longer grew larger but instead shrunk bit by bit until they were completely extinguished. At the same time, it used its index and middle fingers to lightly clamp down on the heavy water sword. Li Qingshan's pupils contracted. Although he had not unleashed the ox demon's great strength, this strike was not something anyone could take on with just 2 fingers. This hand alone gave him the feeling of a terrifying monster. If its entire body crawled out of the pool of blood, even if he transformed into his demon form, he would still be no match for it. He had not expected such a terrifying fellow to be hidden in this Burial Mound Mountain. Hua Sengzan suddenly felt a great sense of danger. Before he could react, a great force slammed into his body, sending him flying. In midair, he stared at Li Qingshan in shock. It was not that terrifying hand that had sent him flying but Li Qingshan. Could it be that he discovered my suspicions and wants to silence me? Li Qingshan's expression was solemn. Without even looking at Hua Sengzan, He held his sword horizontally above his head, assuming a defensive stance. Boom! The withered hand slammed into Li Qingshan's body. The ground beneath his feet instantly collapsed and cracked, burying him up to his waist. Li Qingshan's body was already considered tall and straight, but under the attack of the hand, he was like a tiny nail that was slammed into the wall. Qingshan. Hua Sengzan suddenly understood that Li Qingshan was trying to save him. With his reaction speed, he would not have been able to react to the withered hand's attack at all. If not for Li Qingshan, he would have already been smashed into a pile of meat paste, dead beyond dead. The withered hand's owner was somewhat surprised. If it was an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, that strike would definitely have killed him. However, not only was this little cultivator extremely strong, his body was also as tough as steel, giving off a feeling of indestructibility. If you've seen enough, then hurry up and leave. Li Qingshan glanced at Hua Sengzan. Before he finished speaking, the withered hand suddenly closed. He dragged Li Qingshan into the blood pool. Hua Sengzan rushed to the blood pool and saw that it had regained its calm. His heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. Suddenly, the blood pool began to churn violently like boiling water. The underground palace shook violently. He gritted his teeth. He turned around and left. Even if he came down, he wouldn't be able to help Li Qingshan. Instead, he had wasted the chance to escape that he had fought so hard for. If it's really as I guessed, perhaps there's still a chance of survival. Li Qingshan was grabbed by the big hand, falling into the deep part of the blood pool. The boiling blood crazily rushed into his ears and nose, but a faint blue light screen rose up and kept all the blood out. Suddenly his pupils shrank. At the bottom of the blood pool, it actually emitted a dim light, which didn't seem like any spiritual light. As if it was daylight, he tried to extend his divine sense. He probed the depths of the blood pool. In that instant, a boundless world appeared before him before immediately being severed. His soul sense seemed to have been severed by a blade. However, he would never be able to forget what he saw in that instant. White bones were strewn across the ground, blood flowed like rivers, gloomy clouds and gloomy mist, and the stars and moon dimmed. Zombies roared at the sky as corpse chi wrapped around them. It was extremely dense. Not only were there corpse generals, but there were even corpse commanders. If this was not startling enough, the corpse generals numbered in the tens of thousands. They were like the most regular corpse soldiers, huddled together in a mess and scattered across the wilderness. As for the corpse commanders, there were over 100 of them. However, the number of corpse soldiers could no longer be described with words. They filled his eyes as if they were endless. At the very center of this horrifying scene was a corpse that towered between the heavens and the earth. The corpse aura on its body was like a steaming cloud, and its eyes shone with a pale green light. One of its pillar-like arms stretched towards the sky. It was a legendary corpse king. What is this place? Why are there so many zombies? The warning in his heart was like a siren. If he was dragged into it, even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough. Li Qingshan immediately reverted to his original form. His body tensed up and he pushed outwards with his arms. Tremors of the ox demon. The faint blue spirit turtle's profound shell swelled up as well, pushing away the 5 fingers of the withered hand. Bang! The pool of blood exploded loudly, and Li Qingshan burst out. The phoenix's feathers unfurled gloriously as his scarlet hair drifted about. He landed beside the pool of blood and did not dare to remain for even a moment longer, flying away. The withered hand followed close behind, reaching over loudly. It brushed past Li Qingshan's back by a hair's breadth. The phoenix's wings were ripped to pieces, turning into scarlet feathers that drifted through the air. Li Qingshan lunged forward forcefully and the warning vanished. He exhaled deeply before feeling a sharp pain on his back. His back seemed like it had been plowed through. His flesh was exposed and he had gained 3 bone-deep wounds. Even if he had been struck 3 times with a horse-slaying blade, it would not have been so horrific. His exposed flesh became a dark green, rapidly spreading. He had been poisoned. The hand swiped wildly in the surroundings. The tough rock was crushed like mud, but it was unable to extend too far. You've been poisoned. You don't have long to live. A dry, hoarse voice boomed out, echoing through the underground palace. What are you? Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the drifting feathers turned into specks of fire, returning to his back. His flesh contaminated by the corpse poison also turned into fire. When the fire was extinguished, his wounds had already recovered. He was completely unscathed. There was no reply. The withered hand pulled back, as if it had realized it could not do anything to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan glanced at Ma Chaochuan. He considered whether he could kill this bastard instantly under the interference of the withered hand and take back the crystal coffin. The pool of blood surged and spun rapidly, forming a great whirlpool. The water level began to plummet as if someone had opened the stopper. The crystal coffin sank rapidly, spinning with the whirlpool. Ma Chaochuan lunged over and hugged the crystal coffin tightly. Gurgle. The pool of blood dried up, leaving behind a huge circular hole. The walls of the hole were made of piles of white bones. It extended downwards continuously, leading to an unknown destination. Suddenly, a strong suction came from the hole and a strong wind surged over. This suction was so strong that the underground palace finally could not hold on any longer. It trembled and collapsed. A huge boulder pressed against the hole. The strong wind stopped for a moment, and the boulder quickly disintegrated. However, the hole was like a greedy mouth, devouring everything in a frenzy. Li Qingshan's figure also began to sway. Not daring to stay any longer, he flew out. Hua Sengzan was waiting at the hole's entrance. When he saw Li Qingshan, he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Qingshan." Li Qingshan grabbed Hua Sengzan and soared into the sky, arriving extremely high in the sky. Just now he stopped and looked down. The sinister qi that had enveloped Burial Mound Mountain for thousands of years formed a huge whirlpool, gushing in one direction. The scene on Burial Mound Mountain was unprecedentedly clear. Burial Mound Mountain was collapsing at a visible rate, forming a huge sinkhole. The sinkhole continued to expand, devouring the surrounding soil and rocks. Li Qingshan asked, "What exactly is this?" Hua Sengzan had a solemn expression. "The Gate of Hungry Ghosts." Li Qingshan asked curiously, "What's the Gate of Hungry Ghosts? Have you heard of the 6 paths of reincarnation?" "Of course. Could this sinkhole be connected to the Hungry Ghost realm?" Li Qingshan came to a realization. Each of the 6 paths of reincarnation was boundlessly vast. Compared to them, the world of the 9 provinces was truly insignificant. The scene he saw just now was the scene in the Hungry Ghost realm. However, in the Hungry Ghost realm, this was probably just a small scene. "That's right. I've already sent a message back. We have to seal the door quickly or else we'll be in big trouble." "Yeah." Li Qingshan expressed his agreement. Let alone everything else, just the situation he saw just now was a corpse king, a group of corpse commanders and a pile of corpse generals. Let alone the measly Clear River Prefecture and the Rui Commandery, even the entire Green Province would be thrown into a mess. But how do we seal it? I'm not going there. If he was accidentally sucked into the Hungry Ghost realm, he would be done for. Hua Sengzan laid out his hands. "I don't know either. We can only wait for the other fellows to come before we discuss it. This probably isn't something Foundation establishment cultivators can achieve." Li Qingshan said, "That Ma Chaochuan is a mere qi practitioner, yet he's actually managed to cause such a great disturbance." Hua Sengzan shook his head. "It's not just Ma Chaochuan. Burial Mound Mountain has always been a place where yin qi gathers to nurture corpses. Over the past few years of war, the corpses that have been transported here probably number in the tens of millions. Burial Mound Mountain has already become a living Hungry Ghost realm. The boundary between the Hungry Ghost realm and the Hungry Ghost realm has become extremely thin. We only focused on fighting the demons, but we neglected this. Ma Chaochuan worked with the powerful corpse ghosts of the Hungry Ghost realm to attack from both inside and outside, which was why he managed to open the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. Then let's hide a little further away," Li Qingshan said. Even if the Corpse King was stuck due to its size, unable to crawl out of the hole, there were still so many corpse generals and corpse commanders. If they surged out together, he would be swallowed by the sea of corpses no matter how powerful he was. He would be exhausted to death. However, if Little In were here, he would definitely be able to use the Samadhi flames of white bone with great ease. "Don't worry. Opening the Gate of Hungry Ghosts isn't that easy. The more powerful they are, the more difficult it is to pass through. Right now it's equivalent to opening a crack in the door. Probably even corpse generals won't be able to squeeze through. However, it'll be hard to say once time passes." With that, the final strand of yin qi was sucked into the pit. The pit stopped changing and the surroundings cleared up. Boom. Like a volcano eruption, a pillar of black gas erupted violently, connecting the sky and the earth. The ground trembled and the sun and moon dimmed. What erupted with it were thousands of corpses. Corpse soldiers were thrown into the air one by one, scattering on the ground. Some climbed back up, while others had their bones broken and were immobilized. They were immediately swallowed up by the other corpse soldiers. Li Qingshan could not help but become dumbfounded. He had never seen or heard of such a sight before. It was like a colossal zombie fountain. The corpse soldiers were like droplets of water rolling across the ground. Stop them. It'll be bad if these corpse soldiers spread out, Hua Sengzan said in a hurry. These corpse soldiers were not particularly powerful to them, but to mortals, they were basically undefeatable monsters. A fireball descended from above, constantly expanding in the air and smashing into the sea of corpses loudly. It burned 1,000 corpse soldiers to ashes, and the shockwave spread out in all directions, sending countless corpse soldiers flying. It cleared out a huge circle in the sea of corpses. However, it filled up in the blink of an eye. Chapter 543. Boom. Li Qingshan descended from the sky and smashed into the sea of corpses. In that moment, the ground collapsed and rocks were thrown into the air. Several hundred corpse soldiers were thrown into the air. The heavy water sword expanded to 10 times its original size. Rings of blue light danced wildly. Wherever it passed by, the corpse soldiers would be cut in half or sent flying. It was unstoppable, sweeping through everything in its path. Hua Sengzan cooperated with him in the sky, raining down with extremely powerful techniques. The corpse soldiers were clustered together and they did not know how to dodge at all. Often a single technique could kill a large swathe of them. However, after Li Qingshan killed for a while, he discovered that not only did the corpse soldiers in the surroundings not decrease, but they instead increased as he killed them. He pulled his sword back and flew back into the sky, exchanging glances with Hua Sengzan. A sliver of shock filled both their eyes. A while later they had killed over 10,000 corpse soldiers together, and they were all corpse soldiers that possessed considerable strength. There were not even that many Qi practitioners in the entire Clear River Prefecture. However, they could not even slow down the advance of the corpse soldiers. Once the corpse soldiers traveled further away from the pit and dispersed, killing them would not be so easy anymore. They're finally here. Hua Sengzan gazed at the horizon. A soaring dragon ship tore through the clouds and flew over. It was still 5 kilometers away, but 100 streaks of light crisscrossed through the sky, sweeping across the ground and vaporizing thousands of corpse soldiers. Thousands of puppets swooped down from the sky, becoming entangled with the scattered corpse soldiers. Finally, they managed to contain the sea of corpses slightly. Sir Lu, you're finally here. Li Qingshan arrived on the deck of the soaring dragon ship and saw a group of Foundation establishment cultivators with Lu Changqing in the lead. They were all shocked. They had heard that the gate of hungry ghosts had opened, which was a very great shock to them, but only when they witnessed it in person did they understand just how terrifying this situation was. So what if they were Foundation establishment cultivators? If they fell into the sea of corpses, they would probably be eaten to nothingness in the blink of an eye. I've already reported it to the Marquis of Rui. Reinforcements will arrive very soon. Let's work together and keep these corpse soldiers at bay. Lu Changqing cut right to the chase, flying down first. He was dignified. However, in his heart, he couldn't help but lament that it was too difficult for him to be the prefect. First, it became a battlefield between humans and demons, and then the Moon Devil refined the water of the Clear River. The Marquis of Rui was already very displeased with him. Compared to the current situation, even if 10 Moon Devils wreaked havoc, it would be nothing. If the Gate of Hungry Ghosts actually opened a little more, the 1,500 kilometers of Clear River Prefecture would be reduced to a land of death. There would be no need for a prefect anymore. The other cultivators followed closely behind, each displaying their abilities to set up a formation. He cast spells and madly strangled the corpse soldiers. Under Han Anjuan's arrangement, they each guarded one side and built a dam to block the tide of corpses. Li Qingshan's horizons were also broadened. He had stayed in the 100 schools of thought for several years. Only now did he truly witness the means of each school. Under this terrifying pressure, no one dared to hold back. In this, the Mo family had played a major role. Huge puppets rampaged through the sea of corpses, cleaving through the waves. They had all reached the strength of Foundation establishment cultivators. The claws and teeth of the corpse soldiers could only make sparks fly on the tough armor, only leaving behind marks. In the sky, the soaring dragon ship's support was extremely powerful. Beams of light constantly flashed through the sky, ripping apart the sea of corpses. But at this moment, the corpse cave in the pit suddenly contracted viciously before expanding violently, spewing out even more zombies. The sea of corpses could no longer be described as densely packed. Instead, they were layered. The thickest part of the sea of corpses was piled up several stories high. They were like waves sweeping in all directions. When they came across a hill, they would directly surge up, and when they came across a valley, they would directly fill it up. The huge puppets had already been completely swallowed, reduced to huge bumps in the sea of corpses. Li Qingshan stood guard on a hill. He did not need to think at all. He only needed to swing his sword continuously, killing wave after wave of corpse soldiers that surged up. In the blink of an eye, corpses and shattered bones piled up high in front of him. However, the corpse soldiers were endless. If it were not for the fact that the arts of the boundless ocean allowed him to recover his chi quickly, and if it were not for the fact that his stamina was almost endless, he would have long since been exhausted. If he was already like this, the other Foundation establishment cultivators were even worse off. Some of them had already given up on guarding positions and flew into the sky. On the eastern hill, the current leader of the school of Taoism, Zhuchenzi, wielded the sword in his hand. With a flash of sword light, he pierced through several dozen corpse soldiers. He also felt that the circulation of spiritual qi in his body was somewhat insufficient. He flew up on his sword and suddenly felt his body sink. A corpse soldier suddenly leapt out of the sea of corpses and pounced over. It grabbed Zhuchenzi's foot and opened its mouth, biting down viciously. The corpse qi on its body was thick, already close to that of a corpse general. It was equivalent to a 10th layer qi practitioner. While it was considered powerful among corpse soldiers, it was nothing before a Foundation establishment cultivator. Using his spiritual qi to block the fangs, Zhuchenzi swung his sword and cut off the corpse soldier's arms. However, in that moment of pause, a dozen or so corpse soldiers pounced over. Oh no! Zhuchenzi flew upwards with all his might. He took out an escape talisman to save his life. With a flash, the escape talisman turned to ash, but he remained where he was. A shadow loomed over him. He raised his head in shock. Before he knew it, the sky had been covered in a layer of sinister clouds. A huge wave suddenly rose in the sea of corpses. It was a group of 1,000 corpse soldiers. Their grayish-white, savage faces pounced over, slamming down on Zhuchenzi and swallowing him up. A vortex immediately appeared in the sea of corpses. At the center was Zhuchenzi. The corpse soldiers surged towards the center madly. Savage arms grabbed every part of his body and pulled at it viciously. Zhuchenzi circulated his spiritual qi madly, but it was unprecedentedly sluggish. Blood flowed out and his limbs snapped. He exploded into a cloud of bone fragments and blood. The pieces of his flesh were devoured by the corpse soldiers. Zhuchenzi's aura disappeared. Zhuchenzi! Cries of surprise rang out. Amidst the endless slaughter, all the Foundation establishment cultivators had an almost numb attitude towards these corpse soldiers. It was as if apart from their numbers, these corpse soldiers did not pose any intrinsic threat to them. Even if they truly could not hold on, they could choose to retreat. However, at that moment they suddenly realized that ants could kill an elephant if there were enough of them, and these corpse soldiers were not ants. The huge puppets were all covered in wounds and crawled with corpse soldiers. They gradually found it difficult to move and fell heavily to the ground. They were devoured and torn apart by the sea of corpses. Before they knew it, the claws of the corpse soldiers had become even more powerful. Black smoke rose into the sky, forming a large dark cloud that spread out. It seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, it had enveloped a large area. Instead, wherever the shadow covered, the plants would wither, the rivers would turn red, and all signs of life would be cut off. A thin layer of gloomy fog hung in the air, unable to disperse even when the wind blew. It was just like the scene Li Qingshan had seen in the hungry ghost realm with his soul sense. Enveloped by the shadow, he also felt a wave of discomfort. He suddenly understood that it was not just the zombies that had invaded, but the entire hungry ghost realm. In this gloomy and miserable fog, all living beings were suppressed, while the dead had the upper hand. They became stronger and faster. The humans and demons had fought for many years, but only now did many people understand what war was. Everyone come back. A shout came from the soaring dragon ship. The head of the Mahist's beard and hair stood on end, his eyes burning. The cultivators all flew into the sky. This time they were all very careful. They cleared out a large area around them before flying up, avoiding a tragedy like Zhuchenzi's. The dragon head at the bow of the ship suddenly opened its mouth. Specks of spiritual light gathered within it. The main cannon of the dragon roar was activated, aimed at the corpse cave in the pit. A layer of light covered the dragon's mouth. After a long time of charging, an incomparably dazzling pillar of light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the world and shooting straight towards the pit. Its scorching white color shone with golden light. Rings of light spread around the pillar of light. The soaring dragon ship was pushed back 5 kilometers. Wood splinters flew everywhere. On the verge of shattering, the dragon head at the bow of the ship melted and was destroyed the instant it spat out the pillar of light. The soaring dragon ship had poured all its remaining spiritual energy into this attack. Even a golden core cultivator would find it difficult to block its destructive power head-on. The hungry ghost gate suddenly stopped spitting out zombies. The withered hand that Li Qingshan was extremely familiar with stretched out. In the underground palace he could only stretch out his wrist. Now he could stretch out half of his forearm. His 5 fingers trembled in the direction the pillar of light had come from. Like plucking the strings of a zither, he grasped and guided in an extremely profound manner. The pillar of light shifted slightly, landing on a hill several kilometers away from the pit. Boom! A semicircular ball of light rose from the ground, continuously expanding. It released tens of thousands of beams of light, even more dazzling than the sun. Li Qingshan could even see the violent tremors of the ground with his eyes. Even after the light dissipated for a long time, the intense light was still clearly visible on Xiao Chen's eyelids. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The hill became a basin. Tens of thousands of corpse soldiers were instantly vaporized. Even more corpse soldiers were sent flying by the shockwave, their bones broken and limbs severed. Most of the corpse soldiers had been cleared out. The terrifying sight of mountains and seas was no longer as vast as it was just now. The remaining scattered corpse soldiers could not immediately stand up. However, the hungry ghost gate in the pit was unscathed. The black smoke only swayed slightly. It was like a towering pillar forged from steel. Even the violent shockwave could not shake it. The withered hand clenched its fist and raised up a black curtain, enveloping the hungry ghost gate within. Only now did Li Qingshan truly realize the terror of the corpse king. It was not as simple as possessing brute strength. It was also extremely intelligent. Although it could not even use a tenth of its strength under the restraints of the domain, its ingenious use of power was far above these Foundation establishment cultivators. Although the soaring dragon ship's attack was powerful, it was still a mechanism in the end. It did not have the meticulous control of a cultivator. The corpse king used skill to overcome power, easily receiving the attack and preventing the hungry ghost gate from being destroyed. Although they had lost many corpse soldiers, they were merely cannon fodder used to buy time. In the hungry ghost realm, there was nothing more worthless than corpse soldiers. The withered hand withdrew, and thousands of corpse soldiers surged out of the hungry ghost gate. However, they did not run around in a frenzy. Instead, they lined up neatly. A zombie wearing armor and riding on a corpse horse followed closely behind. Its eyes turned and it was clear that it had intelligence. It's a corpse general. Chapter 544. The appearance of the corpse general meant that the gap in the gate of hungry ghosts had widened. With a wave of the corpse general's hand, a black corpse cloud soared around it, carrying nearly 10,000 corpse soldiers as it charged towards the soaring dragon ship. The corpse general from the Naraka realm was actually able to use dermic arts, thus nullifying the advantage of the cultivators in flight. With a long howl, the sword in Lu Changqing's hand flew up, drawing a white arc as it stabbed towards the corpse general. Layers of corpse soldiers blocked the attack, assuming a standard defensive stance. The sword pierced through dozens of corpse soldiers, like an arrow at the end of its flight. The corpse general attacked just now. A smile appeared on its stiff face as the pitch-black blade in its hand fiercely slashed at the flying sword. The flying sword wailed, wanting to fly back. A group of powerful corpse soldiers that seemed to be the corpse general's personal guards stopped it at all costs. Lu Changqing's expression changed, and he pushed the flying sword with all his might. At this moment, the dark cloud above his head enveloped him, and his connection with the flying sword instantly weakened. The corpse general gripped the hilt of the sword and corpse chi surged. The light on the flying sword quickly dimmed, and a layer of black chi enveloped it. It was actually refined on the spot. Casually hanging the sword at its waist, the corpse general bared its fangs and let out a soundless laugh. It looked disdainfully at the cultivators on the soaring dragon ship. Only then did they realize that while the corpse general seemed to be approaching menacingly, its corpse cloud had cleverly stopped within the range of the dark cloud. With such intelligence, it did not seem like a zombie at all. Over the years, Burial Mound Mountain had obtained large numbers of corpses and refined many corpse generals. However, the corpse generals controlled by army seals were nothing more than powerful puppets. It was nothing more than a powerful puppet. There was a world of difference between it and the corpse general in front of him. Lu Changqing's heart ached. The feeling of having a spirit artifact taken away was not a good one, but he could not care about that right now. More corpse soldiers were surging out of the gate of hungry ghosts. Meanwhile, the soaring dragon ship had lost the ability to fight. He ordered loudly, "Everyone attack together." All the cultivators attacked together. Spells, spirit artifacts, and spirit talismans flashed with light, all of them possessing astonishing power as they attacked the corpse cloud. Based on their experience just now, these corpse soldiers would be wiped out in an instant. The corpse general swung the blade in its hand. Nearly 10,000 corpse soldiers moved back and forth, quickly and precisely adjusting their formation. The corpse chi between nearly 10,000 corpse soldiers. They actually fused into one and rose into the air, forming a huge black shield. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks landed on the black shield one after another, but the corpse chi only dissipated slightly. It was actually unable to break through. Han Anjuan's expression changed. This was very similar to the military formations of the military school. And military formations had extremely high requirements for disciples. It would take a long time for them to understand each other. Even so, when it came to battle, they would also be affected by fear, anger, and other emotions. This caused the formation to collapse. However, the corpse soldiers clearly did not have such concerns. Under the control of the corpse general, they were able to move the corpse soldiers with ease, forming the most exquisite cooperation. Compared to the difficulty of communicating with each other, these corpse soldiers simply did not have their own thoughts. Even if they were chopped in the head, they would not waver. Such a formation was undoubtedly purer and more powerful. Among the cultivators present, no one understood the power of a military formation better than Han Anjuan. Perhaps each corpse soldier was not strong, but once their power was gathered, it would change from quantity to quality. Even he did not dare to take it lightly. The corpse general did not charge forward at once. For a moment, the cultivators did not know what to do. In the sky, they faced off against each other. The corpse general rode a corpse horse riding a corpse cloud, leading the corpse soldiers. As the dark clouds in the sky spread, it slowly approached. Facing nearly 20 Foundation establishment cultivators, it actually had the air of a general who was strolling leisurely and strategizing. This is a cultivator of the hungry ghost realm. Li Qingshan felt like his horizons had been broadened. He could no longer see the corpse general in front of him as a monster. It was clearly a powerful and cold cultivator. Although its cultivation method was completely different from humans, demons, and all living beings. The corpse general truly did not take Lu Changqing and the other cultivators seriously, but it was not because it was confident it could defeat them completely. Instead, it was because fighting and killing was a common occurrence in the hungry ghost realm. Its intensity was well beyond what Lu Changqing and the others could imagine. Let alone when they faced a group of Foundation establishment cultivators equivalent to corpse generals, who knew how many times they had faced corpse commanders, ghost kings, or even higher existences. Even struggling was pointless. All they could do was accept their fate. In the great battlefield, survival was sometimes completely dependent on luck. After experiencing that, the current situation was nothing more than a small matter. Hua Sengzan said, "We can't drag this out any longer." During the moment of confrontation, several more corpse generals crawled out of the gate of hungry ghosts. They varied in shape and size. One of them was clearly not a human corpse. However, their eyes all shone with light. The first thing they did after emerging was gather the corpse soldiers. They glanced at the sky, but they did not attack immediately. Instead, they allowed the corpse general to face off against the cultivators while they led the army outside the gate of hungry ghosts, falling into a huge military formation. It seemed like some sort of strange formation. The corpse soldiers served as the formation diagram, while the corpse general served as the eye of the formation. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would have thought that mere corpse soldiers of the lowest level could actually have so many wondrous uses? The moment the formation fell into place, the black pillar of smoke that surged out of the gate of hungry ghosts immediately became even thicker. They had to work together from both inside and outside to widen the gate of hungry ghosts so that even stronger corpses from the hungry ghost realm could come here. Once the gate of hungry ghosts was opened, it would be enough for the master of the huge, withered hand, the corpse king, to pass through. That would truly be the end of the world. If this continued, the situation would only worsen. To fight or to flee, they had to make a decision quickly. Kill? Han Anjuan bellowed out coldly and leapt onto the dragon head on the bow of the ship. He raised his spear and pointed it straight at the corpse general. He was also a general. Before he set off, he had already received a military order from the great General Han Angua. He could not flee from this battle. He had to drag it out until reinforcements from the Rui commandery arrived. A military order must be obeyed. The soaring dragon ship suddenly began to move. Like a roaring, furious dragon, it collided with the corpse cloud. The corpse general did not back down. He swung the blade in his hand again, pointing it straight at the sky. Surging corpse chi rose up from the corpse soldier, turning into a huge blade over 100 meters in length that swung towards the soaring dragon ship. The soaring dragon ship had almost run out of energy. It could not even activate its defensive formations. The huge blade swept down from top to bottom, cleaving the soaring dragon ship in half. They could clearly see the structure inside as wood splinters flew into the air like rain. The halved ship did not slow down at all, slamming into the corpse cloud viciously. Countless corpse soldiers were sent flying, falling towards the ground. The core furnace exploded with a loud bang, swallowing the entire corpse cloud. The military formation had been destroyed. How could a mere corpse general be the opponent of all these cultivators? Right when everyone wanted to finish him off, they discovered the corpse general galloping off in the direction of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts on his corpse horse with a trail of black smoke. The moment the corpse general swung his blade, he had already turned his horse around without any hesitation. The corpse horse trod on 4 clumps of smoke mixed with sparks, moving as fast as lightning with astonishing speed. It was the complete opposite of the calm he had just now. Only the words "fleeing" could describe it, causing everyone to be unable to react for a moment. It was like a general from ancient times. No matter how mighty he was on the front lines, once he was ambushed and defeated, he would immediately flee without a care for his parents, wife and children. Victory and defeat were common for soldiers, all for the sake of making a comeback in the future. The cultivators chased for a while but had no choice but to stop. The closer they got to the Gate of Hungry Ghosts, the thicker the aura of death became. Even the spiritual chi of the world became extremely weak. A sinister wind blew, burrowing into every pore and greedily plundering their life force. If it were a chi practitioner here, they would probably lose their lives in a short while. Although the cultivators were not in danger of losing their lives, their strength had been greatly reduced. They struggled to see through the gloomy clouds and saw that over 20 corpse generals had already crawled out from the left and right sides of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. The corpse soldiers were like mountains and seas. They no longer had any advantage, be it in terms of quantity or quality. If they went any further, only death would await them. It was even more difficult to use techniques or control spiritual artifacts from afar. What do we do? The cultivators all looked at one another. Even with Han Anjuan's valiance and fearlessness, he would not choose to throw his life away for nothing. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Qingshan, if this continues, the entire Clear River Prefecture will be reduced to a land of death. As a matter of fact, the entire 9 provinces will become a part of the Hungry Ghost realm, Hua Sengzan suddenly said to Li Qingshan secretly. Li Qingshan gave a non-committal reply. He knew his performance in the underground palace could not fool Hua Sengzan's eyes. How could a regular Foundation establishment cultivator withstand a strike from a corpse king? How could he still escape after being dragged into the pool of blood? Even if he was extremely weak due to the restraints of the domain, he was still a powerful existence on par with demon kings. The Hungry Ghost realm definitely did not have any gods of mountains and rivers. It was a land of absolute death. Once these zombies attacked, his status as a water god would come to an end. And the Hungry Ghost realm definitely was not suitable for the living to cultivate either. However, Li Qingshan did not plan on taking action. If the Moon Devil took action, he could kill these corpse generals and corpse soldiers and temporarily slow down the opening of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. But the withered hand would definitely strike again. However, that withered hand would definitely strike again. He had already tried to transform and fight it, but the result was very difficult. But now that the Gate of Hungry Ghosts had been opened to such a degree, the withered hand would definitely become even more powerful. Combined with its terrifying technique, it was extremely dangerous. Li Qingshan was not arrogant enough to underestimate a corpse king. As a result, he said to Hua Sengzan secretly, "Even if the sky collapses, there's someone tall to hold it up." Hua Sengzan froze for a moment, then smiled wryly. "That's true." Li Qingshan stared at the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. These corpse generals looked terrifying, but for Little N they might be excellent tonics. The Samadhi flames of white bone just happens to counter these things. Li Qingshan had already told Little N to hurry nearby, but at the same time, he requested that she hide and observe the situation. She could not take action. What he was afraid of was that in a moment, a powerful figure would come over and see them acting bravely for a just cause, and saving the world. Without a second word he would destroy them first. Golden Core cultivators were fine, but if it was the governor of the Azure province or the few top figures from the major sects, they would not even have the chance to escape. If this world is really gone, I will be destroyed. Something so fragile, it's best to destroy it as soon as possible. Chapter 545. The Legends of the Great Sage 8 for the Legends of the Great Sage free read Chapter 8. The big three are from outside the door of hungry ghosts. The number of corpse generals finally exceeded 100. Look / they did not communicate much with each other, but they cooperated with tacit understanding. They nervously and orderly adjusted their formation, leading the million corpse soldiers to guard the hungry ghost gate. Silence, solemnity, and deathly stillness. It was like a crude yet exquisite war machine that was ready to move at any time. There was a saying, when a person reaches 10,000, they are like a mountain or a sea. What kind of concept was a million corpse soldiers? If one did not see it with their own eyes, they would not be able to imagine it. With Burial Mound Mountain as the center, the surrounding hundreds of hills were completely covered by corpse soldiers. They rose and fell like the waves of the sea, stretching as far as the eye could see. This was the true sea of corpses. Under the cover of the dark clouds in the sky, this hilly area had completely turned into a land of death. Moreover, it was still spreading to the surroundings. The cultivators were forced to retreat 100 miles away. They did not try to attack again. Under the lead of the corpse generals, the corpse soldiers continuously adjusted their formation, expanding it, turning it into an unshakable military mountain. Just by looking at it, one's mind would be shaken, unable to control themselves, filled with despair and powerlessness. Would mobilizing all the cultivators in the Rui Commandery be enough to take down this army mountain? Moreover, the gate of hungry ghosts was still opening wider and wider, and more powerful ghouls poured out. It was impossible to win. The end of the Clear River Prefecture had arrived. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and clenched his fists. He was not afraid, but he could not suppress his excitement. This kind of big scene could not be seen in the small mountain village. The gate of hungry ghosts opened wider, and the black pillar of smoke began to fade. Above the gate of hungry ghosts, the dark clouds were no longer shrouding it. The sky turned gray. The sun emitted a gloomy splendor. There was not the slightest bit of warmth or vitality, only a cold, deathly stillness. This was not a reassuring scene. The cold mist-like aura lingered in the air. This world began to transform into the hungry ghost realm. At this moment, a gust of wind blew over. It was as if a sharp paper knife had cut through the clouds. The resplendent and gorgeous light from the gaps in the clouds was like a revelation from the gods, sprinkling down on this deathly silent land. The boundless sea of corpses. In a daze, Li Qingshan heard the cry of an eagle. At first, it was still 50 kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. A white divine eagle spread its pure white wings and descended from the sky on a ray of light. The figure seemed to have come from the heavens. His figure flickered, suddenly appearing and disappearing like a divine wind that drifted erratically. Even Li Qingshan had to gather his focus to barely catch a glimpse of the figure. It was not an eagle but a human. Gu Yanning. This kind of speed caused Li Qingshan to gasp in amazement. If he were to desperately urge his wind god wings and phoenix wings, he could barely reach this level, but he would not be able to turn as freely as Gu Yanning. She did it with ease, and it was clear that she still had some strength left. Gu Yanning seemed to sense something. She suddenly turned around and looked at Li Qingshan in the distance. She seemed to smile. He flew towards the gate of hungry ghosts. Perhaps only Li Qingshan could see this quick smile. Hua Sengzan said, "Be careful, Commander Gu. Wasn't this courting death?" Li Qingshan was shocked. Gu Yanning was strong, but she was facing an army of 1,000,000. She probably did not know the terror of the army formation, and was also weakened by the hungry ghost realm. 100 corpse generals. They roared in unison and raised their weapons high. The 1,000,000 corpse soldiers immediately reacted. The movement was like the roar of a tsunami, like the roar of a giant beast awakening. 100 columns of smoke rose into the sky, spiraling and twisting as they pounced towards Gu Yanning. Gu Yanning's figure became more and more ethereal as she weaved through the huge pillars of smoke. But the smoke entangled and bit at each other, sealing off all space to dodge. She waved her jade folding fan, and several streams of wind flew out, cutting through several columns of smoke. The corpse generals immediately changed formation, wanting to switch from offense to defense, but they were one step too late. Gu Yenying was like a bolt of white lightning, plunging into the center of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts army formation. Savage faces circled her left and right. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and she seemed to be flying. Streams of wind coiled around her, blocking the invading cold winds. 100 corpse generals roared in unison and lunged forward. Although they could not control the army formation in time, the corpse chi of the corpse soldiers surged over, enveloping each of them in grayish-black smoke. Their auras connected, and they unleashed an exquisite combination attack, viciously attacking the foolish enemy that had walked right into the trap. She raised her head, her eyes as sharp as an eagle's. She waved her fan and 100 heads flew into the air. The smoke dispersed and the corpse generals were all killed. Taking the head of a general from an army of 10,000 was as easy as taking something out of her pocket. The army formation formed from 1,000,000 soldiers immediately showed signs of collapsing after losing the corpse generals as their leader. Good. The cultivators were greatly energized and cheered. She had single-handedly turned the seemingly hopeless situation around in an instant. This feeling was like rising from hell to heaven. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and thought to himself, as expected of the woman I've set my eyes on. Yenying, your atmospheric winds are becoming sharper and sharper. With a hearty laugh, the clouds surged and a square protruded. A huge seal descended from the sky like a mountain, crushing down on the sea of corpses and directly crushing the 10,000 corpse soldiers to pieces, even sending 100,000 flying. The Marquis of Rui stood on the serpent dragon at the top of the seal of mountains and rivers and looked at Gu Yenying. He did not hide his admiration at all. Even if he used the seal of mountains and rivers, he did not have the slightest confidence in killing 100 corpse generals in a single stroke. If it were not for her startling speed, if it were not for the unstoppable atmospheric winds, he would have to endure the combined attack of 1,000,000 soldiers. Let alone golden core cultivators, even cultivators at higher realms of cultivation would have to consider it carefully. The seal of mountains and rivers flew up and returned to the Marquis of Rui's hand, turning back into a tiny seal. 4 large words, forever suppressing the lands and rivers, appeared on the ground while 2 smaller words, Rui, appeared in the corner. Although they were small words, every single one of them was the size of a square. They were as dignified as they could be. Gu Yenying smiled and stowed her fan away, making her way over to the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. The Gate of Hungry Ghosts no longer spurted out zombies. With her hands behind her back, she bent over and lowered her head, gazing into the Gate of Hungry Ghosts leisurely. Li Qingshan said, "Be careful." However, he discovered several voices rang out at the same time. One of them was the Marquis of Rui. The huge, withered hand suddenly extended out of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts like a serpent emerging from the sea. It spread its fingers and reached towards her. It was even swifter and more forceful than when it grabbed Li Qingshan back then. Gu Yenying pulled back in a hurry. Her black sleeves fluttered forward, but her leisurely expression remained the same. The huge, withered hand extended its entire arm, advancing and retreating. It was only inches away from her. Corpse chi coiled around the fingers, turning into a vortex that produced a powerful suction. Gu Yenying paused. She was about to be grabbed by the huge, withered hand. The seal of mountains and rivers descended from above, slamming down loudly. A streak of black light shot out from the side like a dragon, crossing the horizon and biting towards the wrist of the huge, withered hand. Gu Yenying wielded her jade folding fan and stabbed forward. The atmospheric winds coiled around it like a drill. Boom! The seal of mountains and rivers slammed the huge, withered hand into the ground viciously. Han Angwa's figure appeared, and he stabbed his spear into the wrist. The atmospheric winds pierced through the corpse cloud vortex and stabbed into the palm. The fingers of the huge, withered hand suddenly closed, but Gu Yenying had already pulled back. She was completely unscathed. The 3 pillars of the Rui commandery had worked together to teach the huge, withered hand a lesson. Even the hungry ghost realm struggled to suppress their strength. The Marquis of Rui's seal of mountains and rivers relied on the power of belief. Han Angwa, on the other hand, relied on his powerful body. And Gu Yenying's atmospheric winds were the same as the underground magnetic field. They were both extremely special existences. The huge, withered hand missed. It swung up violently and knocked away the seal of mountains and rivers, shrinking back into the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. The 3 of them retreated from the range of the huge, withered hand. Just now they had only caught the huge, withered hand off guard. Even their combined attack had failed to heavily injure a measly arm. Although they were the best of the best among second heavenly tribulation cultivators, they were still quite a distance away if they truly clashed with this corpse king. They formed a triangle surrounding the gate of hungry ghosts. Gu Yenying said, "Her Highness the Dark Queen will be here very soon." The three of them were originally in the commandery city of Rui, waiting to receive the Dark Queen. Never did they think something like this would happen, so they rushed over immediately. They obviously contacted the Dark Queen as well. That's good then. Han Onghua nodded. The Marquis of Rui stopped worrying too. Logically speaking, the Dark Queen had reached the peak of the second heavenly tribulation a long time ago, but due to some unforeseen circumstances she had been unable to break through and reach the realm of King. So why did the three of them place such great trust in her? It was all because the Umbraline sect was renowned for their arts of controlling ghosts, so they were closely connected to the hungry ghost realm. It was said that the sect possessed a controllable gate of hungry ghosts, especially for their disciples to undergo trials and cultivate. This was not strange. The 6 realms of Sastra had always been omnipresent. It was just like how the school of legalism used the power of the Naraka realm to cultivate, practicing techniques like the Hell of Ice. The school of the military would also use the Azura realm that ruled over Bingsha. Gu Yenying could not help but think of a legend that had spread extremely widely among the upper echelon of the cultivation community of the Green Province. If the Umbraline sect faced destruction, they would open the gate of hungry ghosts to the limit regardless of the cost. No one would be able to seal it away. They would make countless corpse kings and ghost kings swarm into the 9 provinces, turning the world of the 9 provinces into a part of the hungry ghost realm. As it seemed now, it was very likely for the legend to be true. And the Umbraline sect had probably purposefully spread this legend as the greatest form of deterrence. After the founding of Great Xia, as an age when the righteous path prospered and the demonic path died out, it was not without reason that the Umbraline sect, once the greatest demonic sect of the Green Province, was able to survive and prosper. Most importantly, this deterrence was definitely not a mad attempt at mutual destruction. According to the cultivation methods of the Umbraline sect, even if the hungry ghost realm truly descended, the disciples of the Umbraline sect would still be able to survive. As for the other cultivators, they would have to die first. Thinking up to there, Gu Yenying shifted her gaze and looked at Li Qingshan again. The Dark Queen's visit this time is closely related to this kid, and she's even brought an old acquaintance with her. Just why is it? Don't tell me it really has something to do with that? Li Qingshan looked back and met her gaze. Gu Yenying had already looked away with a smile. He lowered his head, but he was rather unsettled inside. When he heard the 2 words Dark Queen from afar, his heart trembled. When he heard the 2 words Dark Queen from afar, he immediately thought of the endless wind and snow on the ice-sword cliff. When he heard the 2 words Dark Queen from afar, there was also the cat that was delicate and graceful but had somehow become his master. I wonder if Xianyue will come? Unbeknownst to Li Qingshan, 5 kilometers away, Little An's expression changed as well as he hid in the mountains and rivers. He murmured, "The Dark Queen? The Dark Queen? The Dark Queen." The Legends of the Great Sage 8 Free reading of the Legends of the Great Sage Chapter 8. The 3 pillars had been updated. Chapter 546. Boom, 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 boom. The mountainous seal of mountains and rivers flew high into the air before falling loudly. The ground shook and the hills collapsed. Wherever it passed by, the corpse soldiers were all crushed to death and sent flying. All that could be seen were huge words. Having lost the commander of the corpse generals, the 1,000,000-strong army immediately fell into disarray. In the blink of an eye, most of them had been wiped out. Holding off an army of 1,000,000 with his own strength was extraordinarily domineering, let alone witnessing it with his own eyes. Before a beauty, the Marquis of Rui obviously had to put on a good performance. If she were a regular woman, she would definitely be enchanted by such an earth-shaking technique. Strength had always been a man's greatest charm. Gu Yenying watched on with a smile. She said nothing. She held a copper coin in her hand, which was hidden in her sleeves. She tossed and turned it between her slender fingers as she tried to perform a divination. She was slightly surprised inside. According to the divination, the situation seemed to be becoming more and more dangerous. At the same time, Li Qingshan also sensed the warning signs rapidly rise, gradually approaching the edge of danger. Strange. The 1,000,000-strong army has been annihilated, and the huge, withered hand has been forced back into the hungry ghost realm. It hasn't sent out any more soldiers either. All I have to do is wait until the Dark Queen arrives and seals up the gate of hungry ghosts, and wouldn't everything be fine? There must be something else going on. Gu Yening looked back and gazed into the distance. A luxurious carriage sped through the horizon. The 4 tall, fine horses that pulled the carriage were all half-transparent. Their manes danced like rain, graceful and silent, swift and agile. The curtains of the carriage were lifted, revealing a noble, cold face, gazing in the direction of Burial Mound Mountain. A cat's head stuck out from the side, also looking over. The Dark Queen frowned slightly. She had never expected it to open to such a degree in such a short amount of time. The rate at which the 6 realms of Sastra devoured the various worlds was accelerating. The Dark Queen saw what the Marquis of Rui was doing, and her expression changed slightly. Oh no. Several million corpse soldiers. Hundreds of corpse generals had died in battle in this hilly region. Even though they had been killed, they were still alive. Although they had been slain, the corpse chi in their bodies had dispersed into the surroundings, enveloping them in a thick, black mist. The land littered with corpses. It was strikingly similar to the situation in the hungry ghost realm that Li Qingshan saw. The gloomy clouds and ghastly fog that filled the sky suddenly began to retract, surging into the gate of hungry ghosts at a speed even faster than when it had erupted. The wind surged and the world was clear and bright. Lu Zhangqing and the rest of the cultivators all revealed relaxed expressions. It seemed like the Corpse King had no choice but to give up. Li Qingshan and Hua Sengzan looked at each other in shock. They had seen it with their own eyes. How did the gate of hungry ghosts open? First, it sucked in all the yin qi and corpse qi on Burial Mound Mountain. This was definitely not giving up, but a sign of an even more violent eruption. Be careful. The earth trembled as if it was an ancient fiend god. He wanted to wake up from his slumber and destroy this world. Li Qingshan suddenly had a realization. Perhaps all of this was part of the Corpse King's plan. Millions of corpse soldiers and hundreds of corpse generals. They were all victims. The trembling suddenly subsided. The gate of hungry ghosts suddenly expanded tenfold, but it was completely silent, giving off an awkward feeling of dislocation. The world instantly darkened. Li Qingshan blinked. He saw the black fog surge in all directions like a flood, expanding 50 kilometers in the blink of an eye. In the center of the darkness, a crystal coffin flew high into the air. The sparkling and translucent crystal coffin, under the sunlight, emitted a rainbow of colors. A beautiful girl in purple was sleeping quietly. Her eyelashes trembled and she suddenly opened her eyes. A crack appeared on the crystal coffin. It rapidly spread and covered the entire crystal coffin. Ping! There was a crisp sound like a glass falling to the ground. The crystal coffin turned into white dust and scattered. Ma Chaochuan crawled out of the pit. His entire body had been corroded by corpse qi. His flesh was shriveled and he looked like an old man. He extended his hands towards the sky, hot tears welling up in his eyes. Ma Chaochuan, I've done what I promised you. A thunderous voice erupted from the pit. Yes, thank you, sir. Do you see it? Yushu Kuang. Ah. Ma Chaochuan extended his hands towards the sky like a madman. He staggered and fell backwards into the deep, vast gate of hungry ghosts. He felt like his soul was leaving his body strand by strand. When the gate of hungry ghosts erupted, he was situated on the border between the hungry ghost realm and the 9 provinces. Although the Corpse King had purposefully protected him, his strength was just too low. The aura of death had already invaded his body deeply, severing his final sliver of life. He had only been holding on through a will. Now that he had achieved this will, he immediately reached the end of his life. He stared at the horizon. Under the sunlight, the graceful figure seemed to be covered in a halo, gradually blurring. I'm sorry. Had she really revived? Would she still be the same after reviving? Ma Chaochuan did not think about it. He did not dare to think about it. Perhaps all of his hard work and his final goal was not to spend the night with her again or form a relationship with her, but to say those 3 words to her. Darkness enveloped everything. Lowered her head and gazed at the gate of hungry ghosts. The figure had already vanished into the darkness. She clutched her chest, which ached slightly. A shadow loomed over her head. The seal of mountains and rivers pressed down like a mountain. Gu Yening frowned. The female zombie that had just revived actually made her feel rather dangerous. With a swish, she unfurled her jade folding fan, and invisible atmospheric winds flew out, cutting and ripping through everything. Han Ongwa's figure was as graceful as a dragon, rushing into the air and pointing his spear at Zhu. With the three of them working together, even the Corpse King had suffered. Zur raised her head, and only the whites of her eyes remained. She threw a punch at the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. Compared to the colossal Seal of Mountains and Rivers, her slender arm was basically a living example of the idiom, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Marquis of Rui bellowed out, "Die!" Boom. Ripples of light surged into the surroundings, and the Seal of Mountains and Rivers flew back. The Marquis of Rui's face was filled with disbelief. His chest suddenly ached and his throat tasted sweet. He pulled the Seal of Mountains and Rivers back into his hand, only to see a tiny dent at the bottom. At a closer glance, it was clearly the imprint of a fist. The power of Zir's punch was actually unbelievably great. After throwing the punch, she used the recoil to fly downwards. Suddenly, she tilted her body backwards, like she had snapped in half. A few atmospheric winds brushed past her ears. Then she reached behind her and grabbed a spear. At the same time, she turned around and took Hanangul with her, dodging the tip of the spear. This series of movements was very stiff, completely ignoring inertia. It seemed extremely abrupt, but it was extremely ingenious. Li Qingshan noticed that a strand of black smoke had extended out of Ziz's back before he knew it, reaching into the depths of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. The Corpse King definitely did not just help Ma Chaochuan revive his lover out of kindness. Instead, he was using her as a puppet. Gu Yenying and the others were basically clashing with the Corpse King. In terms of pure strength, Zi did not possess the strength to overwhelm any one of them, but breaking free from the restraints of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts allowed her to unleash all of her skills in battle. Sever the black smoke behind her. A noble woman descended from above, extending her hand and grabbing from afar. Behind her, a huge, mountainous ghost vaguely appeared. It extended a huge, spectral hand and whistled over. Its target was the black smoke, vaguely possessing the bearing of the Corpse King's withered hand. So this is Xuanyue's master, the Dark Queen. She really is powerful. Li Qingshan sighed inside. He discovered they were both second Heavenly Tribulation Golden Core cultivators, but the difference in strength was worlds apart. Just this move alone was enough for even 10 Wen Zhengmings to not be her opponent. The moment the Dark Queen appeared, Little and became stunned. Before he knew it, he emerged from his hiding place and stared at the figure in the sky. Memories surged like the tide, lashing against the frozen ocean. The surface of the ice cracked. Ever since she started practicing the path of white bone and great beauty, it had never caused such ripples for anyone apart from Li Qingshan. She crouched down while clutching her head. She felt a wave of pain that she had not experienced in a very long time. She felt like her head was about to split open. So familiar. Who is she? I clearly know, however little and did not give off any aura, and the region was enveloped by the black mist, so no one noticed her existence. Zir's figure suddenly descended. It did not feel like she was flying, but being dragged downwards, avoiding the spectral hand. The Dark Queen's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly turned around and gazed into the distance. There seemed to be something there, but it was shrouded by the black smoke, preventing her from seeing it clearly. In the midst of battle, she was unable to investigate it in time. After a moment of distraction, she turned around again and looked at Zir. She understood the most that opening the Gate of Hungry Ghosts to the point where Corpse Kings could enter was anything but easy. This had already touched upon the laws of this world, so it was subjected to many restrictions. In the past, there were plenty of lawless demonic sects, but only the Umberline sect could threaten the Gate of Hungry Ghosts with the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. As long as the king could not enter, they would not be able to shake the foundations of the 9 provinces. No matter how many corpse soldiers, corpse generals, or even corpse commanders they sent out, they would struggle to avoid the fate of being destroyed. However, if the Corpse King moved its body towards the outside, it would block up the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. The corpse soldiers and corpse commanders under its command would not be able to enter, so defeat would still be certain if the battle dragged on for too long. The Corpse King had nurtured this corpse carefully as a puppet, before using a sliver of its aura to control it. Not only did it leave an opening for the corpses to enter, but it could also command the corpses. It was basically killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If she could not kill this puppet as soon as possible, then it would be troublesome. With a flash, Gu Yenying caught up, swinging her fan at the strand of black smoke. A vicious corpse beast with a pair of wings on its back lunged out of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. With a trail of black smoke, it carried Zir on its back and bit down viciously on Gu Yenying. A corpse commander. Gu Yenying's heart shivered and she pulled back. In the black mist, Another man in mourning clothes and wielding a mourning staff strode out of the gate of hungry ghosts. Apart from his pale face, he seemed no different from a living person, but the aura he gave off made everyone present shiver. The corpse commander had finally appeared. The man looked around and his expression suddenly underwent a startling change. His eyebrows furrowed and his mouth opened slightly, making an expression of extreme human sorrow. He began bawling loudly. "You've all died so miserably." The sound of sobbing was like an awl in the ear, making people's brains ache. Sorrow welled up from within, tempting them to end their lives immediately. The giant corpse commander riled up and slowly raised the seal of mountains and rivers. He had actually defeated the seal of mountains and rivers in a contest of strength. Even the current Li Qingshan was unable to achieve that. Another dozen or so streaks of golden light flew over from the horizon. Under the Marquis of Rui's urgent summons, most of the golden core cultivators of the Rui Commandery had rushed over. Although the sect masters and elders of the sects were not under the Marquis of Rui's orders, they were all people of the Demon Slayer. The Sword Collection Palace received the news and immediately ordered them to provide support. On the human cultivators' side, their forces flourished. However, the Dark Queen's heart sank, as powerful auras leapt out from the gate of hungry ghosts one by one. They varied in shape and half of them were not humanoid. They belonged to the various races of the 6 realms, but they had all joined the ranks of the dead now. They were born with the various differences of race, yet they could instead fight alongside each other in death. It was quite an irony. Any single one of them would only be stronger than the golden core cultivators who had come to provide support. They would never be weaker than them. There was not a single corpse ghost that had been refined from the endless devouring and battle of the hungry ghost realm that was not adept at fighting and killing. As for golden core cultivators, no matter how many techniques they possessed, they would all be restricted in this region. The result of several millennia of peace was that once cultivators reached golden core, they would rarely even have the opportunity to engage in battle with others. Only large sects like the 3 major sects could use all kinds of methods to maintain a high degree of killing to temper their disciples. And these corpse commanders could even gather the power of corpse soldiers and corpse generals, which made them even more terrifyingly powerful. The gate of hungry ghosts was equivalent to a gate. If a corpse commander could pass through, it meant even more corpse commanders could pass through. A golden core cultivator might be extremely precious and rare in the world of the 9 provinces, but there were basically countless corpse commanders in the hungry ghost realm. The 9 provinces were vast, but compared to any one of the 6 realms of Sasra, it was like comparing a pond to the ocean. Once the two were connected, a single ripple in the ocean could overturn a pond. If they could not seal the gate of hungry ghosts in time, the consequences would be unthinkable. A great battle was on the verge of erupting. To everyone's surprise, it was not between humans and demons, but between the living and the dead. The Dark Queen hesitated. With so many golden core cultivators working together, if she went to seal the gate of hungry ghosts right now, she still had some confidence in sealing it up. However, there was really no need for her to take such a risk with her status. The Umbraline sect had never been a righteous sect that considered the rise and fall of the world as their responsibility. That was not why she had come to the Clear River Prefecture either. As a result, she no longer hesitated. She only called out to Gu Yenying before turning around and flying off into the distance, expressing that she had completely given up on sealing the gate of hungry ghosts. The other golden core cultivators who had just arrived all stopped as well. They had no idea what to do for a moment. Gu Yenying sighed gently and also prepared to retreat. She had already reached her limit by contending against a corpse king of the hungry ghost realm. Everything else would depend on the reactions of the kings of the Green Province. It's not like I'm the master of this world. Her thoughts were exactly the same as Li Qingshan's. Hanangua also began to retreat as he fought. The Marquis of Rui pulled back the seal of mountains and rivers, only to see that the light of the seal of mountains and rivers had weakened drastically. A lot of the power of belief had been depleted, and many dark marks had appeared on it from the corrosion of the corpse chi. At the same time, the colossal corpse beast at the level of a corpse commander crouched before the gate of hungry ghosts like a mountain. Zir stood on its head, staring straight ahead proudly. She seemed like a sovereign that had descended upon the world. In the blink of an eye, the corpse commanders protecting him had already surpassed 10. Gu Yenying and the others no longer posed any threat to him. If these golden core cultivators were bold enough to approach him, only death would await them. Beneath her feet, the corpse soldiers surged out like the tide. Under the lead of the corpse generals, they fell into various formations, before assembling into large armies under the corpse commander's command. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 corpse soldiers had gathered once again. The army was even more majestic than before. Under her command, a power that could turn something rotten into something wondrous appeared. The 1,000,000-strong army began to move, their formations changing as corpse chi surged into the air. They were like vicious beasts devouring everything. The power of the corpse soldiers gathered on the corpse generals, while the power of the corpse generals gathered on the corpse commanders. In the end, all of this power gathered on him. As a corpse king, organizing a battle like this had become a common occurrence in the Hungry Ghost realm a long time ago. The opponent this time was pitifully weak. However, he knew that the experts of this world had yet to take action. Perhaps they were hurrying over, or perhaps they were still observing. But without a doubt, this was the best opportunity. Zir spread her arms and gently parted her vermilion lips. She said with a dry, hoarse voice, "All of you stay here." She raised her hands high into the air, holding up a glass-like eyeball. It was devoid of light, and the space rippled like water. Don't tell me that's the eyeball of a space-devouring beast? I've only heard about it before. How did he obtain it? No wonder he's so bold. The Dark Queen's expression changed, immediately speeding up. She was afraid to remain for even a moment longer. The other Golden Core cultivators reacted quickly either. 2 of them even took out escape talismans that could allow them to travel thousands of kilometers away. But all of this was too late. The speed at which the ripples rippled was indescribable. Compared to it, the actions of the cultivators seemed like they had come to a standstill. The gate of hungry ghosts twisted and suddenly widened like a great mouth, taking a vicious bite out of the world of the 9 provinces. By the time everyone returned to their senses, they discovered that the world had already changed. The sky had completely turned into the deathly gray of the hungry ghost realm. Chilly winds whistled and gloomy clouds filled the air. White bones littered the ground. Black blood flowed in the rivers. With Burial Mound Mountain as the center, a range of several hundred kilometers began to overlap with the hungry ghost realm. Although it had not been completely digested, it was only a matter of time. No matter how powerful an escape talisman was, it could not directly break through the domain. Zir finally couldn't help but laugh wildly. In this way, even if someone from this world who had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations came, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He closed his eyes again, revealing an incomparably joyful and comfortable expression. The omnipresent oppression and restrictions from this world had all disappeared. At the same time, his actions received the approval of the will of the hungry ghost realm. He could feel the roiling death energy gathering towards him. The cultivation of his main body that remained in the hungry ghost realm had become even stronger. If he could completely devour this world and kill all the living beings in it, he would be able to advance from Corpse King to Corpse Emperor or even higher realms. This eyeball of the void-devouring beast that he had obtained by chance had not been wasted. Also, he had searched for a suitable world for it. And all the effort he had spent was compensated. Now, all he had to do was wait for the hungry ghost realm to completely digest this space and use it as a foundation to expand into the surroundings. But before that, he would first kill these cultivators. Aside from devouring other worlds, killing powerful living beings was the best sacrifice to the hungry ghost realm. Little N. A translucent black screen blocked in front of him, forming a clear boundary. One side was life and the other was death. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan stepped towards the side of death. Qingshan. Wasungzan grabbed him tightly. Death is easy, but resurrection is difficult. Chapter 548. It was extremely easy for the living to die. It was extremely difficult for the dead to come back to life. The space devoured by the hungry ghost realm was exactly such a situation. Li Qingshan smiled and broke free from Wasungzan, leaping into the dark world of death. Looking back, the mist enveloped Wasungzan. He could not even sense the aura of the outside world. As his hair drifted, it turned scarlet red. North Moon appeared, staring over with his scarlet eyes. He and Little N possessed a communication spiritual artifact, which was why they could sense each other's location. Now that they were under the influence of the hungry ghost realm, they could not sense each other at all. Why hasn't Little N retreated? As he wondered, the black mist before him suddenly surged and the ground trembled slightly. A corpse general riding on a corpse horse rushed out with close to 10,000 corpse soldiers behind him. His entire body was shrouded in corpse qi, making it almost impossible to see his appearance. Only a pair of green eyes flickered with a bone-deep hatred for the living as he raised the war hammer in his hand high into the air. Corpse qi condensed, turning into a huge black warhammer that smashed down. Soil and rock were thrown into the air, and a great pit appeared in the ground. However, Li Qingshan had already vanished. The corpse general was taken aback. Suddenly he raised his head, only to see a colossal figure descend from above, throwing a punch. The surging corpse qi condensed into a huge black shield in front of him. Li Qingshan smiled viciously. His fist landed on the shield, and the corpse qi shook violently and dispersed. He followed up with a punch, reducing the corpse general and his horse to mincemeat. Someone else has come in? It's that half-demon. If this person turns into a zombie, he'll definitely be extremely powerful. However, he seems to possess some power. It's repelling the aura of death. Zier stood in the center of this land of death, surveying the space that spanned hundreds of kilometers. Her mind raced, and she decided to kill the second heavenly tribulation cultivators first, especially the woman who could control ghost spirits. The Dark Queen's face was completely sunken. No fewer than 5 corpse commanders surrounded her from all directions. If it were only 5 corpse commanders, she would not be afraid. However, they had 1,000,000 corpse soldiers behind them. Not only did they possess tremendous power when they struck, but their corpse qi was endless too. Master, Master. A familiar voice came faintly from the fog. How did she get in? The Dark Queen's expression changed and her mind wavered. All of a sudden, the surrounding corpse qi was monstrous like raging waves. It swept down. 6 corpse commanders of different appearances and races. Along with the corpse qi that filled the sky, they attacked together. He had sealed off all of her room to dodge and was ready to kill her. The Dark Queen raised her hand, and the huge ghost appeared. A petite dark green figure called out loudly while moving forward in the thick fog. Where did Master go? He's not in danger, is he? Xianyue frowned. The cat's ears suddenly trembled and its hair stood on end. He turned around and bared his teeth. Rumble. There was a thunderous rumble and the stones on the ground shook. Under the lead of 7 corpse generals, 100,000 corpse soldiers swept over with an overwhelming momentum. The corpse qi condensed above the army, forming a pouncing black monster. Let alone a demon general, even a demon commander would find it difficult to face them head-on. With a flash of light, she vanished from where she was. She had used shadow displacement, but she only managed to move 300 meters away. She failed to escape the attacks of the corpse army. In this domain, innate abilities were no longer as useful. She clenched her fist firmly and retreated step by step, turning around and fleeing. Very soon she arrived at the edge of the domain. She raised her foot, but she was unable to take a step out. Inside and outside the domain was a colossal chasm that could not be seen with the naked eye, dividing the boundary between life and death. Death was easy, but resurrection was difficult. She turned around. Her large eyes were filled with anxiety as she muttered, No, I have to think of something, but what can I do here? Master, I'm going to die for you. Although I've always wanted to flee, I haven't let you down. Damn Big Black, I'm going to die for you. I've always wanted to flee, but I haven't let you down. Damn Big Black, I'm going to die for you too. You've let me down greatly. The army surged over like the tide, suffocating her. Xianyue closed her eyes and one final thought flashed through her mind, I wonder if I can come back to life if I die in a strange place like this? The pain she imagined did not come. When she opened her eyes, she saw a bright crimson. In this gray world, it was so bright and eye-catching. A figure stood before her, tall and straight, his crimson hair flying in the wind. Although he did not appear particularly muscular, he had a lofty and unshakable spirit. He knelt on one knee, his arm striking the ground lightly but powerfully. Xianyue called out, Idiot, it's already too late to kneel and beg for mercy. Li Qingshan's expression froze, and he glared back at her in annoyance. You still dare to glare at me? Xianyue was suddenly speechless. Cracks spread out from his fist. The stable ground suddenly turned into a frenzied beast, shaking violently. The densely packed corpse soldiers were like lice on the back of the beast, sent flying. Tens of thousands of corpse soldiers blotted out the sky, and the formation was broken. The 7 leading corpse generals swayed left and right, their minds trembling. The phoenix feather robe fluttered, and Li Qingshan turned into a streak of crimson light. He attacked 7 times, destroying all the corpse generals. He circled around and flew towards Xianyue. Who are you? What are you doing? Xianyue felt her body lighten as she was picked up and flown into the sky. His cool crimson hair tickled her face. Her eyes lit up, and she reached out to touch the pair of curved horns on Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan smiled and let her touch him. As she caressed him, the two words North Moon were very clear. Xianyue gradually revealed an expression of disbelief. You're Big Black. Li Qingshan looked at the spirited girl in his arms, who looked no different from before, looking at him in surprise. He could not help but laugh. I've done you wrong. I'll say it again, you are not my master. Xianyue struggled. How can Big Black be so beautiful? This meow is so strong. You must be pretending. Li Qingshan said, if you keep moving around, I'll toss you off. Xianyue glanced down. Below was the boundless sea of corpses, so she immediately stopped moving. She blinked her eyes and came to a realization. You really are Big Black. Why do you say that? You're rotten to the core. Li Qingshan resisted the urge to toss her off. The wind whistled beside him and a white figure flew alongside them. He waved his hand leisurely and greeted them. Long time no see, the two of you. Can you stay a little further away from us? Li Qingshan glanced backwards. At the very least there were 3 corpse commanders tailing him. They were all speedy flying corpse beasts. Once he caught up to them, it would be extremely difficult to shake them off. Don't be so formal. Gu Yenying smiled. Who's being formal with you? You're still my pursuer after all. Help me out. Gu Yenying even extended a hand and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. She did not care whether he agreed to it or not, suddenly flying backwards. Li Qingshan exhaled and flew in the opposite direction. With an arc, he casually tossed Xianyue high into the air, forming a pincer attack with Gu Yenying as they approached the 3 corpse commanders. Xuanyue's scream rang out in the air. Big Black, you traitor. Gu Yenying raised her right hand backwards, and her jade folding fan unfurled with a swish. Sharp atmospheric winds wrapped around it, and she swung it forwards again, whistling through the air. With a thought, the phoenix wings on Li Qingshan's back suddenly burst into flames. The wind helped the flames burn, reaching several dozen meters wide and filling the sky with red light. What's that? Suddenly raised her head. The 3 corpse commanders had already experienced the power of Gu Yenying's atmospheric winds, so they dared not take it on forcefully. They all dodged, but the atmospheric winds brushed past them. Even with the layers of corpse chi protecting them, the atmospheric winds still cut through them easily like a knife through butter. Suddenly they looked back and even their faces had been dyed red. A pair of flaming wings flapped towards them, blanketing the surroundings. None of the 3 corpse commanders cared. In this space, apart from attacks like atmospheric winds, no innate abilities or techniques could threaten them. Coupled with the million-strong army backing them up and the corpse chi protecting them, it was even more so for them to fear nothing. With a hiss, the thick corpse chi melted like butter. The phoenix wings slammed into the corpse commanders viciously, sending sparks flying. Their indestructible bodies that had cultivated for 1,000 years suddenly began to burn, melting away like corpse chi. How is this possible? What kind of fire is this? Cries rang out. Even Li Qingshan was slightly surprised by how effective this move was. Originally, he planned on wearing down their protective corpse chi before engaging them in close combat, creating an opportunity for Gu Yenying to kill them in a single strike with the atmospheric winds. He never thought it would directly burn in, making them cry out from the heat. Whether it was Li Qingshan or Gu Yenying, neither of them would let such a great opportunity slip by. The 2 of them turned around and brushed past each other. In that moment, the tips of their noses almost touched and their eyes met. Gu Yenying seemed to smile as if she was in thought. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat, as if he had returned to the moment when they first met. 2 fierce gusts of wind surged and scraped against each other, whistling past. Gu Yenying swung her jade folding fan, and the head of a corpse commander flew into the air. The flames on its body had yet to extinguish completely. Li Qingshan directly sent a corpse commander flying with him. The wings of fire closed, and he was like a flaming meteor, leaving behind a long tail of light. The corpse commander let out a shrill wail before being incinerated in the flames. All of this was completed while they were flying at high speeds. The 2 of them turned around at the same time, targeting the remaining corpse commander that resembled a strange bird. The strange bird corpse commander reacted the fastest. Just now, when the phoenix wing struck it, it only came in contact with some of the flames because it was in the center, which it extinguished very quickly. By the time it returned to its senses, Its two companions had been killed, leaving it alone. With a sharp cry, it dove down, fleeing towards the sea of corpses. Seeing how she could not catch up, Gu Yanning came to a halt, while Li Qingshan continued his advance. The two of them moved one behind the other. She swung her folding fan, and the fierce wind pushed Li Qingshan away. The wings of wind on her back flapped violently, and the flames burned even more fiercely. She suddenly accelerated, catching up to the strange bird corpse commander immediately. She closed her wings and burned it to death. Pulling up, she flew over the sea of corpses. The firelight illuminated Z's face. Z's eyes narrowed slightly. The flames of the phoenix. Chapter 549. If the hungry ghost realm was a paradise for the dead, then the phoenix was the symbol of eternal life. It used rebirth again and again to defeat death. It was the nemesis of all death. Li Qingshan flew back into the air, only to see Shenyue standing in the air with her hands on her hips, huffing furiously. "Traitor, you're flirting with that bird woman." "Bird woman?" Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He had no idea how to react. Smack. She struck Xuanyue's head with her folding fan. Gu Yanning said, "I'm here." Shenyue clutched her head in pain and bared her teeth at Gu Yanning. Gu Yanning studied the wings on Li Qingshan's back and was rather surprised. A phoenix? As the saying went, all birds revere the phoenix. The phoenix was the emperor of feathers, so she could sense its noble, dignified bearing particularly clearly. "Am I worthy of you?" "I'm the one who's not worthy of you." "It's you, you wretched demon." The Marquis of Rui flew over. He was surrounded by several corpse commanders. Taking advantage of the moment Zhou was distracted, he charged out forcefully. The crown of his hair had been shattered, and his hair was disheveled. He seemed rather disheveled. As soon as he saw a north moon, he flew into a rage. Seeing how he was currently conversing with Gu Yanning and how Gu Yanning's expression became even more gentle for once, he became even more furious. Before Li Qingshan could even say anything, Shenyue leapt up. "Were you calling a wretched demon?" "Why, you're—" The Marquis of Rui recognized the Dark Queen's famed cat. "Go away. I'm talking about the wretched demon behind you. Why don't you just accept your death?" Li Qingshan barked, "So it's you, you bitch. I'll send you to the afterlife right now, North Moon." With a flip of his hand, the Marquis of Rui raised the seal of mountains and rivers. "Die, wretched demon." Gu Yanning did not try to persuade him either. She pointed with her folding fan. "Look below." The two of them could not help but look down, only to see over a dozen corpse commanders eyeing them covetously. Z'er did not send them in pursuit immediately. If they were not speed-type corpse commanders, they would not even be able to touch them. Instead, they would be killed instead. Corpse commanders were different from corpse soldiers. Every single one of them was a great loss. Most importantly, time was on her side. As long as she waited, she would win. Gu Yanning said casually, "I believe that even if it's a corpse king, he won't have more than 100 demon commanders under his command, but before that, we'll probably be the ones to collapse first. And it wouldn't take long. This realm will be completely assimilated by the hungry ghost realm. At that time, we will be able to see the true appearance of that Lord Corpse King. It probably won't be as beautiful as it is now." Corpse King. The Marquis of Rui immediately lost his will to fight. Once the Corpse King actually took action, only death would await him. "You sure are relaxed." Li Qingshan couldn't help but admire Gu Yanning's ability to maintain her composure. There were many people who were fearless of death, but it was rare to see someone who could remain calm in the face of such a life-and-death crisis. "Don't overestimate me. If it's really possible that I might die, I'll die. If I really might die, I probably won't be able to laugh either. If I want to leave right now, I do have a way to leave, but I'll be alone at most. There's nothing you can do." Gu Yanning said through her soul sense. Her voice directly rang out in their ears. She did indeed have a way to break through the realm. She had a way to leave, but she had to do it before the hungry ghost realm completely devoured this realm, or there was nothing she could do. "Then why aren't you leaving?" "It's far too dangerous here." "Yanning, if you have a way, you should leave first." Li Qingshan and the Marquis of Rui said at the same time, glancing at one another. Killing intent surged. "There are many reasons. Time is tight, so I won't go into detail. When this place is about to be completely assimilated by the hungry ghost realm, I will leave. Before that, let's do something together." Gu Yanning explained everything clearly. She was so straightforward that it was displeasing. Unintentionally, she gave off a cold and distant feeling, as if she was talking to a group of people who were about to die. I won't die. I hope all of you can survive. I will work hard for that too. If none of you can survive, then all I can do is say goodbye and live on alone. She could not help but give off a feeling of coldness and heartlessness, but it was also beyond reproach. Li Qingshan thought, perhaps when a person is truly unrestrained and unrestrained, they would display such sharpness and coldness. The Marquis of Rui asked, then what do we do now? Gu Yenying said, first of all, we need Her Majesty the Dark Queen's power to seal the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. If she dies in battle, I'll probably have to take my leave first. Secondly, we need to send Her Majesty the Dark Queen to the Gate of Hungry Ghosts, so we need to concentrate our strength as much as possible. After saving Her Majesty the Dark Queen, we need to save the other fellows as soon as possible so that we can rendezvous for the final battle. This was all communicated through soul sense, so it did not take up much time. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. Their priority right now was still to seal the Hungry Ghost realm and break through this realm. With Little An's abilities, he only needed to lie down in a pile of corpses, and there would be no danger at all. At this moment, there was a flash of golden light in the thick, black mist. The light that radiated in all directions was like stars falling to the ground, growing brighter and brighter. Only afterwards did there be a great rumble, and a wave of air swept over. The Marquis of Rui was alarmed. A golden core cultivator has blown up his golden core. Gu Yenying's eyes lit up. Here's our opportunity. Let's go. A golden core was the crystallization of a cultivator's many years of arduous cultivation. The power of the explosion was extremely startling, blowing away the thick, black mist. The landscape on the ground immediately became clear, but it only made people feel even more terrified. In that moment, Li Qingshan recalled the sight he saw in the Hungry Ghost realm with his soul sense. Before he could think too much about it, Gu Yenying had already flown off. 100 kilometers to the southeast, under the encirclement of 7 or 8 corpse commanders, a huge ghost that stood over 300 meters tall roared furiously. Although it was injured time and time again, it actually managed to block the attacks of the corpse commanders. Li Qingshan was secretly surprised. The Dark Queen was actually so powerful. Not only did these corpse commanders work well together, but they were even using the power of 1,000,000 corpse soldiers and countless corpse generals to fight. If it were him, he probably would not even be able to last a moment. And even if he reverted to his original form, he would only reach up to the knees before the huge ghost. Gu Yenying said in some pity, it's just a pity that Her Highness the Dark Queen has a knot in her heart, so she can't unleash the power of the void-bellied Ghost King. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so troublesome today. Under the encirclement of the corpse commanders, the void-bellied Ghost King rapidly thinned. Suddenly, it opened its huge, bottom-like mouth and sucked in violently. The aura of death surged in and its figure became solid again. With a punch, chilly winds roared. The corpse commanders scattered in all directions, but it killed countless corpse soldiers and corpse generals. Li Qingshan was even more surprised. And this was still called not unleashing its full strength? If it really did unleash its full strength, it probably would even stand a chance against cultivators who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation. Controlling a Ghost King to fight as a Golden Core cultivator was the strength of the Umbraline sect. It was no wonder that it could rival the Sword Collection Palace. The Umbraline sect. Umbraline Ghost Control Technique. Xinhua. Not in her heart. Child, a certain memory fragment hidden in the depths of his mind suddenly surged up. Li Qingshan shook his head. He was unwilling to think too much about it, nor did he have the time to think about it. Zier no longer commanded the overall situation either. She directly led several corpse commanders to block Gu Yenying and the others. She said, I've won. That's not necessarily the case. Li Qingshan studied Zi. She possessed very powerful skills in battle, but her personal strength was only that of a corpse commander. As a matter of fact, she was even slightly weaker than regular corpse commanders. She was not undefeatable. Zier looked at Li Qingshan and said, the bloodline of the Phoenix is indeed rare, but you're far too weak. Otherwise all I could do would be retreat. Li Qingshan's reply was the blazing flames of the Phoenix. Zier raised her hand. Surging corpse chi condensed into a wall. It no longer seemed like an aura, but pitch-black water that constantly squirmed about. The flames of the Phoenix slammed into it and immediately melted away a great pit, but it was unable to pierce through it. The corpse chi squirmed about, filling up the pit in the blink of an eye. The flames of the Phoenix could suppress the aura of death, but if the quality and quantity of corpse chi completely surpassed it, then there was nothing it could do. Killing someone with eternal life will definitely earn me even more rewards from the hungry ghost realm. The black coffin locks the soul. Zir smiled and raised her hand. The black wall suddenly extended outwards. Oh no, let's go. Li Qingshan, Gu Yenying and Gu Yenying flew upwards rapidly. The corpse commanders were already prepared, lunging out of the wall. Li Qingshan flapped his wings and sent a corpse commander flying, setting him alight. The corpse commander immediately retreated into the black wall and extinguished the flames on him. Gu Yenying and the Marquis of Rui had also repelled a corpse commander each, but they both slowed down. Looking around them again, the black wall condensed from corpse chi filled their vision. It was everywhere, forming a black coffin that locked them inside. Clearly, this move had been prepared for a very long time. It was not something that could be broken through so easily. Li Qingshan witnessed the terror of a corpse king. Even though it was only a puppet before him, the techniques he used through the power of his subordinates were still powerful enough. After locking them up, the black coffin rapidly shrank. They were locked in the black coffin, but the corpse commanders could move in and out freely, constantly launching sneak attacks and obstructing them from breaking out of the coffin. The Marquis of Rui swung the seal of mountains and rivers and stopped a corpse commander. He asked in a hurry, "What do we do?" "The plan has failed. I hope Her Highness the Dark Queen can last a little longer." However, Gu Yenying had no confidence in this at all. At the end of the day, how could a last-minute plan compare to a corpse king's many years of planning? She was just doing her best and letting fate take its course. She was close to her limits too. Zir turned around and looked at the Dark Queen before raising her hand again. Corpse chi constantly gathered and condensed, ready to fire. It was like the precursor to the main cannon of the soaring dragon ship's attack. The Dark Queen suddenly looked back and sensed danger. If she could dodge earlier, she would have become rather feeble now that the battle had reached this point. A streak of deathly light pierced through the void-bellied Ghost King silently. The void-bellied Ghost King roared out, and its figure rapidly faded before dispersing in the end, returning to the Dark Queen's shadow. The Dark Queen's forehead became drenched in sweat as she fell to the ground powerlessly. She panted slightly, but her gaze was as cold as before. "Am I actually going to die here today?" Zir waved her hand and the corpse commanders surged over. A long, blood-red banner broke through the layers of corpses and emerged from the ground, wrapping around the Dark Queen like a dragon. "Huh?" Zir frowned slightly. The Dark Queen was surprised and looked around. "Who's helping me?" Chapter 550. No one answered. Only the blood-colored banner surged like the waves of the sea. When one looked into it, they felt that it was boundless. The Dark Queen took out a soybean-sized pill from her Sumeru ring and placed it in her mouth, closing her eyes and resting. Under the layers of corpses, the almost transparent white flames burned quietly in little eye sockets, clearly reflecting the Dark Queen's appearance. The matters of the past that she had forgotten long ago, matters that she was unwilling to recall, forcefully burst through the door, leaving no room for evasion. Her sea of consciousness surged like the ocean. Countless memory fragments were forcefully pieced together, glued together messily. She saw the lofty, magnificent estate, saw the huge statue that gazed at the ocean in the distance, saw the deep valley and saw the Dark Queen. All of these images reflected a child in the end. These were her memories. The child wore a verdant, jade belt around her waist and wore black, luxurious clothes that were embroidered with dragons and snakes. Her face was handsome and her expression was cold. It was unfamiliar yet familiar. Who is she? Who am I? Zil watched as the corpse commanders under her were sucked into the long blood-red banner and vanished. Arcane treasures and arcane artifacts that could create their own space were all extremely powerful. They definitely could not be possessed by regular people. Although the power of the domain they formed was not as powerful as the space devoured by the hungry ghost realm, it would be very difficult to break free if she did not have any countermeasures. "Get out here." Zir formed a seal with her hands and bellowed out. Corpse chi surged, turning into a vicious head that shot off with a long trail of black corpse chi. It targeted the land where the long blood-red banner protruded from, burrowing in viciously. There was a rumble. A semicircular ball of earth suddenly protruded from the ground. A wave of earth spread out in all directions, and the ball of earth shattered soon afterwards, erupting with terrifying power and enveloping the Dark Queen as well. Countless scattered corpses were blown into the air, raining down like a storm. After the explosion, a huge pit that spanned several kilometers was left on the ground. It was empty. The long, blood-red banner had vanished. Even the Dark Queen was nowhere to be seen. Has she been finished off? The arcane artifact should have failed. If frowned. She was actually unable to sense her aura at all. The group of corpse commanders vanished suddenly with the long, blood-red banner. They vanished without a trace. The Dark Queen's presence has vanished. In the giant black coffin, Gu Yanying's expression changed. She let out a faint sigh, looking helpless. Li Qingshan asked curiously, "Really? Can you feel it?" In the seal of this black coffin, he couldn't even use his divine telekinesis to probe the outside world. Could it be that the Golden Core cultivator's divine telekinesis was stronger? However, the Marquis of Rui paled in fright too. Clearly he had only learned about it from Gu Yanying. Sure enough, she had many tricks up her sleeves. That was to be expected. As the only beloved daughter of the guardian eagle deity, her status was probably even higher than that of many of the princesses and princes of the Great Xia dynasty. If not for the fact that the hungry ghost realm had restricted her from using many of her techniques, she would probably be able to clear the area with her talisman alone. But I'm not sure if he's dead yet. Gu Yanying nodded slightly. A copper coin jumped out of his hand and bounced around a few times, but he was unable to divine anything. Li Qingshan asked, "Are you leaving? I'm currently considering whether the two of you want to discuss whether one of you should blow up his golden core or demon core and destroy this black coffin." "Send me off?" The Marquis of Rui's expression became uglier and uglier. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "Don't even think about it. Then forget it. Men really can't be relied on. I still have to rely on myself." Gu Yanying smiled. Suddenly her expression grew stern. "It's coming." Zi'er turned around and raised her arm, enveloping the black coffin. "Let's deal with these few first." She suddenly twisted her arm and the black coffin shrank rapidly. In the end it was only the size of a house. She closed her fingers. Live burial. Among the corpses that had been blasted away by Zir's corpse chi ghost face, an inconspicuous tiny skeleton curled up, hiding in the huge skull left behind by a corpse beast. The blood sea banner was stowed away in its mouth, and the samadhi flames of white bone in its eye sockets had become extremely dim, only leaving behind two empty sockets. Its white bones no longer shone with a glossy luster either. At first glance it seemed no different from a regular corpse. Just who could find a single droplet of water in an ocean? It was just like what Li Qingshan had said. She could just find a pile of corpses and lie down, and she would be as safe as a muddle. The Dark Queen opened her eyes again and gazed at the boundless sea of blood below in shock. All she saw was the corpse commanders that lunged towards her, currently clashing against the sea of blood that constantly lunged over. White skeletons wandered about in the sea of blood. They were not powerful, but they seemed endless, lunging over with each wave. Over 20 huge skulls constantly revolved around in the surroundings, spitting out white flames at them. However, these corpse commanders were all extremely powerful. Even without the assistance of corpse soldiers and corpse generals, they could still charge about in the sea of blood like there was no one there. Even the skeleton demons could not stop them. However, the Dark Queen discovered that they had wrapped themselves in corpse chi, afraid to let even a sliver of the sea of fire and sea of blood touch her. This was no longer just caution but also a form of fear. And their numbers seemed to have decreased by 2 compared to when they surrounded her. As the Dark Queen had expected, the corpse commanders were indeed filled with fear. When they were trapped here earlier, they did not care about the blood and fire at all. Their bodies were extremely tough. Even if flying swords directly stabbed them, they might not even be able to pierce through their skin. And they did not have any weak points. Even if their heads were chopped off and their bodies were cut in half, they would not die. They were even tougher than golden core cultivators who had tempered their bodies for many years like Han Angua. This continued until the fire burned them and the blood stained their bodies. A corpse commander was directly burned to death. His indestructible body was like dry firewood that had encountered fire, incinerating in the blink of an eye. That was not the most horrific part. There was another whose lower body had been melted away by the blood. He shrieked madly and was swallowed by the sea of blood in just a few moments. Their willpower that had been forged like steel in the hungry ghost realm suddenly weakened in the sea of blood. The feeling of despair that they had not experienced in a very long time constantly assaulted them, throwing their minds into a mess. The sea of blood was boundless and there was no turning back. All that awaited them was endless oblivion. It was even more terrifying than living in the hungry ghost realm, even more brutal than the punishments in the hell realm. The Blood Sea banner was still very weak, but it still contained the despair of a bodhisattva. Where is this? Let's work together and kill our way out of here. After a moment of panic, the corpse commanders gradually calmed down. They worked together to disperse the skull prayer beads and stood back to back, observing the surroundings vigilantly. They gathered their corpse chi together and condensed it into a black sphere in the air, constantly expanding. Sure enough, the space twisted and rippled. They could vaguely smell the familiar aura of the hungry ghost realm. The corpse commanders all riled up with vigor. At this moment, the Dark Queen appeared. She had refined the pill. Not only did her aura recover, but even her vigor was roused. It was like she had been resting for 3 days and 3 nights. She did not seem exhausted from the bitter battle at all. It doesn't matter who the helper is. Now is the perfect time to kill these corpse commanders. The Dark Queen's gaze was cold, noble, and composed. A black figure rose up from her shadow, reaching several hundred meters tall in the blink of an eye. It turned into a void-bellied ghost king and slammed down with its hand. The sea of blood surged as the corpse commanders fled in all directions. The black sphere they had condensed after so much difficulty immediately collapsed. The Dark Queen's strength had always been enough to contend against these corpse commanders. Now, not only had the corpse commanders lost 2 of their companions, but they had even lost the support of the corpse army. The sea of blood constantly interfered with and influenced them. When the Dark Queen appeared and destroyed the black sphere, the sense of despair immediately filled their hearts. They felt like it was useless no matter how they resisted, so they were better off giving up now. Although they suppressed this thought very soon through their great willpower, they could not help but react slightly slower. And they had to constantly split their attention to fend off the sense of despair in their hearts, making it impossible for them to unleash their full strength. As a result, the situation reversed. The Dark Queen easily gained the upper hand, suppressing the corpse commanders firmly and slaughtering them until they fled in all directions. She had viciously vented her frustrations. The void-bellied ghost king swung its hand at a corpse commander. A huge shadow loomed over. A sliver of despair appeared in the corpse commander's eyes. He thought, so what if I escape this palm strike? Isn't it just a path to death in the end? No, how can I think like that? Oh no. Distracted, the corpse commander returned to his senses. The huge palm filled his vision, and the wind from it rushed over. It was already too late to dodge. He was sent flying viciously, falling into the sea of blood. The Dark Queen knew this was nowhere near enough to kill a corpse commander. Just when she was about to follow up with another attack, she saw the sea region surge violently. The corpse commander let out a miserable howl, which left her slightly taken aback. She had come into contact with the hungry ghost realm many times, so she knew that the minds and willpower of these zombies were almost numb. No amount of pain could faze them. Even when destruction descended, they would not even feel fear. As a result, basically all techniques that could confuse the mind would struggle to work. Just what kind of terrifying thing can make a corpse commander let out such a miserable howl? As it turned out, while the void-bellied ghost king's palm strike had failed to kill the corpse commander, it had dispersed his protective corpse chi, making him fall into the sea of blood like he had fallen into a pool of sulfuric acid. If the corpse commander immediately mobilized his corpse chi, he could still force the blood away and break free from the sea of blood. However, under the violent corrosion of the blood, great fear and despair spread. His mind was thrown into disarray like a drowning person who could not swim. All he could do was struggle desperately subconsciously, but the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. His body melted into a pool of blood very soon, becoming a part of the sea of blood. Only a skeleton remained, floating above the sea of blood. A group of skeleton demons lunged over and surrounded the skeleton. With a spray of the samadhi flames of white bone, it melted into a ball of liquid very quickly. Before long, another skeleton demon leapt out of the flames, and the number of skeleton demons reached 26, reaching a new bottleneck. Chapter 551. The Legend of the Great Sage. Chapter 14. Free reading of The Legend of the Great Sage. Chapter 14. Say goodbye, burn a big fire, come from. The black coffin exploded loudly, and corpse chi surged out like the tide. Li Qingshan curled up like an infant. The spirit turtle's profound shell rose up in layers, blocking the corpse chi that surged over madly, but it was corroded and penetrated very soon. The first layer of defense shattered, and he wrapped the burning phoenix wings around himself. The flames of the phoenix could suppress corpse chi, but it was still very weak after all. Under the violent explosion it gave way very soon. The wings shattered and the second layer of defense was breached. Fortunately, after breaching the 2 layers of defense, the power of the explosion began to weaken. He used the ox demon forges its hide to forcefully endure it, but most of his demon chi had been depleted. The Marquis of Rui was in a much worse state. Clearly he did not possess a powerful defense like Li Qingshan. His luxurious robes had been blasted to pieces, and even his skin had been dyed black. Clearly he had been poisoned by extremely potent corpse poison. His luxurious robes were official robes specially made for the governors of a region by the Great Xia Empire, passed down through the generations. Just like the seal of mountains and rivers, not only was it a symbol of status, but it also possessed extremely great power. With the protection of the serpent dragon, it was like an indestructible fortress. Now that it had been forcefully blasted to pieces, it could not be repaired at all. His face was sheet white and he felt extremely pained. Only Gu Yenying stood with her arms behind her back as graceful as before. Her charm had not diminished at all, and she seemed completely unscathed. However, there were traces of corrosion near her sleeves. The moment she emerged, she searched for the Dark Queen's traces with her hawk-like gaze, but she was nowhere to be found. Is the Dark Queen dead? 100 kilometers away there was another great rumble. Another golden core cultivator had died in battle. He had blown up his golden core. The violent wind ruffled her clothes and made her hair dance through the air. Gu Yenying calculated silently, according to the aura, another golden core cultivator has died in battle. He just couldn't blow up his golden core in time. The remaining cultivators have probably reached their limits too. If this continues, they'll probably die in battle one after another. And the hungry ghost realm has almost devoured this region completely. Yenying, what should we do? The Marquis of Rui said rather frantically. He didn't care about the damage to his clothes. After all, nothing was more important than his life. For the first time in his life he experienced the terror of death. When Xiaoqun thought of all those luxurious clothes, fine wine, beautiful women, and the path to immortality leaving him, even his teeth started to chatter. Gu Yenying thought, the Marquis of Rui can be regarded as an outstanding person, but he's been sheltered by his ancestors far too much. After all, he's never been tempered by life or death. Normally he can still demonstrate the bearing of a marquis, but when it comes to matters of life and death, he'll be completely helpless. My heart starts to panic. Li Qingshan sneered, what bullshit, Marquis of Rui? You usually strut around, but when the time comes, you become a coward. The Marquis of Rui was furious. Wretched demon, how dare you insult me? Gu Yenying said curiously, you are very calm. Li Qingshan smiled and said, if it really was a life and death crisis, I might not be able to smile. It won't take my life. Afterwards he said to the Marquis of Rui, what do you think? If you give me the Sumuru ring, I'll save your life. Don't even think about it. Do you have a way to get out? Li Qingshan laughed aloud. I do have a way, but when I think about it, it's much more satisfying to take it from your corpse. In the sea of blood, the void-bellied Ghost King grabbed the last corpse commander and submerged it viciously. A while later, the sea of blood cleared up. Which fellow has assisted me? Please come out. The Umbraline sect will definitely thank you handsomely. The Dark Queen stowed the Ghost King away and scanned the surroundings. With such a strange and powerful technique, the visitor must have been anything but ordinary, and they were actually able to suppress these corpse ghosts. If she could recruit them into the Umbraline sect, they would be of great use. The scenery before her changed. The sea of blood vanished, returning to the sky above Burial Mound Mountain. Zier suddenly looked back and frowned. 2 figures appeared, one large and one small, a human and a skeleton facing one another. They had appeared and the corpse commanders had vanished. Had they already killed the corpse commanders? That was impossible. The Dark Queen's eyes widened, reflecting a tiny skeleton. The white bones were shiny and glossy, shining with holy light. White flames burned in its eye sockets. 26 prayer beads wrapped around the slender bone of her left arm, while her right hand held a long blood-red banner that fluttered in the wind. Little and also stared at the beautiful woman before him, only inches away. The Dark Queen extended her hand. An indescribable feeling flowed through her heart. There was no reason, no evidence. Just the moment she saw it, she knew that something so important that had been lost for all these years had appeared before her again. Your Highness, you've come out. The Marquis of Rui was overjoyed. Master, The Elbai, you've grown bigger too. Xianyue, who had been hiding in the sky with the moon concealment the entire time, saw the Dark Queen appear and rushed over in a hurry. Li Qingshan saw little N and stopped worrying. He wanted to say something with a smile, but he thought of something: the Dark Queen. Little N, the profound ghost control technique. South Hub City? Don't tell me? His face suddenly changed. His throat seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, preventing him from saying anything. Gu Yenying glanced at Li Qingshan in surprise. This fearless man also has times when he's afraid. It's because of that little skeleton, which is also that little N. Having learnt Li Qingshan's identity, she could obviously guess that the white skeleton was little N. It was not just Li Qingshan. The Dark Queen's behavior was very strange too. Since when had this cold, aloof woman ever shown an expression like that? In this region that was about to be devoured by the hungry ghost realm, there were 3 people who completely forgot about everything around them, whether victory or defeat, life or death. All that remained was the person before them. It was the ravishing joy of regaining something that had been lost, the lingering struggle, or the fear of losing something. Little N dodged it with a step backwards, and the Dark Queen's hand missed. Little N stared at the Dark Queen and constantly backed away. She murmured inside, "Farewell forever, mother." The familiar yet unfamiliar handsome child overlapped with her before separating again. She turned around resolutely and flew towards Li Qingshan, throwing herself into his arms and hugging him firmly. Li Qingshan smiled from ear to ear, baring his teeth and smiling like a child. He could sense the uneasiness in Little An's heart, so he rubbed her head. "Let's fight." Little An broke free from Li Qingshan's embrace and waved her hand. The 26 skull prayer beads scattered into the sea of corpses. Little An wielded the white bone sword and flew down. "Stop it." Thir sensed great danger and ordered loudly. Several dozen corpse commanders abandoned their respective opponents and rose up, charging towards Little An. Li Qingshan raised his arm and placed it in front of Gu Yenying, who wanted to assist him. "Get the Dark Queen to prepare to seal the gate of hungry ghosts. We're going straight for the root of the problem." What? Gu Yenying was astounded. Was she supposed to fend off several million corpse soldiers alone, as well as so many corpse generals and corpse commanders? The group of corpse commanders charged over with surging corpse chi. Little An swung the Blood Sea banner and they all vanished. The corpse chi they carried with them dispersed too. Although he was unable to kill them, trapping them for a while was not a problem. When the Blood Sea banner was first refined, it was in its weakest state. As it constantly fought and devoured more enemies, the Blood Sea banner became stronger and stronger. After reducing the corpse commanders that surrounded the Dark Queen to blood, the Blood Sea banner became unprecedentedly powerful. These corpse commanders possessed tough bodies and powerful corpse chi, and they could even command corpse generals and corpse soldiers to strengthen themselves. However, their other techniques were rather simple. They did not possess the powerful innate abilities of demons, nor did they possess the varied techniques of human cultivators. Breaking through the Blood Sea banner was very difficult. Little An descended from above. The Blood Sea banner stretched for several hundred meters, dancing about like a blood dragon, silently devouring the sea of corpses. Thousands, tens of thousands, 100,000. The corpse generals and corpse commanders could still resist the invasion of the sea of blood, but the corpse soldiers clearly did not possess that ability. Swept into the sea of blood, they immediately turned into a pool of blood, strengthening the power of the Blood Sea banner. The remaining skeletons swam about in the sea of blood, far more powerful than the skeletons of the mortals in the beginning. The sea of blood contained a sea of bones that constantly lunged towards the corpse commanders. The skeleton demons that had been blown away did not stand around idly either. They all opened their huge, vicious mouths filled with sharp teeth and spat out surging flames. Several thousand corpse generals led an army of several million in an encirclement towards the skeleton demons. They all fell into battle formations as corpse chi condensed into vicious monsters in the air. Terrifying weapons fell towards the skeleton demons. The corpse chi on corpse soldiers was much thinner in the first place. The corpse generals had gathered the corpse chi on the corpse soldiers and turned it into various attacks, depriving the corpse soldiers of their final layer of protection. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever the samadhi flames of white bone passed by, it was like sparks landing in a pot of oil. Great flames surged into the air and rapidly spread. In the blink of an eye, it had become a prairie fire. The corpse soldiers began to burn in the samadhi flames of white bone, becoming a part of the flames and fueling them. The samadhi flames of white bone turned into huge fiery clouds that swirled in the air. They were like giant beasts that were constantly changing forms, spitting out thousands of tongues of flame that licked at the sea of corpses on the ground. Having lost their subordinates, the corpse generals could only circulate their corpse chi and endure bitterly in the sea of flames. However, they could only last a little longer in the sea of flames. Under the fierce burning of the samadhi flames of white bone, the protective corpse chi very quickly shattered, breaking apart and burning into many torches. The entire world was burning. What a great fire! Li Qingshan praised loudly. Meanwhile, the others were all speechless. The light of the flames flickered on their faces. Gu Yenying frowned deeply. What kind of fire is this? How come I've never heard of it before? And it's so powerful. She believed herself to be very knowledgeable. This was a fire that even she had never heard of. This fortuitous encounter was truly unfathomable. White fire. Zier widened her eyes. These flames actually caused even her to feel a faint sense of fear. She suddenly recalled an extremely widespread rumor in the hungry ghost realm. A long time ago, a white sacred fire had once descended from the sky and incinerated everything. Although the flames had been forced out of the hungry ghost realm in the end, not only had countless corpse kings and ghost kings been reduced to ashes in the great calamity of the hungry ghost realm, even more powerful existences that even he could not hope to reach, had perished within. It was said that when this white sacred fire descended once more, it would be the time of the hungry ghost realm's destruction. The Legend of the Great Sage 14. The Legend of the Great Sage is free. Chapter 552. Whitey is so powerful. Xianyue murmured. It had only been a few years, but Blackie and Whitey had become so powerful. The Dark Queen extended her hand in vain. Her mind was a mess. Did I make a mistake? Could it be that the throbbing in my heart was just an illusion? If it wasn't her, why would she save me? If it's really her, why doesn't she acknowledge me? Why doesn't she call me mother? Does she still hate me? A trace of confusion and sorrow appeared in the depths of the cold and noble princess's eyes. Only when the fire reached the sky did they come back to their senses. They saw a white figure flying freely above the sea of corpses, waving the blood-colored banner, sweeping everything before him. This was her current strength. The Marquis of Rui shuddered inside. How can I defeat an opponent like that? Even if I mobilize all the cultivators of the Rui Commandery, can I succeed? Actually, the Samadhi flames of white bone were only extremely effective against corpses and ghouls. Against cultivators, especially golden core cultivators, it was not necessarily that powerful. However, the Marquis of Rui had experienced life and death constantly, so his mind had already become a mess. He had been viciously frightened. As for the other golden core cultivators, they didn't even have the time to rejoice at surviving the calamity. Looking at this terrifying scene that seemed like the end of the world, all of them were dumbfounded. The flames did not differentiate between friend or foe. They also had to circulate their spiritual chi to protect themselves. A golden core cultivator had already reached the end of his rope under the encirclement of the corpse commanders, almost blowing up his golden core. When the Samadhi flames of white bone touched him, he also began to burn with a boom. I can't accept this. I've planned for so long, yet I was defeated by a ridiculous legend. Zier folded her arms and soared into the sky. He charged towards Little Anne. A colossal figure blocked her way like a mountain. It was the void-bellied ghost king that the Dark Queen had summoned. It gazed down at Zi from above as it swung its huge hand towards Zi viciously. Zi crossed her arms in a defensive stance as if the sky had collapsed. An unparalleled force came over. He was sent flying. She was only a corpse commander in the first place. Now that the corpse army had been destroyed by Little Anne, she had nothing else she could borrow. He was obviously not the Dark Queen's opponent. The void-bellied ghostly king took a step forward and stomped down on Zier. Boom. Rocks flew everywhere and the earth cracked. A deep pit was formed. Zier was pulled away by the black smoke on her back. She had just escaped death. Wind and fire attacked from the left and right. Gu Yenying and Li Qingshan brushed past each other. Zier twisted her body violently and fell downwards. Her right hand sizzled as it was burned by the phoenix flames, and a bloody scar was left on her face. The black smoke on her back was suddenly cut off. She blinked her eyes as if she had woken up from a dream. He closed his eyes again, spread his arms, and fell into the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. At this time, the Gate of Hungry Ghosts had already turned into a giant abyss. He disappeared without a trace. Gu Yening looked back and smiled. It's fantastic that Her Highness the Dark Queen is safe and sound. The Dark Queen nodded. I've troubled you, sister. Her gaze shifted and landed on Li Qingshan. In that moment, Li Qingshan felt like the gaze had pierced him. It was the void-bellied ghost king behind the Dark Queen. It seemed like it could slap him at any time. The Dark Queen shifted her gaze away very soon and exhaled gently. Let's seal off the gate of hungry ghosts first. She would never stop until she received a satisfactory outcome anyway. Don't you even think about it? A dry, ear-piercing voice rang out, echoing through the gate of hungry ghosts and reaching into the sky. Boom! A huge, withered hand extended out of the abyss, gripping the edge of the pit. With a push, a colossal figure leapt out. Li Qingshan finally saw the Corpse King's appearance. At first glance, it seemed no different from a human corpse, but it was countless times larger. Vicious bone spikes protruded from its body, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Due to the restraints of the power of the domain, only half of its body extended out of the gate of hungry ghosts, but it was still as tall as a small mountain. The black corpse chi that coiled around it was like the mist that lingered around the mountains. Its eyes that resembled small lakes shone with a brutal green light as it stared at the void-bellied ghost king viciously and swung out violently. 4 streaks of brutal black light tore through the sky, but they were aimed at little and in the distance. What he felt the greatest threat from was not the woman before him who could control ghost kings, but the tiny skeleton. As long as he killed it, the several dozen corpse commanders under his command could break free. An even larger mountain blocked the corpse king's path. The void-bellied ghost king forcefully endured the streaks of black light and took a few steps back. A few sharp claw marks appeared on its body as it threw a punch with a furious roar. On the barren land, a corpse and a ghost, 2 colossal beings, stood where they were without dodging at all. They attacked each other furiously. One was unable to dodge while the other was protecting the person behind it. Li Qingshan was shocked by this sight too, as if he had returned to the primordial battlefield of gods and demons, only to see the void-bellied ghost king rapidly dim after suffering a few blows. However, the corpse king grew more and more valiant as it fought. It was unable to break free from the power of the domain and arrive here from the hungry ghost realm. However, its strength could not be compared to a ghost king under the control of a second heavenly tribulation cultivator who had lost its consciousness. As long as it lasted a little longer, the gate of hungry ghosts would completely devour this region. By then this would be its world. Your Highness, I'll assist you. The Marquis of Rui called out. The seal of mountains and rivers expanded to its limit and smashed towards the corpse king. The corpse king forcefully endured the void-bellied ghost king's palm strike and threw a punch back at the seal of mountains and rivers. The seal of mountains and rivers was directly knocked several dozen kilometers away. It became riddled with cracks and grew dimmer and dimmer. The Marquis of Rui spat out a mouthful of blood violently. He wiped his mouth and mobilized the seal of mountains and rivers again like a madman, smashing it down. Li Qingshan and Gu Yening flew through the air, unleashing streaks of wind and fire. Compared to the corpse king, they were like 2 tiny moths constantly lingering around. The phoenix flames and atmospheric winds both possessed great destructive power. However, with the corpse king's colossal body, all it left behind were burns and cuts. The other cultivators also understood that they had reached the final juncture. Whether they lived or died would be determined by this battle, so they all rushed over. At this moment, Li Qingshan sensed an omen of extreme danger. He flapped his wings madly and circled around as he flew towards the sky. The samadhi flames of white bones swept through the entire region. Not a single corpse soldier or corpse general was spared, while the corpse commanders were all sucked into the Blood Sea banner. The Blood Sea banner constantly twisted and surged as if it could rip apart at any time. Although the Blood Sea banner had already become even more powerful, it was still rather difficult to suppress several dozen corpse commanders. The surging samadhi flames of white bones swept back, pouring into the skull at the top of the Blood Sea banner. From top to bottom, it passed through the spine, ribs, and tailbone. The flagpole made of bone received a brand new look, becoming even more shiny and glossy, supporting the Blood Sea banner. In the past, when she refined the Blood Sea banner, she had only barely succeeded, as she did not have enough corpses. She did not even have enough for herself, let alone supplying the Blood Sea banner. But now, just the corpse soldiers she had refined numbered close to 10 million. Before Xie had appeared, several million corpse soldiers had already surged out of the gate of hungry ghosts. Although they had all been slain or even crushed to smithereens by the seal of mountains and rivers, their corpses still remained on the ground. Little and accepted them all without any wastage at all. The problem of not having enough corpses did not exist at all. He refined the Blood Sea banner once more, reaching its current peak. Then he powered the Samadhi flames of white bone, which swept over and turned into a fire tornado, pouring into the top of his head. His bones were like a sponge, absorbing the flames madly, sucking in all the flames within a range of several dozen kilometers. Just now he was satisfied, so he stopped absorbing. The luster of every single bone was like the Samadhi flames of white bone, possessing an almost transparent, glossy whiteness. He had finally pushed the first layer of the path of white bone in great beauty to the limit, but he had also reached a new bottleneck. If he wanted to break through, not only did he need tremendous amounts of corpses, but he also needed a deeper comprehension of the path of white bone in great beauty. The skull prayer beads were the same. After refining the 26 skull prayer beads to the peak, he struggled to break through to the 27th. As it seemed, he could only refine them after reaching the second layer of the path of white bone in great beauty. Once he reached the 27th bead, the overall strength of the skeleton demons would undergo a qualitative breakthrough. By then, any single skeleton demon would be able to contend against a golden core cultivator. And the skeleton demon formation they assembled together would be even more powerful. It could directly sweep through all opponents at the second heavenly tribulation. The Blood Sea banner began to flutter again. The corpse commanders were currently working together to charge out. Little and tossed the 26 skull prayer beads into it, assembling the skeleton demon formation and temporarily suppressing them and buying them time. Little and raised the white bone sword in his hand high into the air, pointing it at the sky as he chanted the scripture inside. With the tip of the sword as the center, the raging flames began to revolve violently, forming a huge vortex that expanded outwards and filled the entire sky. A stream of fire flowed into the tip of the sword. The white bone sword that was less than a meter in length was like a bottomless pit, swallowing the raging flames like a whale. The most powerful weapon in the path of white bone and great beauty was neither the Blood Sea banner nor the skull prayer beads, but the Buddha-slaying sword. Buddhahood, the perfection of enlightenment, was the highest level of enlightenment in Buddhism. It transcended beyond the 6 realms, no longer within the 5 elements. It possessed boundless power and infinite wisdom. Even the creator of the path of white bone and great beauty was only bold enough to refer to himself as the white bone Bodhisattva. He did not have the right to be called the white bone Buddha. However, he had named the sword Buddha slaying. This was both his ambition and proof of the sword's power. The Samadhi flames of white bone transformed from millions of corpse soldiers and thousands of corpse generals all merged into the white bone sword, leaving nothing behind. The sea of corpses vanished. The flames vanished, but the world did not clear up. The sky was dusky, enveloped by a never-dispersing mist. The white bone sword did not undergo any startling changes. It only grew slightly longer. As a matter of fact, its overall shape was even rougher than the original white bone sword. Had the forging failed? Little and stared at the sword in his hand, and a hint of joy appeared inside. The Buddha-slaying sword in his hand could not even be regarded as elementary, barely forming a sword embryo. Chapter 553. The corpse king spread his hands and his 10 fingers curled into eagle claws. 10 streaks of black light shot out from his fingertips in all directions. They were his 10 fingernails. Li Qingshan's heart leapt into his throat as he turned around desperately. If he was struck, only death would await him no matter how powerful his life force was. The fingernail actually changed directions with him like a flying sword. Just when he was unable to dodge it completely, a powerful gust of wind suddenly surged over from beside him, pushing him away. A fingernail the size of a stone beam brushed past him. His scarlet hair drifted through the air. Li Qingshan nodded towards Gu Yenying. If it were not for Gu Yenying's fan, he would have been unable to avoid heavy injuries even if he managed to survive. Afterwards, he would be in danger if he received a few more attacks. Gu Yenying, on the other hand, was not attacked. Clearly, the Corpse King's attacks were selective, targeting people who could not defend or dodge. If it were not for the Spirit Turtle's warning, Li Qingshan probably would have been heavily injured. Gazing down, another 2 golden core cultivators had fallen in battle. Li Qingshan even recognized one of them. He was one of the 4 grandmasters. The other 3 golden core cultivators suffered wounds of varying severity. The so-called light wounds were the shattering of their life-bound arcane artifacts and the loss of an arm. As for the heavy wounds, the lower half of their bodies had been reduced to mincemeat. They only managed to survive due to their life force as golden core cultivators, but they were on the brink of death. Before the golden core cultivators could even form an encirclement, they had already been scared silly. This was the terror of corpse kings. They were an entire realm of cultivation apart. Even if they were unable to unleash their full strength, they were not people a group of golden core cultivators could trifle with. If they wanted to stop him, then they better be prepared to die. As for the Dark Queen's void-bellied ghost king, having suffered 3 fingernails, it was on the verge of collapse. It probably only needed another strike and it would be done for. The Dark Queen glanced backwards before looking at the corpse king before her. She sucked in a deep breath. The fierce wind whistled as the void-bellied ghost king opened its cavernous mouth. Surging yin qi poured in. His body filled up once again and his belly bulged up. You still haven't given up. The corpse king pressed his hands against the ground, and his body moved a little closer to the gate of hungry ghosts. The aura on his body became stronger and more violent, and his arm was surrounded by layers of corpse chi as he slammed it into the void-bellied ghost king's stomach. The void-bellied ghost king moved backwards, creating a huge gully in the ground. Then he drew a few kilometers back and spat out a mouthful of yin energy. His figure was extremely dispirited. At this moment, the gate of hungry ghosts opened wider, and the corpse king's power did not weaken at all. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger. Although he had lost countless subordinates, the entire hungry ghost realm was supporting him in expanding his territory. The zombie king said, "All of you will die here today." There was also that strange skeleton. Although that white flame was terrifying, it was impossible for it to break through the corpse energy protecting its body. His personal strength was only at the level of corpse commanders. He didn't believe that such a weak guy could do it. He could destroy the hungry ghost realm. As long as I use my full strength, I can kill it with a single slap. Li Qingshan was alarmed. It was getting more and more violent. Such a powerful opponent was no longer something he could face with his current realm of cultivation. Even escaping was worth rejoicing over. However, there was nowhere to run. He would not run either. When faced with an undefeatable enemy, some people would feel fear and despair, while others would become hot-blooded and excited. He belonged to the latter. He glanced at Little N from afar. Little N had already done him a great service by destroying the corpse army, even suppressing several dozen corpse commanders. Now it was up to him. His battle intent surged. He no longer had any other thoughts. All he thought about was how to defeat his opponent. Send me on my way. All right. Gu Yenying swung her jade folding fan, and a tornado-like gust of wind blew against Li Qingshan's back with a gentle but powerful force. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings, and his entire body blazed with flames. He moved with extreme speed, leaving behind a long trail of flames. He was like a meteor of fire, tearing through the sky and landing on the ground. A moth flying into a flame. That was what everyone present thought in that instant. The corpse king raised his hand and was about to crush this overconfident moth. The streak of fire turned and shot over the corpse king's head, landing 5 kilometers away. The princess of Rui understood what had happened. She widened her eyes and called out, "Golden Core." Li Qingshan would never carry out a suicide attack. His target was not the corpse king, but the golden cores left behind by the 2 golden core cultivators the corpse king had killed in a single strike. None of the golden core cultivators present could obstruct him. Li Qingshan reached out and grabbed 2 golden cores, along with 200 treasures pouches. He casually shoved the 2 golden cores into his mouth before turning around. He still did not charge towards the corpse king. Just now, a golden core cultivator had been killed before he could blow up his golden core, falling to the ground. There was also a cultivator who had been burned to death by the samadhi flames of white bone. Li Qingshan had locked onto the location of the 2 golden cores a long time ago. All he saw was a streak of firelight circling around the gate of hungry ghosts a few times in the distance. Another 2 golden cores were in his possession. Li Qingshan directly shoved them into his mouth before flying off into the distance. 4 golden cores entered his stomach. Gu Yenying said in surprise, "Spit them out." Every single golden core contained the essence of a golden core cultivator's centuries of cultivation. It was true that they contained great energy, but swallowing them like this was not cultivation but suicide. If he swallowed 4 golden cores at the same time, and their attributes were completely different, he could imagine the consequences of 4 golden cores exploding in his body. No matter how tough his body was, no matter how powerful his life force was, he would still be reduced to smithereens. He would be as dead as he could be. Li Qingshan smiled at Gu Yanning, but the smile became vicious very soon. His flawless, handsome face was replaced by a vicious face of a demon. His body rose up from the ground. 3 meters, 15 meters, 30 meters, 60 meters. In his original form as a demon, his scarlet eyes were like charcoal, and his scarlet hair was like fire. A pair of huge, fiery wings blazed on his back. He no longer possessed the magnificence of a phoenix. Instead, he gave off a feeling of unbridled violence. Li Qingshan dropped to his knees loudly. The power of the 4 golden cores erupted in his body at the same time, battering against each other furiously. He used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to suppress it desperately. At the same time he calmed his heart and focused his mind, doing everything he could to control and guide every bit of power. Even with that being the case, his muscles bulged up like tumors before exploding loudly, turning into balls of fire. Boom, 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 boom. It was like countless bombs had been buried in Li Qingshan's body. His body exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, not a single piece of his body remained intact. It had all been reduced to flames, burning fiercely. If it were not for the phoenix transformation, he would have been heavily injured and on the verge of death already. Through the flames, it was possible to clearly see a vicious skeleton standing proudly. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the skeleton. Even the tough tiger bones could not withstand the power of the 4 golden cores erupting at the same time. They were like cracks in a dam, almost on the brink of collapse. The Marquis of Rui was stunned by this crazy action. Is he crazy? This wretched demon. The Corpse King laughed madly. Is this your straw to clutch at? I haven't even done anything yet and you're already close to dying. He was dreaming if he wanted to break through just by swallowing a few golden cores right before the battle. In the sea of blood, the skeleton demon formation was destroyed loudly, returning to little Anne's wrist. Its color was rather dim, and the samadhi flames of white bone coiled around it before recovering its luster. The Blood Sea Banner's suppression on the several dozen corpse commanders had finally reached its limit. If it continued, it would damage the Blood Sea Banner. Little An glanced at Li Qingshan in worry. He composed himself and shook the Blood Sea Banner. Several dozen strangely shaped corpse commanders were sent flying. The expressions of the cultivators all changed drastically. The Moon Devil had forcefully swallowed golden cores and was on the brink of death, while the Corpse King was so vicious too. Coupled with the pincer attack from so many corpse commanders, only death awaited them. These wretched demons really were unreliable. Little An raised the Buddha-slaying sword embryo silently. The corpse commanders had broken free after so much difficulty, so they were utterly furious. They immediately gathered corpse chi to exact their revenge, but they discovered that there was not even a single corpse soldier left on the ground that they could control. They could not help but be taken aback. They had only been suppressed in the Blood Sea Banner for a short amount of time, so why had the situation outside changed so drastically? Little An did not care about what they thought. He swung the Buddha-slaying sword embryo backwards and leapt up, shooting towards the group of corpse commanders with lightning speed. He actually wanted to take on several dozen corpse commanders alone. Even Gu Yanning felt like her brain was rather lacking. These two basically could not be understood through common sense. How could the corpse commanders be afraid? They rushed up to receive her with a furious roar, but they did not lose their composure. Their auras connected, weaving together into a flawless net. They wanted to capture her before ripping her to pieces. What lunged over was the corpse commander with the weeping stick who fought evenly against Hanangua. He let out a sharp wail like an invisible, sharp awl, shaking up people's hearts. The weeping stick in his hand turned into several hundred blurs, and every single one of them was real, striking down like a storm. The other corpse commanders also unleashed their various techniques. Fists, claws, teeth and corpse chi surged over. Little An swung the Buddha-slaying sword embryo from behind to in front of her calmly. She began swinging it around casually like she was scribbling something. It was effortless, as if she was enjoying it. She passed through the net of corpse commanders. The corpse commanders who directly obstructed her were all stunned in the air. The corpse commander in mourning clothes gazed at the weeping stick in his hand. It suddenly snapped in the middle, falling down. Then he lowered his head and looked at himself. Sword slashes crisscrossed his body. They were black at first, before expanding and splitting apart. He was filled with disbelief, using his hands to cover his wounds. Black corpse chi surged out from the gaps between his fingers. In that instant he was torn to pieces, falling out of the sky. In a single clash, 5 corpse commanders had been cut to pieces. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo truly did not possess any decent power. It was just exceptionally tough and sharp. It was so sharp that whether it was the protective corpse chi or the indestructible bodies of the corpse commanders, they all seemed to be nothing before it. What sword is that? Even my atmospheric winds are only SOSO. Gu Yening was shocked. Her atmospheric winds were powerful, but collecting and refining them was extremely troublesome. How could it compare to the convenience of a sword? Han Onghua recalled his battle with the corpse commander in morning clothes just now and experienced an indescribable feeling. Originally, he felt like it was about time to teach the demons a lesson and clean up the matter of the Clear River Prefecture, but he no longer possessed that confidence now. Chapter 554. Li Qingshan's entire body blazed with flames. Even the ground around him had melted into flowing, fiery red magma. With his head lowered, he knelt in the pool of magma like a demon god of fire, stuck in the mud and at the end of his road. Slowly he raised a leg with difficulty, changing to a half-kneeling position. Suddenly he raised his head, clenched his fists and spread his arms, letting out a wild roar at the sky. Flames surged up violently with his scarlet hair, dyeing the sky red. The ox demon holds the heavens. This was a will that would never yield. Within the flames, flesh and blood constantly regrew, and his strength skyrocketed. He actually managed to endure it. Gu Yening was astounded. That was 4 golden cores. More accurately, it was 5 including Wen Jingming's golden core. The strength of the ox demon was endless. However, it was not enough. It was still not enough. It was not enough to defeat the corpse king. It was still not enough to break through to the 5th layer of the ox demon. Li Qingshan suddenly turned his head. The flames surged, turning into the shape of eyes in his eye sockets. He gazed at the golden core cultivator who had been injured in the battle and had half his body destroyed. With a tiger's roar he lunged over. In that moment, everyone saw the flames around him turn into a scarlet tiger with a pair of wings on its back. It surged with malice and killing intent. "Stop, wretched demon!" The Marquis of Rui called out, but he was unable to stop him in time, nor did he have the power to stop him. "Wretched demon, I'll take you down with me!" The cultivator roared madly. His golden core revolved and shone with resplendent light, about to erupt with terrifying power. The tiger's claw condensed from flames stopped him. The figure of the spirit turtle appeared again, and the trembling golden core settled down reluctantly. The spirit turtle suppressed the seas, suppressing all agitation. The fiery tiger extended its tongue and swept the golden core into its mouth, nodding in satisfaction. It turned its head and glanced past the cultivators. The hearts of all the cultivators sank to rock bottom. There was trouble both internally and externally. The corpse king and the demon. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. Never did they think this battle would actually develop to such a horrifying degree. "Die, wretched demon!" The seal of mountains and rivers smashed down. Although it was covered in cracks, its momentum was still great. The raging flame tiger devil had already disappeared from its original spot. Dragging the lingering flames behind it, it suddenly pounced forward and grabbed the other injured golden core cultivator with its claws before swallowing him whole. The cultivator was also prepared to explode his golden core, but if Li Qingshan did not launch an attack, he naturally would not seek his own death. Even ants were greedy for life, let alone a dignified golden core cultivator. However, by the time Li Qingshan launched his attack, it was all too late. The spirit turtle was enough to suppress the golden core before it exploded. There was no one present who could stop Li Qingshan. There were only 2 people, the Dark Queen and Gu Yening, but neither of them had any intentions of stopping him. The other cultivators were all exhausted from the battle. Even if they wanted to help, they would have to see if they had the ability to do so. The Marquis of Rui constantly controlled the seal of mountains and rivers. He climbed even higher into the sky, cursing incessantly. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan slew another 3 golden core cultivators and swallowed another 3 golden cores. To the cultivators' relief, Li Qingshan's hunt ended there. He began another round of refinement. All of this happened in a flash. From when he roared out to the 3 consecutive attacks, it all happened in just a few breaths. If mortals were present, they would have no idea what was happening, let alone respond. In total, Li Qingshan had swallowed a total of 8 golden cores. What's he trying to do? He actually needs so many golden cores. Is he trying to break through to Demon Commander? That's impossible. Once he triggers the heavenly tribulation, even if he barely manages to survive it, he'll definitely be on the brink of death. It won't be of any help to this battle. No, we can't let him continue like this. The Corpse King also sensed that something was amiss, so he immediately gathered all the Corpse Commanders. There was no response. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo lay before him. It seemed just as ordinary as before, without the glow of a god artifact at all. Little and had basically poured half of the corpses he had refined this time into the Buddha-slaying sword embryo. The pieces of the Corpse Commanders fell down, turning into samadhi flames of white bone and merging with the Buddha-slaying sword embryo. Only then did the sword shine with white, half-transparent light. A skull flew below Little Anne's feet. She stepped on it gently and swung her sword. Let's go. That sword is far too terrifying. What? It's that formation again. The Corpse Commanders scattered, but they were forced back by the huge, house-sized skulls. The skulls cackled strangely, wrapped in white fire as they constantly revolved. When Little Anne released them from the Blood Sea banner, she also released the 26 skull prayer beads that she had refined, assembling the skeleton demon formation. Normally, the Corpse Commanders would have been able to breach the skeleton demon formation in just a few seconds. In that instant there was a flash of light. Little Anne did not stop at all. She stepped on a skull and used the force to leap back, shuttling back. In the end, her figure had already become indiscernible. All they saw was a streak of white light turning and reflecting within the skeleton demon formation. The skeleton demon formation constantly shrank before dispersing loudly in the end. Not a single Corpse Commander remained. All that remained were pieces of burning corpses, which also merged with one another and poured into the Buddha-slaying sword embryo. The hilt of the sword vaguely formed a skeleton sitting in the lotus position. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo had finally achieved initial success. It was not just the cultivators. Even the Corpse King was stunned, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Perhaps the legends were true. I have to kill it regardless of the cost. The Corpse King's eyes shone with brutal green light. His 10 fingernails burst out like bamboo shoots, swinging forward and actually all targeting Little Anne. 10 streaks of black light shot out furiously. The void-bellied Ghost King was pierced by a streak of black light, unable to hold on any longer. It dispersed and revealed the Dark Queen's figure. Her black hair drifted about as she suddenly looked back. Be careful. Gu Yanyin immediately swung her jade folding fan and rushed to provide assistance. She was already extremely certain of her guess. When the Golden Core cultivators died to the Moon Devil earlier, the Dark Queen did not even bat an eyelid, yet she paled in fright over this otherworldling now. She probably did not even care so much about her own life. However, the Corpse King seemed to have anticipated this. He swung his huge hand. The fierce wind swept over like a tornado, forcing Gu Yanyin to slow down. It was already too late for her to provide assistance. The flames in Little Anne's eye sockets shone brightly as she stared ahead. She wielded the sword with both hands, even abandoning her control over the Blood Sea banner and skull prayer beads. All that remained in her mind were the sword style, sword technique, sword move, and sword intent. There was the comprehension that came from it. There was also the knowledge from her awakened memories. Afterwards, it all vanished, reduced to nothingness. A skeleton sat in the lotus position. Buddha slaying. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo spat out a streak of light several meters long. There was a flash. A fingernail was cleaved in half, brushing past her. Little Anne retreated. The streak of light was as swift as a dragon. She turned around and cut off another fingernail. She swung her sword, swung her sword, swung her sword. The streak of light danced about wildly, cutting off 4 fingernails in a row. The 5th fingernail filled her vision, but she was unable to stop it in time. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo was placed before her. Little Anne's heart surged as she said calmly, "This is the limit." Boom, 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 boom. 5 huge fingernails that resembled stone beams struck Little Anne one after another. Immediately, cracks appeared on the white bones. The sound of shattering was as resounding as thunder. Even the rumbling of the collision was unable to drown it out. Boom. Dust filled the air. Little Anne slammed into a hill viciously. There was no more sound. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo was the strongest, but it still required the user's own strength to wield it. Little Anne had only undergone the first heavenly tribulation right now. He could use the Buddha-slaying sword embryo to kill a group of corpse commanders who were at higher cultivation realms than him, but he was powerless against a corpse king's sure kill strike. This was an absolute difference in strength. It could not be made up for through external items. It swept through millions of corpse soldiers. Little And, who had been entrusted with all their hopes, had also reached his limit. Over half of the Golden Core cultivators had died in battle. The Dark Queen had failed. Despair appeared on the Marquis of Rui's face. It's over. It's all over. Gu Yining raised her head. The sky was dusky. Her pupils narrowed, and her gaze became as sharp as a hawk's. Beyond this domain she could vaguely make out countless specks of jade-green starlight flickering. Those were not starlight, but the eyes of countless corpses. There were countless experts like corpse kings among them, as well as even more powerful existences that the current world of the 9 provinces could not rival. They were like a flock of vultures circling the heads of people on the brink of death, waiting for them to collapse and die before swooping down and feasting on their corpses. Compared to the world of the 9 provinces, this place is already closer to the Hungry Ghost Realm. The Hungry Ghost Realm is about to descend. Should I leave? No, there's still one person. He hasn't spoken yet. Mo. The cry of an ox rang out, deep and drawn out as if it originated from the depths of the earth. The ground trembled gently. The entire region shook. The hills rose and fell like the waves of the sea. An iron hoof took a step forward. The ground sank and cracked. Invisible shockwaves spread out in all directions. Over 100 mountains collapsed silently. The curved horns were like crescent moons hanging high in the sky, shining with sharp light at the tips. A single moon character was engraved on them. His scarlet-red pupils were like the descent of a demon star. It was said that its appearance would definitely bring destruction and war. He strode over, making his way towards the Corpse King. With each step the ground would shake heavily. The Dark Queen dodged too. She felt like a mountain was pressing forward. She arrived before the Corpse King, and 2 streams of air gushed out of her nostrils. She raised her head and asked, "How dare you injure her?" "Injure? No, I killed her. The next one will be you." The Corpse King lowered his head and looked down. He was extremely relaxed. It was like the first glimmer of dawn, the red sun about to rise. Victory was about to arrive. He felt his strength grow stronger and stronger, both from himself and from the Hungry Ghost Realm. No one could repel him at this time in this place. Li Qingshan lowered his head, clenched his fist and punched out. Dense, black cracks spread and interweaved on his fist. His fist was as heavy as a mountain. At first glance, it gave off the illusion of sluggishness as if it was advancing inch by inch. With each inch it advanced, the black cracks overlapped with each other, until it became pitch black in the end. It was like a black gauntlet, filled with the accumulation of countless tremors. "You overestimate yourself." The Corpse King laughed aloud. He stood with his arms crossed, looking down from above. His huge, withered hand clenched into a fist, wrapped in surging corpse chi. He raised his arm high into the air, stretching it to the limit. The bone spikes on his elbow seemed even more vicious. Like a roaring dragon, he descended from the sky, destroying everything. Chapter 555. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Under the vast and gloomy sky, 2 figures that were as tall as mountains stood facing each other. There was no anger or hatred on Li Qingshan's face, only calmness. Tranquil and motionless as the earth. Divine power flowed from every corner of his body and from the ground beneath him. Bit by bit, it gathered into an ocean and merged with his body. It was as boundless as the earth. The entire world disappeared. The Corpse King that was as majestic as a mountain gradually became blurry in his eyes. Even the huge fist that was rumbling towards him no longer had any pressure. It was just a roadblock, something that people would always encounter in their lives. Just shatter it. Looking at the pair of resolute and tranquil crimson eyes, the Zombie King's heart stirred. What's going on with this little demon? If he possessed the flames of the phoenix, then so be it, but he possessed so many variations too. From his aura, he had only undergone the first heavenly tribulation, yet he possessed great strength that even corpse commanders struggled to match. Even so, there's still a huge gap between us, yet he dares to challenge me? Fine, I'll crush you into minced meat. The Corpse King's mind moved, and 4 bone spurs suddenly protruded from his fist, whistling as they pierced towards Li Qingshan's face. Before their fists collided, they pierced through Li Qingshan. The punch became more and more dangerous, but Li Qingshan remained unmoved. Changing his moves at the last minute also meant that he lacked confidence. Unknowingly, there was a subtle shift in his aura. Time returned to normal. The black shockwave instantly shattered the bone spurs. Its destructive power was extremely strong. Even the Corpse King was shocked. The moment the two fists collided, there was a momentary silence. The overly loud sound was like a gigantic object that could not be stuffed into the narrow ears. Instead, it gave people the illusion that it was silent. What followed after was a seemingly never-ending rumble and tremor. The quiet land was like a raging sea, surging crazily. Hills rose and collapsed one after another, cracks opened and closed one after another without a moment of rest. Smoke and dust filled the air. It soared into the sky. Like an avalanche, the black corpse chi poured down from the Corpse King's body, crushing the demon chi. It completely engulfed Li Qingshan, squeezing and tearing at his body. Li Qingshan did his best to channel all of the Corpse King's power into the ground. He raised his head high and looked straight into the Corpse King's eyes, letting out a thunderous roar. Torrential phoenix flames erupted from the monster core, expelling the corpse energy. His black iron-like arms swelled up. His blood vessels appeared and his veins bulged. The iron hooves left two deep pits in the ground. He did not take a single step back. Cracks appeared on his bones, and the sound of metal twisting and breaking could be heard. However, he didn't care about it at all and just poured all of his strength into this punch. A stalemate. The Corpse King's eyes widened in disbelief. The power of his punch was actually unable to smash this little demon into minced meat. On the contrary, a strange and powerful force came from the small demon's fist, shattering his power and corpse aura. All the cultivators were stunned by this scene. Was a demon general really capable of confronting a Corpse King head-on? Gu Yenying exclaimed in her heart, "How powerful! How majestic! He's definitely not a regular demon." Just what kind of fortuitous encounter did they come across to obtain such a powerful nature? The Dark Queen ingested another pill and recovered as she searched for Little Anne with a frown, but she found nothing. The Marquis of Rui and Han Angua exchanged glances, but they were extremely conflicted inside. They both felt fear, yet they also hoped the Moon Devil could repel the Corpse King. Demons were powerful and could not be defeated. This power is far too strange. How can I lose to you? His dignity as a king had been viciously offended. The Corpse King roared out as corpse chi surged around his arm like dragons and snakes, merging with it. It turned pitch black and pressed down viciously. Bang! Li Qingshan's colossal body was sent flying. He spun around in the air before landing firmly on his hooves. He supported himself with one hand and slid back several hundred meters due to the great inertia. Just now he stopped. He really is a Corpse King after all. Even his physical strength is nothing to scoff at. However, that's also because my Tiger Demon transformation and Spirit Turtle transformation are only at the 4th layer. I can't completely endure and control the power of the 5th layer of the Ox Demon, or I wouldn't have lost to him. What a pity. He had managed to hold his own against the Corpse King as a demon general and not be killed in a single punch, yet he still felt dissatisfied. He believed he had not unleashed his full strength. If the Dark Queen and the others knew what he was thinking, they probably would not believe him at all. However, that was exactly what happened. Li Qingshan had only thrown a punch, but before it had even collided with the Corpse King's fist, countless tiny cracks had already appeared on his arm bones. Even his tiger bones that were as tough as steel could not endure it. Even when he used the Spirit Turtle to calm his mind, allowing his thoughts to reach a state of intricacy, he was unable to completely control the flow of every single bit of power. He was like a child brandishing a huge blade. He only managed to aim the blade at the enemy, but he was unable to unleash the blade's power at all. As a matter of fact, he could even injure himself if he was careless. These 3 abilities and transformations were interconnected. Any shortcoming would prevent him from unleashing his full strength. This was the power of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. Among the 9 major transformations, just a single minor transformation was enough to make his strength rise in an overwhelming manner. Whether his strength had increased by 20 times, 50 times, or even more, he was unable to estimate right now, nor did he have the time to estimate. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the surging blood back into his stomach. The flames of the phoenix curled around him and healed his wounds. He stood up and made his way towards the Corpse King again. The Corpse King said coldly, "I'd like to see just how many punches you can take from me." Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook violently again and again. The originally hilly area around Burial Mound Mountain had undergone an earth-shattering transformation due to the repeated earthquakes, turning into a yellow desert. Within 100 miles, every pebble seemed to have been carefully crushed and ground, turning into fine sand. The Corpse King stood motionlessly on the gate of hungry ghosts, sending Li Qingshan flying time and time again, filling the air with dust. But every time he would immediately stand up again and walk towards this undefeatable enemy. The Corpse King's face was twisted as he stared at the approaching Li Qingshan, as if he was looking at a monster. With each clash, Li Qingshan's strength grew stronger and stronger. Under the immense pressure, he was able to force out the ox demon's strength bit by bit. If he could not completely destroy it, there was no way he could defeat it. Gu Yenying noticed that the Corpse King's arm was trembling slightly, only calming down after a moment. She thought incredulously, "He injured the Corpse King. I'm afraid no one would believe me even if I told them." She then shook her head, "However, that's all. Pure strength is not enough for him to defeat the Corpse King. The Corpse King chose to fight with him only for the dignity of a king. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to deal with all kinds of spells and methods. More importantly, the Corpse King is in an invincible position and is not afraid of stalling for time." The specks of green light in the surroundings became clearer and clearer, spreading into the distance like an ocean. Blurry forms could already be seen, strange, twisted, huge, ethereal, and monstrous. Li Qingshan punched again. Under the gaze of those gazes, the Corpse King felt deeply humiliated. "Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish." The withered hand turned into a palm and bypassed the fist. It used 3 fingers to grab Li Qingshan's wrist, pulling and pulling. Li Qingshan could not control this excessively powerful force in the first place. Whether it was his reaction or battle technique, he could not compare to the Corpse King. The punch missed. Bang! Black shockwaves spread in all directions, shaking the void. At the same time, another withered hand pressed down on Li Qingshan's head. "It's over." Gu Yenying sighed faintly. The hungry ghost realm was about to descend. This last scene was indeed wonderful and did not disappoint her. Finally, she looked deeply at Li Qingshan, feeling somewhat regretful. "I thought we could travel together on this path of cultivation for a while. I didn't think we would have to say goodbye so soon. Perhaps we will meet again in the 6 paths of reincarnation." Gu Yenying was about to turn and leave when she suddenly felt something strange. At this moment of life and death, the corners of Li Qingshan's lips curled up slightly and he exhaled softly. A translucent white greatsword rose from behind him and pierced the Corpse King's hand, piercing right through. The sword suddenly turned into white flames and madly burrowed into the wound. How could she not be present in his battle of life and death? Little and refined the Corpse King's 10 fingernails and healed his wounds. He then sneaked up from underground just to wait for this opportunity to inject the samadhi flames of white bone into the Corpse King's body. Their teamwork required no words and was extremely tacit. An extremely terrifying coldness penetrated deep into the Corpse King's heart. Activating Corpse Chi could only suppress the samadhi flames of white bone, but could not extinguish it. The white flames spread bit by bit from his palm and he waved it forcefully. Boom! His palm suddenly exploded and a large hole appeared. Only then did the samadhi flames of white bone get rid of it. How could Li Qingshan let go of such a good opportunity? The burning phoenix wings spread out, reaching a wingspan of nearly 300 zhang. The clear cry of the phoenix could be faintly heard as he soared into the air and punched at the Corpse King's abdomen. This series of dazzling attacks was to hide the true killing move. Below him, the Buddha-slaying sword spat out another 10 zhang of sword radiance. It quietly slashed from left to right towards the Corpse King's waist. The Corpse King understood very well where the true threat was. He raised his arm and swung it with all his might. Corpse Chi gathered into a huge wave and sent Little N flying. Then he freed his hand to block Li Qingshan. Although Little N immediately charged over, the prepared Corpse King would not fall for it so easily again. Meanwhile, the final smear of blue in the depths of the horizon was gradually devoured by paleness. This was the end. Even if Li Qingshan and Little N worked together, they would not be able to defeat a Corpse King that had become serious, let alone in such a short amount of time. Although Li Qingshan was confident that he could definitely crush the bastard before him if he could raise both the tiger demon and the spirit turtle to the 5th layer, time waited for no one. Gu Yenying glanced over and let out a soft gasp of surprise. She saw that Li Qingshan's punch that had missed earlier had left behind a thin black mark in space. She called out, "Bombard the space around him." Chapter 556. The Legend of the Great Sage 19 _ The Legend of the Great Sage is free to read _ Chapter 19 Crack, seeking monthly vote, Gu Yenying said silently in her heart. She looked at Li Qingshan and was stunned for a moment. Without any hesitation, she fiercely punched the void in front of her. It was very difficult to hit the enemy, but it was easy to miss. Anyway, even if it really hit the Corpse King, it was not enough to cause fatal damage to him. Might as well see what kind of brilliant plan this bird woman had. I seem to have broken something? Li Qingshan could vaguely hear the sound of something shattering. The sound was very small, like a mosquito's buzz. But when he calmed down and listened carefully, it was like the sky had collapsed, shaking the soul. The formless void was like a transparent glassware. Black cracks spread across the void like interweaving lightning bolts. They disappeared in a flash like lightning. The Corpse King's withered hand was shrouded in surging corpse energy. It slid across the sky like a black cloud and then fell down, completely ignoring the shock wave. It seems useless. As Li Qingshan was thinking, he saw a piece of the black cloud above his head was suddenly cut off. It was so smooth and straight as if someone had measured it with a ruler. Without a sound, the 3 pillar-sized fingers broke apart and fell from the sky. Li Qingshan turned his body and avoided a few fingers. He saw that the cut surface was smooth and neat, surpassing any divine weapon. He was also puzzled. What is going on? Looking at the sky carefully, he saw that although the cracks caused by the shock wave had dissipated, there was a thin and long black trace left in the sky. Because it was too thin and small, if one did not pay attention they would not be able to notice it at all. It was probably not even comparable to a hair of the Corpse King, if he had hair. That black line. It was not ordinary black or ink black. It was simply indescribable, as if it wanted to suck in all the light. In the eyes there was an illusion of vision being cut. As if the painting paper had split, all the scenery on the painting had broken along with it, no matter what it was painted. Strong or weak, because the most fundamental thing that carried their existence had split. Could this be the shattering of the void? His punch actually caused the effect of shattering the void. He had been devising strategies. Even if there were all kinds of accidents, the Corpse King, who had not escaped his control, finally revealed a trace of fear. Everything in this world was contained in the corresponding space. Be it the world of the 9 prefectures or the 6 paths of reincarnation. The living beings of the 6 paths, corpses, demons, all of them had to live in a certain spacetime. It was as if there was a painting only if there was a paper. It was already extremely difficult for the person in the painting to leave the paper, let alone tear the paper. That was an almost impossible task. Although the Corpse King was extremely powerful, it did not have this kind of ability. It was the hungry ghost realm that was constantly devouring other worlds, and he was merely taking advantage of the situation to lead the way. Create some favorable factors and reap some benefits. He had to use the eye of a strange beast like the void-devouring beast to achieve this. Only the legendary deities and Buddhas were able to travel freely in the void realms, unaffected by the other worlds. It was completely unimaginable. A little demon could actually cause such an effect. Unless the person in the painting was extremely powerful, the person in the painting could leave the painting and ascend to a higher world. This was called ascension. But that was impossible. Otherwise it was the power he possessed. It was a very high level of cultivation, a power that completely surpassed this world. Li Qingshan looked at his own hand, also somewhat in disbelief. I didn't think that after cultivating Ox Demon transformation to the 5th layer, Ox Demon tremors would have such power. Suddenly, a thought entered his sea of consciousness. Stop spacing out. This realm is drifting in the void, pulled by the world of the 9 provinces and the hungry ghost realm at the same time. It has already become extremely weak, and the gate of hungry ghosts is its weakest point, like an Achilles heel. That's why you can cause such destruction. In a complete world such as the 9 provinces, it would be very difficult to have such an effect. Although Gu Yenying said so, she did not dare to be the slightest bit presumptuous. The level of power he possessed was so high that it far surpassed her initial imagination. Coupled with the various transformations of his theurgy, this fortuitous encounter was probably unparalleled in the entire 9 provinces. Not even herself. One had to know that he was currently only a demon general. He had only cultivated for a very short period of time, and his control over his power was not focused enough. If he continued to advance, he would reach the Demon Commander realm or even the Demon King realm. A Demon King with immense strength that could shatter the void with a single punch. Even the veteran Demon Kings would have to bow their heads in submission. No, the entire Great Xia dynasty would tremble before him. So that's how it is. Li Qingshan understood, but he was not disappointed. Instead, his confidence increased greatly. He grabbed at the air with both hands, and the power of tremors continuously accumulated and intertwined between his 5 fingers. They were like 2 black cocoons accumulating terrifying power. Only when he could no longer suppress it did he push forward. The Corpse King roared angrily, and the 3 severed fingers suddenly flew up, twisting as they charged towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan felt great danger, and the tremors between his palms surged, sending him flying. Boom boom boom. The 3 fingers exploded at the same time in front of him, and the bones turned into flying fragments, while the flesh and blood rained down like a torrential rain. Every fragment, every drop of rain contained immense destructive power, and the power was no less than the explosion of 3 golden cores. Li Qingshan retracted his phoenix wings, and his entire body was enveloped in flames. He was fiercely sent flying 100 kilometers away, and only after tumbling dozens of times in the air did he stabilize himself. Even though he had avoided the core of the explosion, he was still heavily injured. His internal organs were completely shattered and his brain was a mess. His eyes were blind and his ears were deaf. His bones were exposed and they were covered in cracks. The Corpse King opened his mouth and spat out a black torrent towards Li Qingshan. It was like a black venomous dragon, and it contained an intense poisonous aura of death. Once hit, even the phoenix flames would be extinguished, and his tiger bones would be melted into a puddle of corpse liquid. This was something the Corpse King would only use when fighting against opponents of the same level in the Hungry Ghost realm. It was related to his advancement to Corpse Emperor. This corpse liquid was extremely difficult to accumulate, and he had never thought that he would use it at this time. However, he was not willing to give Li Qingshan the chance to get close. Go North Moon. Success or failure depends on this. At this critical moment of life and death, Gu Yining urged Li Qingshan to attack instead. She loosened her 2 fingers, and the translucent feather gently floated out. It did not seem to be very fast and it drifted erratically, appearing and disappearing from time to time. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of the Corpse King and silently exploded, turning into a spherical film of light. It constantly expanded and enveloped the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. It was like a land under the blazing sun, and the scene within it warped and changed. The Corpse King was bewildered, but it did not feel any harm or restriction. It could only treat it as a diversion. Little brother Qingshan, it's up to you. Her voice entered Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness, carrying an indistinct laughter. Even in this critical moment she was still relaxed and at ease. Even in the face of life and death, she was still as carefree as the wind. Watch me. Li Qingshan clenched his teeth and laughed viciously. Wind howled behind him and flames surged. Boom. He was like a flaming meteor, dragging a long tail of flames behind him as he charged at the Corpse King against the corpse liquid that was like a poisonous dragon. From afar, the corpse liquid seemed extremely small, but when it came closer, it was like a surging river, surging and pouring down. Howls, strange laughter and ghostly cries rang out in all directions. Countless corpses and ghosts danced chaotically outside the domain. Their appearances could be clearly seen with the naked eye, and some were even larger than the Corpse King. An enormous aura seemed to want to penetrate the domain, shocking everyone. In the instant that the Hungry Ghost realm was about to descend, whether they dodged or not, only death awaited them. The wings of wind and fire burned even more fiercely, illuminating the sky. They ignored the figures around them, ignored the corpse liquid in front of them, and headed straight for the Corpse King. At the crucial moment, a white figure leaped onto Li Qingshan's shoulder. Little and waved the blood sea banner, and an even more vast river of blood howled out, charging into the corpse liquid like a blood dragon. The 2 dragons fought intensely in the air. The poisonous dragon pounced continuously, wanting to charge at Li Qingshan. However, the blood dragon firmly entangled it. Blood and corpse water splattered continuously, giving off dark red smoke. Li Qingshan continued to advance, not even looking at the intense battle above him that concerned his life and death. He looked straight ahead, forward, and forward again. Yellow sand flew behind him. Before he could land, he was already several kilometers away. The Corpse King felt threatened. Ignoring the depletion of corpse liquid, it spat with all its might. The poisonous dragon howled, shattering the blood dragon and spiraling downwards. When Li Qingshan was still 5 kilometers away from the Gate of Hungry Ghosts, his figure paused slightly. His knees bent slightly and he raised his iron fist high. A shockwave appeared beneath his iron hooves. A wild roar. The poisonous dragon missed. Li Qingshan shot out like a cannonball, his fist smashing into the distorted space. Boom! The space shook violently. With his fist as the center, black cracks spread rapidly, covering the sky above the gate of hungry ghosts. The distorted and illusory space was like a parched earth, cracking piece by piece. Unlike the tiny cracks just now, there were many black abysses. The words space shattering involuntarily appeared in Li Qingshan's mind. Otherwise, there would be no way to describe the scene before him. No! The Corpse King roared angrily. It actually pulled its legs out of the gate of hungry ghosts and lunged at Li Qingshan, like Mount Tai toppling over, unstoppable. Li Qingshan had already used up the last of his demon qi and strength. He returned to the size of a normal person, raising his head to watch the Corpse King lunge at him. His shoulders suddenly tightened. Looking back, Gu Yening was like a hawk pouncing on a rabbit, clasping his shoulder and bringing him high into the sky. The huge, withered hand extended and reached over loudly, directly pursuing her. It was actually even faster than Gu Yening. Li Qingshan's heart also leapt into his throat, but he heard Gu Yening say, "Don't worry." Slowing down, she turned back to look. The sharp fingertips of the withered hand suddenly paused just as they were about to touch her face. She smiled faintly. "It looks like we've won this round." The Corpse King froze on the spot, looking down in disbelief. Its body followed the cracks in the void and scattered, like a broken jigsaw puzzle. Even its head had been cut into several pieces. The Legend of the Great Sage 19 _ The Legend of the Great Sage Free Reading _ Chapter 19. Chapter 557. Li Qingshan guessed that Gu Yening's transparent feather originally possessed the ability to break through domains. When it detonated above the gate of hungry ghosts, the power spread out evenly in this region of space, making the space even more fragile. That was why he could shatter it with a single punch. "Thanks." "No problem." In the hungry ghost realm, sharp mockery and cold snorts of disdain rang out like the tide. Pairs of green eyes shone with greed and desire as they gazed at the Corpse King that had been cut to pieces. It was as if they were not looking at a dried corpse, but people who had starved for 3 days gazing at a table of delicacies. At this very moment, the pieces of the Corpse King's body all flew into the air, piecing together again. It let out a furious roar. It was actually still alive. The void-bellied Ghost King leapt up from the ground. Its mouth widened to an unbelievable degree like a huge gaping bag. It sucked in the Corpse King wildly. The Dark Queen, who had been preparing for a very long time, finally took action. Corpse chi poured out from the various wounds on the Corpse King's body, sucked into the void-bellied Ghost King's mouth. The void-bellied Ghost King's belly swelled up like it was 10 months pregnant. Its figure became more and more consolidated, and its aura became more and more powerful. The Corpse King finally became frightened. It swung its arms around wildly, struggling desperately, but it was unable to stop its aura from leaking out. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Gu Yening explained, "The reason why the Hungry Ghost Realm is called the Hungry Ghost Realm is because only by constantly devouring can the corpses and ghouls in there constantly grow stronger and survive. Look, the Corpse King would rather struggle here than return to the Hungry Ghost Realm. There's still a chance of survival here. Retreating is the fate of being divided and devoured." There was another thought that Gu Yening did not mention. The Dark Queen's strength would definitely grow drastically after devouring a Corpse King this time, and her cultivation had reached the peak of the second heavenly tribulation a long time ago. If she resolved that knot in her heart and underwent the third heavenly tribulation, she would be very confident about the situation in the Green Province. The situation in the Green Province would change once more. The Samadhi flames of white bones swept over, enveloping the Corpse King heavily and severing its final sliver of life. The Corpse King was severely injured and suppressed by the void-bellied Ghost King, so it could no longer stop the spread of the flames. The broken bones were immediately ignited, and in the blink of an eye, it burned into a huge fire. The Dark Queen and Little N exchanged glances from afar. They divided and devoured it, completely killing the Corpse King. "I can't accept this. I can't." The Corpse King let out a final groan. He didn't expect to die in such a world. To die at the hands of such a group of people. The flames from the Corpse King's skeleton were particularly bright and clear. Clearly they could not be compared to regular corpse generals or corpse commanders. Little and didn't use it to continue refining the Buddha-slaying sword embryo. Instead, she carefully collected it. This would be the key for her to break through the second level. The white flames burned fiercely, illuminating the entire realm. Its light even reached the hungry ghost realm. Countless voices of shock and bewilderment came from the hungry ghost realm. The legend of the white sacred flame was widespread in the hungry ghost realm. Now, it really appeared. The Dark Queen immediately sealed up the gate of hungry ghosts and took out an item. It was a pale white object that resembled a sharp awl. Countless vicious ghouls could be vaguely seen hugging together on it. The Dark Queen tossed it out and it grew to 30 meters in the air. The ghouls became clearer and clearer, like a huge sword hanging in the air, stabbing towards the gate of hungry ghosts slowly and firmly. The black cracks all closed up after coming in contact with the huge, pale white sword. It was unable to cause any damage. Li Qingshan asked, "What's this?" Gu Yenying said, "The key of hungry ghosts." The Umbraline sect was bold enough to use the powers of the hungry ghost realm, so they understood the terrors of the hungry ghost realm the best. They had prepared many methods to prevent the gate of hungry ghosts from devouring them. This was one of them. However, the Dark Queen was rather worried. If another corpse king or ghost king appeared to support the gate of hungry ghosts, the hungry ghost realm would descend completely in just a few seconds. However, out of their surprise and doubt towards the white flames, as well as the shattered space on the gate of hungry ghosts, no ghouls were bold enough to rush out immediately and take the risk. During this moment of hesitation, the key of hungry ghosts seemed to be stabbed into the gate of hungry ghosts. The Dark Queen dispersed the void-bellied ghost king and aimed it at the key of hungry ghosts. She wrapped her arms around it and twisted it forcefully. The gate of hungry ghosts rapidly closed. Unwilling roars rang out from the hungry ghost realm like a tsunami. The ghouls responded one by one and lunged over. However, as the key of hungry ghosts turned, the various sounds rapidly receded into the distance. The figures of the vicious ghouls rapidly blurred too. In the end, all that was left was a green light that flickered like starlight before dimming and vanishing. The gate of hungry ghosts closed loudly. All of the sounds and sights vanished in that instant. They had been locked up in another world. Gu Yenying clapped her hands. "It's done." The rims of the Marquis of Rui's eyes heated up. He could not help but feel like he was about to cry. The feeling of surviving a disaster was far too wonderful. The Dark Queen looked back before looking at little Anne. Her brows furrowed slightly, wanting to say something, but she hesitated. Her originally cold gaze was actually filled with indescribable warmth. Although she had not obtained any evidence, not a single response, she was already extremely certain inside. Feng did not believe in little Anne's existence entirely because of that sliver of fortune. However, the Dark Queen and little Anne were basically tied together. Their lives were linked. That had always been an indescribable bond. Little Anne stowed away the Buddha-slaying sword embryo and ignored the Dark Queen's disappointment. He turned around and returned to Li Qingshan's side. Li Qingshan also let out a sigh of relief and gazed into the distance. All he saw was darkness outside the region. How are we supposed to get out? Gu Yenying said, "This place has already been sealed up by the eye of the space-devouring beast, isolating it into an independent region. However, as long as the hungry ghost realm hasn't completely devoured it, returning to the 9 provinces is only a matter of time." Sure enough, a smear of azure appeared in the depths of the sky. The gloomy clouds and mist gradually dispersed. The region had distanced itself from the hungry ghost realm, returning to the world of the 9 provinces. Finally, this tragic war had ended. After narrowly escaping death, they had managed to find a way out. Gratified smiles appeared on everyone's faces. The Dark Queen stared at little Anne for a very long time, but she refused to say anything the entire time. It was as if she was calling for her return with her gaze. It was filled with indescribably complicated emotions such as apologies, concern, relief, sorrow. She constantly murmured inside Mayu. Little Anne was restless. She just hid behind Li Qingshan and hugged her head as if she wanted to cover her non-existent ears. Although she wanted to sever her past, the memories of the past constantly surged and entangled her without end. That was her experience before she started cultivating, as well as her entire life. Severing her emotions was easier said than done. "Your Highness, these 2 monsters are vicious. If you let them escape here, they'll definitely become a great problem in the future." The Marquis of Rui gazed into the distance, but he secretly communicated with her soul sense. It had to be mentioned that he had quite the insight. If the Dark Queen took action, Li Qingshan and Little An really would not be her opponent right now. The void-bellied Ghost King had become even more powerful after devouring the Corpse King's aura, and with this reunion, the knot in her heart began to loosen up too. She could completely unleash the void-bellied Ghost King's greater strength. Right now, even if she faced a regular soul Nascence cultivator, the Dark Queen was confident she could put up a fight. What was even more frustrating was that Li Qingshan was currently extremely feeble, trapped in the region, unable to escape. After witnessing Li Qingshan and Little An's performance, the Marquis of Rui became determined to kill them. Otherwise, once they broke free from this region, they would probably turn the entire Rui commandery upside down. Probably even her own life would be in danger. The Dark Queen looked away and lowered her head to look at the Marquis of Rui. Her expression recovered its coldness and she said, "Really?" "Yes." The Marquis of Rui could not help but turn around and bow towards the Dark Queen. He panicked inside. She had also cultivated for many years, so why did she not even understand the principle of launching a sudden attack? However, since she was bold enough to mention it so openly, perhaps that was proof of her absolute confidence. At the same time, he used his soul sense to command Gu Yenying. "Yenying, prepare to take action. We need to kill these two demons here or the entire Marquis of Rui, or even the entire Green Province will be in danger." Gu Yenying leaned on her chin with her jade folding fan and sank into her thoughts. If she had guessed correctly, his request sure was startling. She frowned. "I don't think that's a good idea." Li Qingshan asked, "What happened?" "Yenying, are you really going to collude with demons? Aren't you afraid of Sir Hawk God's rebuke?" The Marquis of Rui was furious. Why was she like that too? What was going on with them? Wouldn't this make the Moon Devil wary? He also felt that something was amiss. "He is him and I am me." Gu Yenying raised an eyebrow, displeased. The Dark Queen asked indifferently, "Who do you think I should kill first?" The Marquis of Rui could not afford to consider it carefully. He said reluctantly, "I think we should kill the skeletal monster first." "That wretched demon, the Moon Devil, is only a spent force. There's no need for your highness to take action." He had calculated it very well. The Moon Devil's aura had declined to the limit. As long as he was a little careful, capturing him would not be a problem at all, while the skeletal monster was unfathomable. It was best if he let the Dark Queen take action. He completely ignored the fact that if it were not for them he would be dead already. The other cultivators all came to a realization too. The war had not ended completely. With the external threat gone, internal strife would immediately follow. The main conflict in the world of the 9 provinces was still between the humans and demons. Even if they were in the same boat, there was definitely no sense of benevolence. With the performance of the Moon Devil and the skeletal monster, they had to be killed in the cradle. They all picked up their weapons ready to attack at any time. They wanted to avenge the fellow cultivators that the Moon Devil had killed just now. The Dark Queen lowered her eyes. The void-bellied Ghost King with its protruding belly suddenly struck out with a slap, but it was not aimed at Li Qingshan or Little An, but the Marquis of Rui before him. "Your Highness." A huge shadow loomed over him. The Marquis of Rui had never expected the Dark Queen to attack him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Before he could even respond, he was swatted away like a fly, shattering to pieces mid-air. He was as dead as he could be. Chapter 558. Your Highness, why? The sudden turn of events took all the cultivators by surprise. Hanongwa's face sank as he gripped his spear firmly. The scholar in white recalled what Feng Buchuan had said when he went berserk, as well as the Dark Queen's various strange behavior. His eyes were filled with surprise and doubt as he raised his guard. Li Qingshan never expected the Dark Queen to be so vicious. He frowned in thought. Her status is noble, but killing a marquis conferred by the Great Xia Empire is no small matter. I wonder how she's going to wrap things up. The Dark Queen immediately gave him an answer. After killing the Marquis of Rui, she did not recall the void-bellied Ghost King immediately. The void-bellied Ghost King's huge vicious head turned around slowly, and its colossal body suddenly moved, striking out valiantly. Gusts of wind swept up the sand and rushed over. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes before widening them again. Sand swept into the air as the void-bellied Ghost King rampaged about, unleashing a massacre. It basically killed the remaining Golden Core cultivators one by one with a single strike. Li Qingshan wanted to say something, but a hand landed on his shoulder. Looking back, Gu Yannian gazed into the distance and shook her head gently. Li Qingshan returned to his senses. The last sight he saw was Han Ongwa merging with his spear, charging towards the Ghost King that was countless times larger than him. His gaze was as determined as steel as the spear left his hand, whistling and spinning like a tornado, piercing the Ghost King's huge hand and heading straight for the Dark Queen's head. Boom! With a great rumble, the wind subsided and the sand settled down. The void-bellied Ghost King gripped the spear like it was a toothpick. Han Ongwa's aura vanished. Li Qingshan thought of the arts of the boundless ocean he practiced. He was borrowing his power, and he was Han Qiongji's uncle too, so he could not help but feel heavy-hearted. The Dark Queen rubbed her forehead gently. There was a red mark there, but apart from that she was unscathed. She turned around. She was as cold as frost and her dress ruffled. She hovered in the void-bellied Ghost King's body, making her way towards the three of Li Qingshan. The smear of azure in the center of the sky gradually permeated. A white sun shone before rapidly falling towards the west. The sky was dyed fire-red too, turning inky blue very soon. A lonely moon hung high in the sky. Li Qingshan did not have the time to observe the strange phenomena in the sky as he stood in the desert illuminated by the moonlight. Dong, dong, dong. The void-bellied Ghost King strode towards Li Qingshan and the others. She wants to kill everyone. Li Qingshan shivered inside. He could not help but admit that the Dark Queen possessed that strength right now. The void-bellied ghostly king stretched out its arm and grabbed at Li Qingshan. Its speed was not fast, but its aura was firmly locked onto Li Qingshan, sealing off all of his escape routes. Li Qingshan was exhausted. There was no way to dodge. Little An leaped out and his sword flashed. The Dark Queen pulled back her hand. A sword scar appeared on his palm and he clenched it tightly. He looked over coldly. Little Anne's eyes flickered with flames as he stared back at her. "Your Highness, it's getting late. We should return." Gu Yannian gazed at the sky. The rate at which the weather changed was silently slowing down. "I know you've already guessed it. If you can keep this a secret, you'll gain the friendship of the Umbraline sect." The Dark Queen withdrew her gaze and dispersed the void-bellied Ghost King with a wave of her hand as she said to Gu Yannian. She had not launched a massacre on a whim. Cultivators were all clear-minded, let alone Golden Core cultivators. Every single one of them was skilled in the ways of the world. The Marquis of Rui came from an aristocratic clan and was obsessed with fear and hatred. He failed to see through her strange behavior, but that did not mean other cultivators could not see or see through her either. Silencing them was necessary. A demonic sect like the Umbraline sect had always viewed human lives as worthless. They were not bound by any morals or laws at all, acting as they pleased. Even if it were not related to this secret, she would probably take action for the sake of these cultivators' golden cores and treasures. With an additional golden core, her chances of overcoming the third heavenly tribulation would be slightly greater. As for Gu Yannian, she was on relatively good terms with her, and Gu Yannian stood aloof from the world. She was not a person of the so-called righteous path. She was rather heartless, but she was not vicious. Most importantly, she wasn't confident that she could kill him here. This was how people of the demonic path did things. As long as they could increase their cultivation by just a tiny bit, it would be worth it no matter how many fellows they killed. In her opinion, cultivators like the Marquis of Rui had lived in peace for far too long. They had forgotten about the era when cultivators fought and killed one another. Gu Yannian bowed slightly and bowed gracefully. "Please exchange this friendship for 3 golden cores." The Dark Queen immediately tossed 3 golden cores to Gu Yannian. One of them was pure white and extraordinary. It was the Marquis of Rui's golden core. Gu Yannian ingested it without minding it at all and began to meditate and refine it. Only then did the Dark Queen stop worrying, completely dispelling her killing intent. Afterwards, they fell silent, quietly waiting to return to the world of the 9 provinces. Even Li Qingshan had no idea whether Gu Yannian and the Dark Queen had colluded with each other through soul senses. However, from the beginning until the end, the Dark Queen and Little An said nothing to each other. Only when the sky lit up did the surrounding scenery gradually clear. The speed at which the sun, moon, and stars fluctuated in the sky returned to normal. The moment they returned to the world of the 9 provinces, Li Qingshan dove into the ground with Little An. He was afraid to look back. He sensed several tremendous auras illuminating the night sky like torches. Several divine wills swept past his body, as if they wanted to see through him. In that moment, the spirit turtle gave several warnings. Each time it was terrifying enough to almost kill him, but it did not launch an attack. The sky was enveloped by a thick layer of clouds, constantly surging and changing. A scale and a claw, pitch black like ink, could be vaguely seen moving through the clouds, vaguely clashing with a heaven-leaning sword on the other side of the horizon. That was a clash that the current Li Qingshan could not take part in. It was a game between kings. The man stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. He wore black regular clothes and his hair was combed back meticulously. His eyes were filled with a sense of dignity that was as vast as the rain and the sea. His sole senses followed the direction that Li Qingshan and Little N had fled in. He frowned as if he was thinking about something. The Dark Queen flew into the horizon and arrived beside the man, bowing. Just now, the man withdrew his gaze and looked at the Dark Queen. He was slightly surprised. "You're about to undergo the tribulation?" "Yes." "Very good." The man nodded slightly, but his brows remained furrowed. He did not seem to be particularly happy. Gu Yening bowed. Subordinate Gu Yening greets the provincial lord. The man was the Chu Lai king who governed the 15,000 kilometers of the Green Province. "As long as you're fine. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to explain this to Sir Hawk God. Just what happened in there." At this moment, a streak of light arrived with a flash. A woman with a sword on her back arrived and bowed towards Chu Lai King before looking at Gu Yening. Her expression was cold, and her gaze was as sharp as a sword, but she treated the Dark Queen like she did not exist. "I want to hear about it too. And Ming Fei has come too." Gu Yening roughly explained what had happened, but she obviously hid a lot of it. Ming Fei clasped her hands towards the Dark Queen. "Sister, you've done a great service by sealing the gate of hungry ghosts. Once we return to the estate, I'll definitely offer you a toast." Chu Lai King swung his sleeve. "Everyone, you can all disperse." With that, the powerful auras that watched from afar on the horizon truly receded. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Before she left, the Dark Queen glanced back at the boundless land. It's not time yet. I will take you home very soon." Li Qingshan constantly dove into the depths of the earth. Only when the underground magnetic field completely surrounded him could he no longer sense any soul sense. Just now he stopped and exhaled deeply. He smiled. It really was dangerous this time. Although he had narrowly escaped death this time, he had broken through to the 5th layer of the Ox Demon transformation and witnessed the future power of the Ox Demon. As long as he had the time to assimilate it, his personal strength would definitely grow drastically. Even if he came across Golden Core cultivators, he was confident he could emerge victorious. There was no answer. Little N was rather absent-minded. Only after a moment of surprise did she say, "Why, yeah." Li Qingshan embraced her. His expression fluctuated as if he wanted to say something. After hesitating for quite a while, he said just now, "Do you remember? Where is your home?" Little N nodded before shaking her head firmly. "It's fine. If you want to go home and have a look, I'll go with you. I promised you. Didn't I carve a tablet for you? Don't worry, it's fine." Li Qingshan's voice gradually softened. Who knew who he was comforting? His voice was rather hoarse as he tightened his arms even more. If it really was as he had expected, why would the mighty provincial lord's estate allow her to stay by his side? However, it might be better for her this way. Little N stood up and took out the scholar wood tablet. One side was engraved with the word, Nan, while the other side was engraved with the word, An. The craftsmanship was clumsy, and the handwriting was hideous. There were even scorch marks from the flames, but she held it in her hand carefully. "No matter how many mountains and rivers, no matter how many difficulties and dangers there will be a day when I send you home." Under the moonlight, the young man promised seriously. That sight was like a red mole on her forehead, something she would never forget. The scholar wood tablet engraved with the word, Nan, and served as proof. With a crack, Little N clenched her fingers. The scholar wood tablet cracked and was crushed into powder, sending sawdust flying everywhere. Li Qingshan was stunned, but he heard Little N say, "I'm not going anywhere and you can't abandon me. I'll always be by your side all the way to the 9 heavens unless death separates us." Where am I? Didn't I die? Slowly opening his eyes, he saw the gloomy sky and countless bones piled up on the ground. A figure crawled to his feet, holding onto a withered tree beside him. He suddenly realized that his hand had also become as withered as the dead tree, pale and cold. He immediately noticed the abnormality in his body. He didn't need to breathe. When he touched his chest, his heart was no longer beating. All the functions of his body had stopped, and he had become a corpse. He was indeed dead, but this world happened to be a paradise for the dead, and the living could not survive here. That's right, I've fallen into the hungry ghost realm. Have we met somewhere before? Ma Chaochuan looked at the vast and barren land in the distance. Just as he was thinking about this, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Ma Chaochuan turned around and saw a purple figure standing there. Her eyes were clear and her skin was fair. She looked very lively, but that was only because she was powerful and could not conceal the powerful aura of death on her body. Chapter 559. In the pitch-black depths of the underground, Li Qingshan held little Anne in his arms. His heart was at peace. As long as she was there, as long as they worked together, no matter what difficulties they encountered, they could solve them. Just let the Dark Queen die. No one can take her away from him. However, he soon discovered something terrible. With his current 4th layer of the Spirit Turtle transformation, it was impossible for him to suppress the 5th layer of the Ox Demon transformation. In other words, unless he reached the 5th layer of the Spirit Turtle transformation, he would not be able to recover his human form and return to the 100 schools of thought. However, this was definitely much more difficult than reaching the 5th layer with the Ox Demon and Tiger Demon. The Ox Demon and Tiger Demon determined the toughness of his body, but the Spirit Turtle determined his cultivation. Once he broke through to the 5th layer, he would be a demon commander firmly, and he would be able to establish himself in this world. Alas, what should I do? He still had many ties in this world. Xiongji must be very sad to lose her uncle. Back then, I even considered taking him as my master. I didn't expect that the first time we met, we would be separated by life and death. Although he had some connection with Han Angua, they had never met before, and there was no deep relationship between them. If he could save him, he would save him. If he couldn't, there was nothing he could do. They could only leave it to fate. Thinking about it, if he, Li Qingshan, died, Han Angua would not feel sad for him. He was just worried that Han Xiongji would become overly sad. Fortunately, the person the Dark Queen finished off was not Han Anjuan's father-in-law, or she really would be torn to pieces. This was the difference between family and friends. He could risk exposing his identity to save Hua Sengzan, but if it was Hua Sengzan's parents or siblings, then he would have to think twice. At most, he would have to do what he could. After all, there was no love without reason in this world. I wonder if Qingzan will leak my identity. I don't think so. After all, I saved his life. Li Qingshan said to little Anne, "You go back to the Immortals' cave first and deal with the situation. If no one comes to deal with us, just say that I've suffered an internal injury and am in seclusion to heal it. I'll give it a try when I return to Moon Court Lake and see if I can use the Water God Seal's power. If I can't suppress the Ox Demon, I'll be able to kill him in a short time. I'm afraid we won't be able to return to the surface." Little Anne reluctantly left. Li Qingshan found that after she recovered her memory, there were some changes. He didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Resting his head on his arm, Li Qingshan leaned against the hot stone wall. While recovering his demonic energy, he sorted out his thoughts and considered what he should do next. North Moon. An enchanting figure walked out from the darkness. It was Helicoverpa Rosa. She licked her scarlet lips and asked with a smile, "Are you hurt?" After a fierce battle, Li Qingshan looked a little battered. He had only recovered 20 to 30% of his demonic aura. After breaking through the 5th layer of the Ox Demon, he was unable to conceal his aura. Naturally, the owner of this territory, Helicoverpa Rosa, sensed his presence and tracked him down. When the Spider Queen saw his current appearance, she felt a chill run down her spine. Her eyes lit up. She felt that this was a heaven-sent opportunity to redeem herself. Li Qingshan glanced at her. "Yes. Why don't you take care of me?" "Sure." Helicoverpa Rosa said cheerfully. Then she looked around. "Where's that skeleton friend of yours? Why isn't it here to take care of you?" She had something to do. She already left. "So it's just us here? Are we the only ones here?" Lolth approached them slowly with a smile. "Yes, it's just us." Before Li Qingshan even finished speaking, the poisonous whip whistled through the air towards him like a bolt of black lightning. He reached out and grabbed the tip of the whip, and it coiled around his arm. Helicoverpa Rosa's red lips curled. She pulled back and the poisonous whip was taut like a bowstring. Li Qingshan did not move at all. With a sneer on his face, he pulled back. "Come on." Helicoverpa Rosa's expression changed. She felt an unimaginable force coming from the poisonous whip. She was involuntarily pulled over. She took the opportunity to pounce on Li Qingshan. Her spikes danced wildly and her poisonous fangs protruded. Li Qingshan casually threw a punch. He did not even look at Helicoverpa. Waves of shockwaves surged in all directions. Helicoverpa's skin turned silver. She had already experienced this move countless times. Even if it hit her body directly, she would not care, let alone in the void. However, the moment she touched the shockwaves, she immediately felt that something was wrong. It was too late to dodge. Every bone in her body, every inch of her skin was shaking. Even her demonic aura was about to disperse. She flew out involuntarily and crashed into the rock wall. She sank more than 10 feet deep. Wherever she passed, the shockwaves spread from her body. The rocks were all shattered, forming a huge funnel-shaped hole. She was lying at the bottom of the funnel. Helicoverpa's teeth were clenched and she could not speak. Her face was filled with shock. The poisonous clothing on her chest was torn, and half of her ample breasts were revealed. There was also a deep ravine between them. Cracks appeared on her silver skin. Her strongest defensive ability could not withstand the power of the tremors of the ox demon. If she was hit directly by this punch, the consequences would be unimaginable. The 9 transformations of the celestial and demon did not seem to be very powerful at the beginning. When Li Qingshan cultivated the first layer of the ox demon, he was only an expert in the pugilistic world. However, the growth of each layer became more and more shocking. Under the situation where he did not fully unleash the power of the 5th layer of the ox demon, he was able to contend with the zombie king, who had an extremely strong physique. In terms of strength alone, he was almost close to the peak of this world. Although the tremors of the ox demon was still unable to shatter the void in the world of the 9 prefectures, its power was not something that could be easily withstood. He's become even stronger. Who knows how many times stronger than he was in the past. This is impossible. Is he really a demon? Helicoverpa's eyes were filled with disbelief. She could not accept this reality. Previously, she had clashed with North Moon several times. Although she had lost all of them, they were still fierce battles. There was no lack of opportunities for her to win. However, she could not even withstand a single punch from him. How could she accept this? Furthermore, he was still a demon general. Regardless of whether she could accept it or not, she immediately made the most correct choice. Escape. The tiger demon pounced, the phoenix danced, and the wind and fire whistled. In a flash, he arrived behind Helicoverpa. Li Qingshan pressed his hands beside her. The tip of his nose almost touched hers. He smiled sinisterly. Didn't you say that you would take care of me? After the battle at Burial Mound Mountain, although the tiger demon transformation had not broken through to the 5th layer, he had a deeper understanding of it. He could control the wind and fire wings more freely. Don't even think about it. Helicoverpa opened her mouth and spat out a thread of spider silk. Like a ray of white light, it shot directly between Li Qingshan's eyebrows. At the same time, she squeezed back into the rocks, wanting to escape from the range of his arms. Tremble? Li Qingshan let out a low roar and grabbed her shoulders. The power of tremors was released in a frenzy. With him as the center, black waves of tremors interweaved in the air, forming black cracks that resembled lightning. The spider silk shattered in the air, and Helicoverpa felt like she had been struck by lightning. Her body trembled violently in the air, and her poison suit was ripped apart, reduced to shreds. It fluttered through the air like butterflies before turning to dust, revealing her silver body. A while later, her demon chi dispersed as well. She was unable to maintain her innate ability, and the silver receded, revealing her white, naked body. Her perky chest jiggled like jelly under the aftershocks of the tremors. 2 specks of scarlet danced about. Helicoverpa was shocked. Li Qingshan said, "Since you don't want to take care of me, I'll take care of you." When the Lord of the Green Province descended, he made the school leaders retreat to the 100 schools of thought. This was no longer something they could take part in. In the 100 schools of thought, the school leaders were all filled with worry. If the hungry ghost realm truly descended, all they could do was flee, and they had no idea where they could flee to. Lu Changqing glanced around and asked, "Qingzan, where's Qingshan?" In a corner, Ru Xen lowered her eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. Hua Sengzan's thoughts ran wild. He was taken aback when he heard that. He seems to have returned to his dwelling already. Now that he knew Li Qingshan's identity, he had no idea what he should do. Technically speaking, he should expose him, but the entire time, North Moon had never targeted the 100 schools of thought. Instead, he had treated him well, sparing him several times and even saving his life. Even if he had to repay him with his life, it would not be excessive, so how could he betray him? Wuxia furrowed her eyebrows slightly. She became rather doubtful. There's no reason why he wouldn't participate in something like this. Hold on, don't tell me he's in there too. Lu Chongqing sighed. He sure is straightforward. He's probably been quite motivated again. After all, nothing is more important than his own cultivation. Foundation establishment really is just foundation establishment. Including him, no one present had not been provoked. In a battle like that, the life of a foundation establishment cultivator was basically like a speck of dust. Hearing that, Wasungzan instead eased up. A battle between humans and demons was not something a measly foundation establishment cultivator like him could take part in. If he took part recklessly without any knowledge, he would only be throwing his life away for nothing. He was better off focusing on cultivation and increasing his cultivation. However, who knew what Xiongji would do if she found out? This wait lasted for several days. Sunlight and moonlight constantly alternated in the window. Everyone felt like the odds were against them, but none of them dared to leave. They were afraid that they would not receive the news as soon as possible and suffer a disaster. Fellow cultivators, there's a result. The gate of hungry ghosts has been sealed. The puppet that the leader of the school of Moism had left behind had been observing the situation the entire time. It finally spoke now. Everyone eased up. They almost could not help but cheer out, but they saw the leader of the school of Moism's expression change drastically. He hesitated before saying, I saw Commander Gu and Her Highness the Dark Queen. I saw Commander Gu and Her Highness the Dark Queen. Yep, there was also a cat demon. The other cultivators all died in battle. Crack. A crack appeared on the cup in Han Anjuan's hand. Although his expression was still as determined as steel, his lips trembled slightly. The room fell into an uproar. That was a group of golden core cultivators. Just how many renowned figures had they all died just like that? When Wasungzan heard that Gu Yening was still alive, he eased up slightly. Then he asked in a hurry, did anyone else appear? My puppet can only watch from the outskirts. I didn't see anyone else. Chapter 560. A pair of scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness. They swiveled around, taking in the surrounding scenery. The small lake that reeked of sulfur was bubbling and boiling. He was currently leaning against a large, scorching rock by the lake. The tension he had accumulated in the battle had completely relaxed, and he felt a sense of peace and comfort. Finally, he cast his gaze on the voluptuous figure in his arms. The madness from not long ago was still vivid in his mind. He smiled. Under the suppression of his absolute strength, all her struggles were futile. In the end, she simply gave up and joined him. There was a feeling that if she could not resist, then she would enjoy it. He gently caressed her back, tracing a beautiful arc until he reached her voluptuous buttocks. He patted them lightly. Paw. Helicoverpa Rosa also opened her eyes. There was no longer any hatred or resentment in them. There was actually an alluring laziness. She lay in his arms, submissive like never before. The difference in strength between them had already been completely widened. Li Qingshan had already completely demonstrated his strength, proving his qualifications to be her partner. Everything that had happened in the past could not be considered hatred. It could only be considered flirting before sex. Not only was it meaningless for the weak to hate the strong, it did not benefit their survival at all. To a fiendish demon, only being bullied by the weak was worthy of resentment. Submitting to the strong was not something shameful. Li Qingshan pushed away the figure in his arms that could enchant any man, and followed the underground river upstream alone. Suddenly he turned his head. You and this territory of yours all belong to me. Yes. Helicoverpa Rosa said very straightforwardly. With his strength, it was natural for him to possess all this, and it was even somewhat lacking. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. The simplicity and straightforwardness of the world of fiendish demons was what he liked the most. There was no right or wrong, no morals or laws. It was just natural selection, survival of the fittest. Only after watching his figure disappear did Helicoverpa Rosa let out a long sigh. If only she had killed him the moment she saw him. Torrential rain poured down on Mooncourt Lake. Fierce winds howled and turbid waves rose into the air. Looking down through the undulating surface of the lake, a faint blue light could be seen. At the bottom of Mooncourt Lake, In a translucent ball of light formed from countless hexagons, a handsome, slender and majestic man hugged his knees as he curled up in the ball of light. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, revealing 4 fangs. His waist-length scarlet hair fluttered in the water like a burning flame. The brilliance of the light ball flickered, like a beating heart. When it was bright, the waves on the lake became more violent. When it was dark, the waves calmed down. The figure of a spirit turtle appeared, as if it was doing its best to suppress something. A wisp of black appeared in his fluttering scarlet hair, spreading bit by bit. His appearance also changed along with it. He was no longer as handsome as before, as ordinary as a stone statue. Boom! A loud sound came from the bottom of the water, and a pillar of water that was over 100 feet tall rose up. Countless raindrops flew into the sky. However, the spirit turtle's profound shell shattered into pieces. The surging waves calmed down unbelievably, like a huge mirror. The rain gradually lessened, becoming sparse. The rain fell into the mirror, kicking up ripples that overlapped and merged together. Li Qingshan exhaled deeply and spread his limbs, floating on the surface of the lake quietly. His face was just as handsome as before and his hair was still scarlet red. He had still failed in the end. He raised his right hand and waved it gently from left to right. The clouds parted and the rain dispersed. The moon was as bright as day and the sky was filled with stars. How beautiful! He sighed emotionally, forgetting all of his worries. Standing up, he looked at the specks of lantern light by the lake and listened to the voices in the lantern light. This was the life of mortals. There was a sense of tranquility and happiness to it. Very soon he realized that this was just an illusion. The lives of mortals were filled with pain. How could he forget his roots and indulge in some nostalgia when he had come this far from being a cowherd? That would be foolish self-deception. And even if this happiness was real, he would not be reluctant to part with it. What he pursued had never been so-called happiness. He gazed at the depths of the stars and laughed aloud. Since he had no intention of turning back, then he would continue onwards. Li Qingshan leapt up and turned into a streak of red light, flying into the horizon. Looking down, the surroundings were clear. Moon Court Lake was vast, and the waters of the clear river in the distance gushed endlessly, extending into the distance. The Marquis of Rui has been finished off. A group of Golden Core cultivators have been finished off. The Rui commandery is leaderless now, so who can still stop me? I'll continue to refine bodies of water and strengthen the power of the Water God Seal. I refuse to believe I can't break through to the 5th layer of the Spirit Turtle after refining these bodies of water. Master, have you found her? Is Liel by her? In the carriage that flew towards the Umbraline sect, Xianyue nestled in the Dark Queen's arms and raised her head, asking curiously. The Dark Queen's face coldened. She said with a sternness that Xianyue had never seen before, "Shut up." Xianyue shivered from fright, and her hair stood on end. Only then did the Dark Queen's expression soften. She stroked Xianyue gently. "You can't mention this to anyone or I'll—" She stopped there, but Xianyue felt a chill. Ever since she left Burial Mound Mountain, her master seemed to have changed. Her resentment had vanished, replaced by a sense of dignity and determination. When she stroked herself, her movements were still as gentle as before, but it lacked warmth. Her gaze no longer landed on herself, instead staring into the endless darkness. Her eyes blazed with wildfire. Perhaps this was her original appearance. Perhaps this was the bearing that a demonic cultivator should possess. A man suddenly appeared in the carriage, ignoring the guards and the surroundings and the various formations on the carriage. His hair was disheveled, covering most of his face. His skin was pale white and his eyes shone brightly. He wore black robes. The sleeves and edges of the robes were all tattered, but they seemed like black flames coiled around him. He possessed an indescribable bearing. Sect Master. The Dark Queen stood up and bowed, showing respect. "You finally returned. Looks like you've benefited quite a lot from this trip," the master of the Umbraline sect said. The Dark Queen told him everything that had happened on the Gate of Hungry Ghosts, but it differed drastically from what Gu Yenying had told her. She confessed to the fact that she had killed the Marquis of Rui and the others, but she still did not reveal Little Anne's identity. "Very good." The master of the Umbraline sect smiled sinisterly. "Do these little bastards really think the cultivation community is a good place for them to live freely and happily? Have you captured their souls?" "Yes." We'll torture them first and extract some useful information from them before sending them into the myriad ghost banner as a sacrifice. If you can undergo the heavenly tribulation, the position of sect master will definitely belong to you in the future. The myriad ghost banner will end up in your hands sooner or later. Chaos is about to rise. The laws of cultivation have been twisted by the great Xia Empire for so long, so it's about time for them to reveal their true colors. The master of the Umbral Een sect revealed his pearly white teeth and sneered silently. Xianyue shivered and shrank into the Dark Queen's arms. The Dark Queen stroked Xianyue in comfort and thought, "Master, even if you're unwilling to hand the position of sect master to me, I won't agree to it. You have no idea what my child has become right now. Although I've lost my identity as a human, it's nothing compared to the power I've obtained. You're my flesh and blood. Even if you've been reduced to bones, you still belong to me. You'll return to my side one day. If we work together, the Green Province will be ours." In the boundless hungry ghost realm, the death of a corpse king could only be regarded as a tiny ripple. It could not kick up much of a fuss. It would settle down very soon. However, the appearance of the white flames kicked up a ripple that rapidly extended into the distance. After who knew how long, a strand of black smoke shot through the gloomy sky, flying off into the distance. A mountain range that stretched several hundred kilometers lay on the horizon like a colossal beast. Only when they approached it did they discover that it was not a mountain range but a true colossal beast. More accurately, it was the skeleton of a colossal beast. It was impossible to imagine just how powerful and terrifying it had been when it was still alive. Numerous malevolent bone spikes of various sizes pointed to the sky like lone peaks. In particular, the single horn on the colossal beast's skull was unreachable. Figures stood at the top of the lone peak, all of different sizes and appearances, but their auras were all equally powerful, even more powerful than the corpse kings. They were currently discussing and communicating with one another. "What's happened? Why have you summoned us in such a hurry?" Some were confused. "What? The legendary white sacred flame has appeared?" Some were surprised and doubtful. "That's just a legend. The colors of flames have always come in all shapes and sizes. It's impossible for them to be too powerful in the Great Thousand Worlds, so why would they come to destroy the hungry ghost realm? It's just a corpse king. If it's dead, then it's dead. Why have you summoned us over something so trivial?" There were even some who felt disdain. "Cough cough, shut up. Do you want me to eat all of you for making so much noise?" A stooped figure walked up to the giant horn with the help of a walking stick. His entire body was wrapped in strips of white cloth, and he carried a few large flags on his back with evil beasts drawn on them. His first sentence was as deep as an old man's, but his second sentence was like the colossal beast beneath his feet had come to life. It roared and roared, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. All the ghouls quietened down and hurriedly bowed to him. He raised his walking stick and ordered, "Open the gate of hungry ghosts as soon as possible and enter that world." His voice became deep again. Cough cough, only the young and weak would ignore the legends. The ghouls did not dare to be negligent, and they all came up with a plan. The Great Thousand Worlds have their own rules. If we force our way in, we'll be suppressed by that world. It'll be extremely disadvantageous. Even if the gate of hungry ghosts is open, we won't be able to enter. However, there seems to be a sect called the Black Moon sect in that world. They have close ties with the hungry ghost realm, so we can make a deal with them. If we use the ghouls from that world, we'll be suppressed a little less." He said, "Search for ghouls from that world. It doesn't matter if they're weak, I can slowly feed them. Contact the Black Moon sect and give them what they need. I can even support them and let them become the rulers of that world. The condition is that the master of the flame must be killed." Chapter 561. I haven't written a speech in a long time, so I'll take this opportunity to say something. However, as an author who has written millions of words, I always feel awkward at times like this. It's really strange. What should I say? Can I make people feel touched? Can I make people smile? Words. If I can't, what's the point of saying it? I'm not a confident person after all, but I'm full of arrogance. I arrogantly believe that I can reach the 9 heavens and pluck the moon and stars. Then, I lower my head and realize that I'm only at the level of the Crouching Bull 3 heroes. I ask myself with a bitter smile, is killing a tiger with one punch considered strong? Thus, when I see criticism, I'll read it carefully if it's meaningful. However, when faced with some excessive praises, I'll often be embarrassed to continue reading halfway through, so I'll add points and close the web page. While I'm relieved, although I'm happy, I also feel embarrassed. Thus, I'll often be embarrassed to ask for tickets. I'll always have to muster up the courage and be thick-skinned to ask for it once. It feels like a confession. In the future, please use the mood of receiving a confession and read my speech for asking for tickets. Even if there's no ticket, at least say, "You're a good person." In short, I want to become better, so good that I can eliminate this feeling of inferiority and powerlessness, so good that I can confidently accept those praises. This is the shortest volume. It's not what I'm best at, nor is it the most inspirational or passionate, but it's the most complete. It has a complete transition, filling in the gaps, digging holes, changes, suspense, and the development and closure of the clues. In terms of writing, it's a summary of these 1.5 million words. I used a very clever method to achieve mediocrity. I don't lack inspiration or writing skills, but I need this mediocrity. In other words, it's basic. To me, it's another training and improvement. I believe that in the future I can offer more. Actually, if I want to get better results and income, I'll continue to use my talent in describing female characters. Writing an ambiguous love story should be a more correct choice. It shouldn't be like this, writing about leveling up and fighting. However, that won't reach the 9 heavens. Chapter 562. In the great general's estate of the commandery city of Rui, paper money scattered through the air. White curtains swept across 5 kilometers. In the morning hall there was an empty coffin. The descendants of the Han family below all wore mourning clothes, kneeling on the ground. However, they donned tough armor under their clothes. The incense burned quietly. There was not a single cry. Only the endless sound of autumn rain could be heard outside. Outside the morning hall, armored soldiers stood in formation with weapons in their hands. The rain fell on the cold armor and everyone's face was filled with sorrow. The Marquis of Rui's funeral was held at the same time. The entire commandery city of Rui was enveloped in a gloomy atmosphere. Commander Gu has arrived. The herald reported, and the armored soldiers raised their weapons together. The clanging of armor was thunderous. Gu Yening walked past them and entered the morning hall. She bowed and offered incense before turning around and leaving without saying anything else. She glanced past the descendants of the Han family below and saw Han Qiongji among them too. She glanced past her and flew out the door. She directly broke through the clouds and drifted down gently like a feather, lying among the white clouds. She rested her head on her arm and closed her eyes, crossing her legs leisurely and taking a slight nap. After lying there for a while, she furrowed her brows and shifted to lying on her side again. She flipped around and lay on the cloud again, tossing and turning before returning to lying flat on her back. She recited slowly, "Life is fleeting, death is fleeting, sleep without dreams, feel free from sorrow, sorrow and joy. Virtue is evil. Joy and anger are the faults of the way. Love and hate are the faults of virtue." Her voice gradually faded away and she fell into a deep sleep. Han Qiongji was heavily filial. Her eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears. When she thought of her uncle's voice and smile when he was still alive, his love and concern for her, her heart twisted into a ball. She dug her fingers into the cracks of the bricks, but she was afraid to cry aloud. This was the rule of the Han family. They could not shed tears of weakness. Women and children who could not do this would all be expelled. They were not worthy of kneeling in the morning hall. Han Anjuan stood up and said, "Put away your tears. Brother's heroic soul has not been extinguished. He has already gone to the final destination of all military disciples. He will continue to fight in the Azura realm. What is there to cry about?" He let out a long sigh, turned around and lit another incense stick. However, he was worried in his heart. He had died in battle against the Hungry Ghost realm. If he had fallen into the Hungry Ghost realm, it would be terrible. Han Qiongji said in her mind, "Qingshan, where are you? Did you get my letter? I really want to see you." The Moon Devil is here. The 100 schools of thought were in a state of panic. Hua Qingzan was currently in secluded cultivation. He rushed out when he heard the disturbance and saw the huge waves on the lake of dragons and snakes surge into the air. A colossal figure strode across the lake with heavy footsteps, passing through the thick mist and making his way towards the 100 schools of thought. A pair of curved horns were like a pair of crescent moons, and a pair of scarlet eyes flickered like charcoal. Just by standing there was a heavy pressure. Sure enough, he was still alive. Lu Changqing had yet to recover from the grief of losing his beloved disciple. Standing on the tall building on Contention Island, he lamented at the sky, "Why is my Clear River Prefecture plagued with so many disasters?" The other cultivators were ashen too. They only hoped that the formation of dragons and snakes could stop the Moon Devil. On Cloud Wisp Island, Lu Chuanfeng bellowed out, "Everyone come with me." The disciples of the School of Novels gathered around him in a hurry, following behind him. The disciples all asked, "Master, are we going to fight the Moon Devil to the death? It's time for our School of Novels to demonstrate our strength." A young man swung his fist viciously. Lu Chuanfeng said nothing. He arrived in a dense bamboo forest with his disciples. His face was solemn and stirring as he ordered, "Everyone lie down." The disciples were all confused, but they still lay down according to the order. Lu Chuanfeng lay down as well and began to power the divine talisman of great creation. Gradually his figure vanished, enveloped by a huge, withered tree. The other disciples of the School of Novels turned into withered trees of various sizes as well, lying in a mess in the bamboo forest. Lu Chuanfeng ordered with his soul sense, "Everyone do your best to conceal your auras. Don't let the Moon Devil discover you." Master, aren't we going to fight the Moon Devil to the death?" "You can go. I'm not stopping you." After a moment of silence they said, "But Master, this is a bamboo forest. Why would a tree fall here?" "Shut up. I have a brilliant plan. Do you really want me to conjure such thick bamboo?" Although he no longer had to worry about the Marquis of Rui's punishment, even the Marquis of Rui was dead. Who else could stop the Moon Devil? Lu Changqing ignored his status and roared at Hua Qingzan, "Qingzan, go get Mime Gu to purge the demon." He made up his mind. He no longer had to live in fear every day and be some prefect. Instead, he wanted to be like Li Qingshan and find a remote dwelling to cultivate in seclusion. "Yes, sir." Hua Qingzan's expression was mixed. She had probably realized Li Qingshan's identity a long time ago, which was why she paid special attention to him. Why would he purge the demon? However, he probably did not come to the 100 schools of thought to start a massacre. He sensed the demon chi around him and came to a sudden understanding. Oh right, he's here to refine the Lake of Dragons and Snakes. On Benevolence Island, Ru Xen crossed her arms and felt relieved. Sure enough, this guy would not die so easily. "Moon Devil, didn't you say you wanted to coexist peacefully with us? Why have you gone back on your word? Do you know that the 100 schools of thought are the foundation of the Great Xia Empire? What will happen if you attack this place?" Lu Changqing used his eloquence, questioning loudly as well as threatening him. He only hoped to make the Moon Devil worry. Li Qingshan felt disdain. "Didn't the White Lotus Mother almost cook you all up in the past?" A colossal figure swam over in the thick mist. A strange fish lunged over viciously, its mouth filled with vicious teeth. Strangely enough, it did not give off any demon chi at all. Not only was the thick mist around the 100 schools of thought like a mist that mortals could enter, but it could even form a powerful mist beast. Even Foundation establishment cultivators would suffer. Li Qingshan recalled that when he first joined the 100 schools of thought, he had once seen this bastard's figure. Back then the strange fish seemed so huge and filled with a terrifying aura. He casually grabbed the strange fish like he was grabbing a puppy. No matter how the strange fish struggled, it could not break free. Then he tightened his grip. The monster dispersed into mist before condensing again, turning into a long snake that coiled over. Li Qingshan shuddered and unleashed the power of tremors. The surrounding lake of dragons and snakes seemed to be torn to pieces, surging and surging violently. The snake dispersed, unable to condense again. Even the mist that lingered around the academy all year round began to disperse gradually. He arrived before the formation of dragons and snakes and said with a metallic voice, "Activate the formation. I'll leave after refining the Lake of Dragons and Snakes." That's impossible unless you dash." Before Lu Changqing could finish, Li Qingshan threw a punch. Boom. In the sky, rings of light surged into the surroundings with Li Qingshan's fist at the center. The spiritual veins on the various islands spat with light, supporting the formation of dragons and snakes. They resisted Li Qingshan's terrifying power as they constantly twisted. "That's impossible." Lu Changqing's eyes widened, filled with fear. After the White Lotus sect invaded, the 100 schools of thought reinforced the formation of dragons and snakes. How could it be suppressed to such an extent by brute force? Boom. A crack appeared on the formation of dragons and snakes. Lu Changqing was completely speechless. He could not help but swallow the thought of what would happen to him if the Moon Devil destroyed the formation of dragons and snakes. He spat. Wait, shut up. I can open the formation as long as you promise not to harm the disciples of the 100 schools. Bang 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 bang. Li Qingshan did not listen to him at all. He threw a series of punches and the crack continued to expand. The entire formation of dragons and snakes collapsed. Humph, I can't shatter the void, but I can't shatter this little formation of yours. Li Qingshan strode towards Contention Island and glanced at Cloud Wisp Island. With his sharp eyes, he could see the strangeness of the withered trees with a single glance. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was truly a genius. He resisted the urge to throw a punch and turned around. He bent over and moved his face close to the tall building. He asked Lu Changqing, "What else do you have to say?" Lu Changqing shook his head. Li Qingshan had left after refining the lake of dragons and snakes. He had not even had the time to open the 100 treasures pouches of the golden core cultivators. There was really nothing in the 100 schools of thought that could interest him. However, it was still not enough. If he wanted to suppress the bull devil, he needed more water. Li Qingshan cast his gaze towards the end of the clear river. Piss off, North Moon. We've already crossed into Loltha's territory. Above the lake where the clear river surged into, Li Qingshan constantly devoured and refined the water. A bald, naked man leapt out from the lake. He was burly, standing over 3 meters tall. His muscles were knotted, making him as sturdy as a bodybuilder. Demon chi surged around him, matching Helicoverpa roses. He was actually a demon commander. Li Qingshan had never thought that the person who stopped his plan to refine the water would not be a human, but a demon, and a powerful demon commander at that. Under the territory of the Rui Commandery, Helicoverpa Rosa was obviously not the only demon commander. Otherwise, with so many golden core cultivators in the Rui Commandery, they would have surrounded and killed Helicoverpa Rosa a long time ago. Although the strength of demons paled in comparison to humans, the difference was limited. Helicoverpa Rosa's territory was basically under the 1,500 kilometers of Clear River Prefecture. The special characteristic of her underground territory was that it was not particularly large, but it was extremely deep. It was equivalent to over 10 Clear River prefectures. Below the other territories obviously existed other demon commanders, and there were also more than 10 of them. In reality, due to Helicoverpa Rosa's identity as a carapace demon general, her body was much tougher than regular demon commanders. Her 3 innate abilities combined offense and defense, without any openings, pushed her battle prowess to the limit, so her territory was relatively large. You recognize me? Li Qingshan asked in confusion. You're the strongest demon general under Loltha's command. I've obviously heard about you before, but no matter how powerful a demon general is, you're still a demon general. It's not too late to piss off right now, or I'll teach you a proper lesson so that you understand your identity. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.